Testing, 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 testing. Okay. tune into Wix and get some of this whooping that's getting handed out. Thank you. But anyway, he automatically granted the parliamentary immunity and the right to jump out of passport under Colombia law. At the same time, Escobar was gradually becoming a public figure, and because of his charitable work, he was known as the Robin Hood Paisa. This man, for all intents and purposes, started the drug war, invented the brand of cartel violence we are familiar with today. Hell, he even backed communists to take over their Supreme Court. Imagine if a member of the Democrats or Republicans decided to become drug dealers and use that wealth to fund, back, and arm communists to take over the U.S. Supreme Court. What would the fallout be? Would we call that a success? Oh, Gibbs, you're being bad faith. You haven't mentioned the banana republics at all. Oh my God! How could I forget the banana republics? Don't worry, I got something for that too. Have you been to the store today? I actually went to the store today and took a photo. Here, I'm going to share it with y'all. Let me share it. See if Whick would be so kind to find this photo. Here it is. It is right here. There. Yeah, I'm just sharing it here. Oh, I appreciate it. This right here is the photo I took. I don't know if y'all can see that. But that is bananas. Yeah. You see that? Okay, cool. Okay, we can stop sharing that now. I don't know if you saw what price that was. Let me pull my notes back up here. Pull right back up. Oh, wow! 52 cents for bananas. Banana Republic's bad. More like Banana Republic's based. Hold on, let me get my soyest lefty voice ready. Oh, Gibbs, but what about the people there that suffered? Boo-hoo. Wow. Well, I could got 5 words for them. Fuck them. Build a wall, because not our problem. American imperialism achieved its goal. In fact, this leads me into my final major point of my opening. Last panel I was on with Ditso, he made the argument that Mexico was the successful country. Well, Mexico is so successful that he can't argue that cartels exist because of the U.S. Those points contradict. If U.S. caused cartels to dominate Mexico, then Mexico isn't successful. So which is it? Also, we know that Mexico isn't above using violence. Look at arguably Mexico's most famous and successful leader, Santa Anna. This man claimed he was a leftist, a libre, and whatever else he needed, a liberal, and whatever else he needed in order to gain power and stay in power. Because like all real leftists, his goal is to increase power for himself while taking it away from the average citizen. We know he liked to use violence to achieve his goals. Look at the Texas Revolution. Look at any of the other times he was in power. Is Ditso with a straight face going to sit here and tell me all the people living in the areas conquered by the U.S. during Manifest Destiny in the Mexican-American War aren't supremely better off than they would be under Mexican rule? The answer is obviously and unequivocally not. In fact, Mexico has been inept due to its corrupt leftist tendencies since day one. They couldn't handle Native American raids by the Comanche and Apache during their existence, nor do they have success with Pancho Villa. Corruption has been baked into Latin American countries from the start, and Mexico is the perfect example of this. Sinaloa has basically become fully under the control of the cartels with their own cartel-covered controlled governor for decades. It got so bad in Mexico that the PRI, which was basically the de facto ruling party for Mexico for most of the 20th century, starting in 1929 onward, became basically just an extension of the cartels, with their secret police of the PRI even being used as cartel hitmen. It's crazy. The cartels are products of these countries' own fault, and the U.S. should take zero blame for them. I could go on and on about other examples of this throughout Latin America and South America, but according to Ditso, Mexico is the golden example of this, so there's no need. Every time the United States has intervened in these countries, we have accomplished our goals. It's not our fault. These countries are weak, inept, and corrupt. It's not our responsibility to hold their hands and pouting their little bottoms like little babies so they can continue to exist. Let people like Ditso point and say, oh, it's the U.S.'s fault, using us as a scapegoat instead of turning that lens on themselves to scan their real issues. I, for one, will not apologize for U.S. success. In fact, the only time we failed is when we've given stuff back, like in Panama, with Jimmy Carter's borderline treasonous decision to give it back. I got one more sentence, right? In conclusion, American imperialism is interventional and based. Cartels are their fault, and the one who says otherwise is a whiny baby back leftist cuck. The walls are clearly working. We've had areas for the first time in our history with zero gotaways under Governor Abbott and Operation Lone Star, as well as backing of President Trump. Clearly, this is a problem for Latin America, not ours, and now they just want to bitch about it instead of having to take responsibility. Pathetic. I'm done. That was all I had. almost 2.5 minutes, by the way. I had a timer up. I know you just don't like history as a leftist. Mm-hmm.
through the legislative means in Costa Rica, also contributed in 5 different other countries in Latin America to push forward their own legislation in regards of medicinal cannabis and drug policy reform. But to start with this, unfortunately, we see right now that there was no historical analysis into what has happened in regards of United States interventionism, exceptionalism, destiny manifest, Monroe Doctrine. Now, let's be frank. United States has failed systematically, especially and particularly in the last almost 80 years after the end of the war. If we talk about the systematic failures of United States interventionism, has been Vietnam, for example, Korea, Afghanistan, Iraq, and now one of the major pinnacles of that failure is the war on drugs. This war on drugs started in the Nixon administration 71. And this administration, especially and particularly after the representative of UN quit and George Bush, who eventually would have become president, was the leader pushing forward through the United Nations. This took the opportunity of what was happening in the United Nations in the reforms of the opium conventions towards the 3 international conventions that are now today governing this whole ideology of the drug war. To be frank, the problem resides on 3 major facts. One, it's a one policy fits all through the United Nations via the United States or the so-called American PACs or the American interventionism. This has sustained in the last 60 years this continuous war on drugs that, yes, we can agree that the leaders in Latin America were too naive and too stupid to follow the idiocy of the United States in this particular subject. One that has created, one that has created and aggravated the worsening conditions in my region of America. This being realistic is in complete and utter fault of all the presidents from Nixon onwards to today, Trump. That means at least the last 14, almost 15 presidents. Now we're on the 15th president since that era. And there's no exception. This has been a bipartisan problem um, from United States that has contaminated all our areas, impacting areas like economy, like political stability, health, and violence in that sense. All those problems then translate to one one particular issue that is of concern of the U.S. citizen is the irregular migration towards your borders. One of the reasons people are uh, exiting their countries is because the war on drugs and the violence and all those problems that surround that war on drugs make happen in their particular areas. So let's be frank. Destiny Manifest and Monroe Doctrine are terroristic approaches of foreign policy of the US imperialism. There's no doubt that it's a criminal behavior, one that clearly shows the lack of accountability by the US and its foreign policies throughout the last 200 years, and more particularly in the almost 80 years of the since the end of the war up to today. On that frank note, let's look at one aspect of this sense. When the towers got hit, we told the United States through the OAS that an attack on one American country is an attack on all American countries, and that established one of the principal tools you have utilized, or the United States has utilized to fight terrorism, which is the Inter American Convention Against Terrorism through the OAS, or the Organization of American States, which was ratified by the majority of the 35 nations here in the Western Hemisphere. This particularly pertains to our relation between us, Western Hemisphere. This being said, your country lied to us in regards of Iraq, and your country went and invaded Iraq. And what are the weapons of mass destruction? Nowhere. So how can you then tell us that it has been such a successful on regards of interventionism of the United States when you have based your foreign policy on systematic lies and you have based your presence and your power on the subjugation and aggravation of our own internal problems. Not only that, but contributing to them and making them even worse. Of course, this isn't a question of left or right. This is a question of the impacts of policy. Because fact of the matter is, if you look at, for example, the interdictions of drugs via Venezuela, since the era of Chavez, last 25 years, systematically Venezuela, a leftist government, has interdicted anywhere between 24 to 40 tons of drugs each year for the past 25 years. Not only that, but if we look at, for example, what was happening in the leftist governments throughout Latin America, Dilma Rousseff, Lula da Silva, Rafael Correa, etc., all of them co-participated into the war on drugs. So frankly, the war on drugs represents one of the major pinnacles of failure of U.S. foreign policy, and it clearly shows to us that the United States treats worse their allies than their enemies, and they do so in a corrupt, terroristic form that has aggravated, and again I say this, and has contributed to the aggravation of our own internal problems here in Latin America. That without the interventionism of the United States, we may have had better opportunities of resolving our own particular issues. And you bitch and cry about so-called illegal immigrants without even assuming that one of the major reasons why those people are migrating towards the United States has to do with the impacts of your foreign policy in our own respective countries in Latin America. So to all frank, in every frank way possible, one, there was no historical review of how the war on drugs has been implemented throughout the whole region. There has not been any historical review of the impacts of foreign policy of the United States. And to add, as a Costarricense, and with this I finish, I will invoke the William Walker affair of 1860, 1850, early 1850s to 1857, where William Walker, a Tennessee-born lawyer, took it upon himself to come invade Mexico, Nicaragua, becoming president of Nicaragua, foreign citizen president of Nicaragua, and then here in Costa Rica. And if it wasn't for us, Ticos, that criminal would have been successful in invading us and then making us the slaves they needed for the South.
Okay.
3 years, the Civil War happened, and proudly we say we supported the North against the South, and we did everything possible to destroy the Southern heritage and to destroy the Southern states because they owed us that debt of blood that they paid. With that, I finish.
Okay. Wow, a lot's been said, a lot's been talked about. One of the major, I guess, at least to me, um, themes that you seem to have brought up, Dietzo, is the war on drugs. And so let's talk about that. I want to give Admiral Gibbs first
Yeah,
shot at
I
this
would.
one
I would
here.
like. I just want to clarify a question.
Go ahead.
Was 1949? I know. I know leftists. I know y'all don't like to actually look at history, and that's why we're doomed to repeat it anytime leftists get in power. But let me ask you a question: is 1949 before or after the war on drugs started? I'm not sure. I'm just an idiot from the backwoods. Can you clarify that for me?
Sure. First clarification, Gibbs, I am not a leftist.
Well, you are a
Keep that
leftist.
in mind.
You said liberal. It
No,
doesn't matter to
I am
me. If
not.
you're left of if you're left of Cindy or left of me, I don't give a
Oh,
shit. I
and
don't need to call you a special
okay.
snowflake name. But listen, is
So
1949 before the war on drugs? Yes or no?
yeah,
Okay, cool.
1949
Well, then
is
all
prior
you have to
the
say is
wars.
bullshit. Because look, I'm not even going all the way back. We can look at 1949. You know what 1949 is? That's the start of the Cuban Revolution. Oh, so I guess that we didn't have anything to do. The war on drugs didn't have anything to do with that. You know, we got Che Guevara going capping people in the back of the head. We got not cartels. We got Castro running wild. We just had the Cold War going. I mean, this is really simple. Leftism and liberalism, all these things of left to center, these are the major problems. If they'd made inept governments that are corrupt and oppress their people, then they would have sit here trying to point at the United States. He goes, oh, we didn't get what we wanted. We should be worried. I granted that these immigrants may have problems because of what we did. But guess what? American imperialism and interventionism is based, as long as we get what we want, it doesn't matter what happens to these people. Sucks to suck, get better, get good.
Okay, hold on. Let me just do this. First, Gibbs, the Cuban Revolution was 59. You were 10 years
59.
behind.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I
Let's
But was that,
on
that's
that
hold on,
sense.
you're right. Okay,
So-
it's 59 before
okay, hold
before
on,
the
hold
war
on,
on
hold
drugs.
on, hold
Let
on,
Tito
Gibbs.
go. Let
Is it
Tito
before the
go.
war on drugs? 49. I said
Okay,
59. 49
hold
instead
on,
of 59.
hold
You
on.
got me. Oh no,
Hold on,
I
hold
misspoke.
on.
But my point is
Okay.
it before the war on drugs?
So,
Yes or no?
no. It's
Let Tito
this
go.
is
Go
an
ahead.
evidence.
It is before the war on
This is an
drugs, though.
evidence
Just to be
that
clear.
that your so-called misspoke. You're clearly launching yourself from a biased position, and you have not done
correct
any
position.
form of research whatsoever in this sense.
Oh,
Now,
because I
you
mixed up
bringing up
59 and 49.
hold on. Yes, because it clearly shows that you are not parting from a objective analysis of history, and your bias against leftism, against
No,
somebody
this
who
is
has
the
fought
destiny
against
debate bro tactic where you go,
leftist
oh, you made a small
leftivism
mistake
all.
in
Let Tito
59
finish and
49.
then you can respond.
Sure.
I promise.
Look,
Tito, go
Gibbs,
ahead.
I know your tactics. You love to interrupt because it's your
I'll
way
wait.
of filibustering a conversation
Filibuster.
in this sense. So, okay, first, the Cuban Revolution was on 59. This evidence to me shows one simple fact. You have not done your research. What I establish is in two parameters. One, from the end of the war up to today, the systematic failures throughout all the foreign policy of the United States, yes, mentioning in some examples like Vietnam, Korea, Afghanistan, Iraq, just to give some examples. But then I also establish a delimitation of the last 60 some odd years, particularly starting from 71 with Nixon starting the war on drugs and the influence it had throughout the at that time, the two conventions, the international conventions that were ratified through all the land of Latin America. From 71 up to today, we have the modern day war on drugs led through the foreign policy of the United States in influence with the United Nations, particularly with the Office of Drugs and Crimes of the United Nations. And then you have the third international convention on 88 that if you knew something about it, you would understand what those three conventions refer to and how they applied as a one policy fits all. If you look at all the anti-drug policies throughout Mexico up to Argentina and in places in the Caribbean, you will see that all major legislation in regards to anti-drug originate from the ratification of those three conventions. So all laws behave exactly in the same particular way. And just to conclude on this, it's infantile that you have no clue that somebody like me can criticize right, left, center in regards of the effects of policy and when they were in power, how they continued those particular policies. Look, I lived through the coup of Chavez in 92. I lived through the destruction of the Fourth Republic and the so-called birth of the Fifth Republic in Venezuela. I've lived through the car bombs of FARC in Colombia. You, you, you're bitching about, I'm sorry, you're complaining about the leftism only tells me that you have one capability, one very minute capability is understanding the lens of political analysis through your um, bipartisan US defaultism. The world doesn't work or revolve around you or your country. The world revolves around sovereignty, the capability of finding our own ways of cooperating and at the same time, uh, doing what we can to fix our own particular issues. But that has been made difficult because your country has constantly and systematically like the noisy neighbor, been in our business for a long time.
I'm going to let Gibbs respond to that, and then I have a question to maybe move us a little forward.
Sure.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Gibbs.
First of all, once again, all right, I misspoke. I said 49.59. But here's the thing. Even if I did misspoke, let me just prove that leftists are lying because the actual invasion of Cuba by Che Guevara was in 1956 in the Battle of Alguira de Pio. So, yeah, I got the reference. So this guy, I'm not going to sit here and do debate bro shit. So hold on. Shh, I'm talking now. We can sit here. I'm not going to debate bro, pull the pussy, Andrew Wilson, or Destiny Tactic, where I try to nitpick over, arguing over, oh, he said one date through the line. I'm not going to do that. But the point is, this happened before the war on drugs. Second, as for my research, I went back all the way to the fucking Aztecs and Incas and described how shit went all the way through in different events and how the PRI in Mexico, I don't know, might have heard of them. They were in power since 1929 and they used their secret police in conjunction with cartels. I exposed all this. We talked about Pablo Escobar. We didn't even need to talk about Venezuela because they're a failed fucking state. He goes, wow, they're successful. They stopped drugs. Yeah, at the same time, have Cuban death squads running around on their streets killing people because their government's so inept they can't even use their own soldiers to kill people. That's how inept they are. They have to hire Cubans, mercenaries from Castro to do it. So this is once again leftism in general failing and committing mass atrocities across Central and South America. Yeah, so as far as who didn't do their research, it's not me. It's the guy who lived there because he thinks his special lens of living there gives him some great nuanced, wow, I'm high on the mountain perspective. But reality is leftism has caused the cartels to run rampant. It's not the U.S.'s fault. It's ineptitude, leftism, and corruption, which seems to be baked into Latin American, South American cultures.
Okay, you can respond to that real quick, but again, I have a question.
Yeah. In very simple terms, clearly shows that Gibbs is incapable of addressing the core issues that have been exposed here. He jumps into, I heard his comment in regards of the Aztecs, which I will not entertain because it's a complete and utter revisionism that has nonsense whatsoever. But let's address the core of the issue. The core of the issue is the war on drugs, how it has been implemented, and what has been the impacts on that. I could bring up the Plan Colombia, the failed Plan Colombia, the failed Initiative Mérida as two major examples, particularly the era of Felipe Calderón. And just to say something, his judgment in regards to Mexico tells me he has no fucking clue of the culture in any way, shape, form, or manner. He does not understand the cultural elements.
What historical fact did I say that was wrong? Was the PRI in control and basically a de facto arm of the cartels? Yes or no? If you say anything other than yes, then you're lying. You lied. We have tons of history proving that they were. We know the Sinaloa governor was in control directly.
What's PRI?
What is the PRI? You tell me. You're the Mexico expert.
Partido Revolucionario Institucional. Are you talking about the Partido Revolucionario Institucional, el PRI?
Yeah, go ahead. The Mexican government basically was controlled by one specific party. What was that from the 1929 on? What was that party?
Are you talking about the Partido Revolucionario Institucional de Mexico?
You tell me. I mean, you should know. This is a basic knowledge of Mexico. I mean, are you confused?
Again, you're saying PRI, but you're not specifying what PRI are you talking about.
Oh, well, why don't you? Well, I mean, I've given enough examples contextually. You should be able to figure it out. I don't know how you're confused about this.
Okay, no. First, what you're doing is you're nitpicking particular situations in regards of I'm focusing on the macro sense of the whole situation in reality. For example, in Mexico, you had a bipartisan system, particularly post-war.
No, we did not from 1946 onwards. That's fake. That's fake news. That's revisionist history and a lie. So try again.
No.
Okay, so was there more than one party in control from 1946 to 1988? Yes or no? This is just history. This is facts. This is not even disputed facts by anybody worldwide. So yes or no, was the PRI in control of Mexico directly from 1946 to 1988? Oh, I don't have to do a Wikipedia search. The answer is yes. I know
precedents. Why are you focusing only on Mexico?
Well, you were the one who said Mexico was the golden example last time. I mean, we can go into the worst examples if you want. But
so you're telling me, okay, so can you name, without looking in Google, can you name to me at least 5 presidents of Mexico?
What is this? Like, are you asking a girl her favorite band and then asking her to name 5 songs? Can you name 5 Metallica
if you're
songs?
so the history, you should be able to name at least 5 presidents during that period of time.
Bro, I live in near Texas. I could probably name you the last 60 presidents of Mexico, even though they didn't have 60. That's the point here. This is fucking stupid.
Mention 3.
Ticky-tacky debate
mention
tactics.
3 right now.
How about my left ball's neck, my right ball's second? Answer the question. 1946 to 1988. Who was in control of Mexico? What party? It's really this simple. The reason why he's avoiding this question and trying to do this, oh, I'm a guy at the bar tactic, where he goes, name 5 bands, is because he doesn't have an answer. That's why he tried to switch to Venezuela, where Venezuela's a failed state. This is just back-to-back losses on these points.
Between
go ahead.
Lázaro Cárdenas del Rio, who left office in the 40s.
How is this? Was Pablo Escobar a leader in the Liberal Party?
Let him ask the question. Go ahead.
Where's the answer to my question? I mean, that's what I want to know.
On this sense, for example, the PRI, the party that you're talking about, which lasted between, I would say, 30s up till late 40s, did not rule as a one party. You had the PAN, which was a secondary party that kept on winning or gaining aspects on Congress and on Senate within Mexico in itself, as well as the so-called. So for the period of the war period, or particularly the interim of war and then war, particularly first to Second World War, you had people like Lázaro Cárdenas del Rio, Manuel Ávila Camacho, Miguel Alemán Valdés, Adolfo Ruiz Cortines, amongst others, that governed that area of Mexico, or were able to obtain the presidency of Mexico. But the change that you start seeing it, especially with the election of Felipe Calderón, National Action Party, on 06 of the beginning of this decade, you start seeing that mobilization of politics that happened in Mexico, that culminated with the election of last president Andrés Manuel López Obrador. But that's, I mean, you've just diverted this whole conversation into this aspect. Hold on. My point being here is that we're talking about the impacts of the drug policy. So in this sense, I want to ask you one simple thing.
Yes.
How is it that your country, in the last 60 years, has not been able to stop the drugs? It has not even captured the cartels of your own citizens who are getting the drugs from Latin America, demand and offer, who then distribute throughout people who are of all races, but mainly white people in many senses. They control the cartels in the United States. So in that sense, here's the question.
Yes, yeah. Pablo Escobar, white person.
4.1 trillion US dollars of your own
Chapo, white guy.
money,
Famously white.
spending money of all this in the last 60 years, and it has been the exact same failure as the 18th Amendment when you apply the provision of liquor inside your country. So the question is, why hasn't your country been successful? Or are you so accustomed to losing that you confuse losing with a success?
No, but I'll tell you what I am accustomed to, and that's lying from the leftists. And so here's what we're going to do. Guys, since he claimed I didn't do any research, you know what? I did him a favor. I pulled up the Wikipedia article. Don't worry, there's other documentation that can prove this. This is from, I'm going to read this brief paragraph. It's 3 sentences long, so Whick won't have to object to the length of time. But this is from a section on the PRI. It's called, this is the main headliner, PRI, the Dominant Party State, 1946 to 1988. Then we scroll down. This is the really important part. Let's just scroll here. Where did I see it? It is right here. Excuse me for 1 second.
Called PRI.
Yeah.
Say it in the way that Mexicans call it.
I'm gonna listen. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you I'm not gonna do that. Long story.
Clearly, you want to pivot back to the PRI because
here we go.
The point of argument, you don't have it. You just want to go into the nitpicking.
Go ahead.
Okay. Finish your point, but then I'm going to have to ask, like, why are we talking
about I will tell you as soon as I find this thing. I mean, the point is, though, here you go. From 1929, the
doesn't matter.
PRI, whatever, held the both chambers of office and led to the legislative branch in Mexico from 1929 to 1988, virtually unopposed, and earned every presidential vote over 70 by about a 70% margin during that time period. This guy is sat here and giving us revisionist history the entire time. The reason this is important, Whick, is because it shows the dishonesty. The cartels controlled this group. This group got in bed with the cartels from the jump, right? This is like, they existed well before the war on drugs ever did. He wants to sit here and try to go, oh, it's the war on drugs. No. Pablo Escobar got into drugs before any war on drugs was ever existed. Guess what? Because Pablo Escobar is the start of the war on drugs. Cartels and corruption have existed in Mexico, and it's solely from Mexico. Now, as far as interventionism, America's got what we wanted every time.
I'm going to set some balance on this so we don't go back to the Incas, okay, right?
Sure.
Let's talk about 1900 and onward, okay? I think that's a good
balance
set for now.
May I suggest that we talk from 1970?
No, absolutely not. I won't allow that because we need to talk.
Hold on.
We have to
let me continue. Let me ask the actual question here to Gibbs, and this is to Gibbs. Can you give me a positive example since 1900, let's say, of U.S. interventionism in South America and Latin America having a positive effect? And can you define what that effect is, please?
You want a positive effect? I mean, for who?
Yes.
I mean, for who? Because
the U.S. was good in going into this because...
Well, yeah, I gave one in my opening. 52-cent bananas, bitches. It's fucking great. I don't personally like bananas, but Elvis loved bananas. All sorts of people nationwide love bananas. We got what we wanted. Just because they got fucked doesn't make it my problem. He said it's not. We should look at this globalist lefty bullshit. Sorry, this is the age of MAGA. America first, putos. Here's the thing. I got to go on further and say, hey, you know, we got another example, and Trump is doing the right thing with Panama. We, with our blood, sweat, tears, and tax dollars, built the Panama Canal. Not the Panamanians. They didn't do jack shit the entire time they existed. Guess what? They only exist because we backed their revolution against their government-controlling government, right? We built the Panama Canal. We made that a nation-state in of its own by our support. That's too. Panama likes their country. They should be thanking us. In fact, they do thank us. Many Panamanians actually support Trump arguing because they go, oh, America is the reason we exist at all. So unless you're sitting here arguing that Panama doesn't have a right to exist, then I guess, you know, there is no positive. I mean, there's plenty of positives. I mean, we can look at it from the American-only perspective, but right there is an example where it benefited the natives.
So as we can see, there has been no answer whatsoever to the particular question. He continues to pivot to selective disassociation in regards of nitpicking history. So, as I said before, the war on drugs as a one policy fits all aggravates the conditions of political instability within our internal countries. And the example he gave with the PRI, the Partido Revolucionario Institucional, and being in cahoots with criminality, the same thing can be said about MAGA, or could be said about Democrats, could be said about
cartels don't run MAGA. Sorry, wrong.
How the influence of this type of submarket creates the conditions to which we saw it back on the provision of liquor between 1920 and 1930s, where the Al Capones were in bed with the politicians. So
and then we killed Al Capone and we put him in jail. We put him in jail. For tax evasion.
Yeah,
what's your point? When's the last time the Mexican government captured
kill the 18th Amendment
by anybody in the cartel that U.S. forced them to?
The point being here is that clearly Gibbs is not wanting to respond to the depth of.
Well, you're not responding to history, bro. I'm thinking multiple examples of history, and not a single time have you been able to dispute the facts. I'm not nitpicking. Well, I'm just picking random points because each random point proves my point.
Yes, it's random.
It's not random. This is a trend.
You have a random nitpicking. Again, as I stated, and I'll go back to this point.
I don't have to revise history. I can almost throw a dart and pick any point in history that's to prove my point.
Give me a moment. Look, no.
Sure, go ahead.
The main point I gave on my introduction is that the war on drugs started on the Nixon administration onward. That's last 14th and now 15th president since then. That influenced directly through the United Nations, through two major international courts, and then eventually on 88 through the Convention Against Trafficking of Drugs that emanated on 1988. This being said, I established that as a one rule fits all. And I established, and you can go back to the video, what I said that the majority of drugs of legislation, anti-drug legislation in Latin America, as well as within the United States, are dependent of those three international accords that rule over the whole thing. You did not address that. You went into this tandem about the pseudo history of Mexico without understanding. And I'll give you an example.
I understand.
The failure of the plan. No, hold on.
Go ahead.
The failure of the Plan Merida. Are you aware what the Plan Merida is?
Go ahead, tell us.
You should have. You couldn't even answer me 3 presidents in Mexico.
Well, you said 5.
Plan
That
Merida
numbers, not
was the
yourself.
initiative. 3, 5.
36, 500.
Any president of Mexico, and I mentioned at least 3 in sequence between the 40s and the 50s. So the
before the time period you wanted to specify, by the way, but that's
initiated via Mexico and Felipe Calderon, who was president during the 6 years of 06 to 12. That plan was precisely one of the it was kind of like the plan of Trump, militarizing the conflict of the cartels. And what was the effect of Plan Merida? 100,000 dead, over 40,000 disappeared, and a whole mess that then Peña Nieto couldn't even resolve, that then AMLO had difficulty resolving.
Is that a result of U.S. interventionism?
Yes, that's direct consequences of it. But not only that, we can talk about the
Can
Plan Colombia
hold on
that
just
was
a
initiated on 99 in Colombia. That was a complete and utter failure. So, to be frank, his net picking in regards of how this conversation has gone is because he wants to omit the actual complexity of the conversation, and he just wants to neck pick because he is like McCarthy. He sees leftism everywhere, and he's ready to violate his own constitution to fight against the ghost of leftism.
You can respond, Trump.
Well, Trump. Hey, we're moving up a little. El Presidente gives. Moving on up. Listen,
he said Trump, so I was like, okay.
First of all, once again, not the only person you're doing revisionist history is not Papa Gibbs. I've been very simple. He's over here trying to nitpick things. First, this is really entertaining me. He wanted to preclude it to only 1979 onward. Then he mentions a bunch of presidents in the 40s and 50s for Mexico. But I don't know how that helps his point. But whatever, not important. But moving on, Panama literally only exists as a country because we backed Panamanian rebels with our weaponry and blockaded the area around it, so the Navy couldn't get to him from the other country. Right? It's really that simple. When
did Panama become independent?
Once again, you're the one who lived there. I don't mean
the Spaniards.
I mean, you want me to pull?
You should be able to know that. You're the one bringing it up. When did Panama become independent?
I don't want to say the wrong date here off the top of my head. I'll pull it up in a brief second. It's not super important, my point. But
1903.
Thank you. But yeah, exactly. Thank you. 1903. Still super important, my point. Panama, but it is after post 1900. But they only exist.
Hold on. Panama became independent on 1821, but as soon as they became independent,
how did they become independent?
Of the Gran Colombia. Hold on, they became part of the Gran Colombia. The secession of the Gran Colombia, which was the union of Ecuador, Colombia, and Venezuela, happened on 1903. That's when break away from the Gran Colombia and exercise their own independence in that sense. Interventionism in the United States took advantage of that.
Advantage! How convenient for the Panamanians that we used our military to ensure their success. Wow, we're so mean! We're so evil! We saved them, and that's so bad.
Keep going.
You took advantage of that, and yes, in subsequent, Panama was able to free itself from the Gran Colombia. But the fact is, even a simple question as that you couldn't answer without having to Google. Look at me, I'm looking at you straight at the computer, and I'm able
to read chats like that
because it's history that you should know. But that's the point I wanted to make, Gibbs. And unfortunately, you're nitpicking and you're not dealing the issue on question. The failure of the war on drugs has been a pinnacle of that failure, of that addiction to failure that your country has in a bipartisan model since 1971 onwards.
Mhm. Well,
because
I gotta object to all
you
of
have
this.
not been able to have accountability whatsoever.
Well, no, yeah,
And
because
look,
we don't
the
answer to. Sorry, I
presidency,
hate to break it to you. America doesn't answer to the Latin American powers. The only people we're accountable to is our citizenry. Based, it's America first. Check that out. Maybe y'all should check that out sometime and do that first.
yeah,
You
and we
mentioned, hold
don't
on. You
answer to
mentioned
your country
Venezuela
either.
a
We
little
respond
earlier.
to our
Hold on. You
citizens.
mentioned Venezuela
So
a little
why
earlier.
should we tolerate
You
interventionism when
mentioned
we're
no
doing
no
our own
no
things
no
in
yeah you
sovereignty?
mentioned you
Why
no because
should
you
we
have to because
accept
we're the
your
petroleum powers.
exceptionalism?
Well, you don't have to accept it. We're just gonna do what we want anyway and get what
No,
we want.
then
That's the
if we
point.
don't,
That's a success. I hate to break it to you. The metrics of success are determined by the countries implementing them. If you mention Iraq and it being a failure, okay, maybe I'll grant you that one. I don't, but maybe I will. Let's just for the sake of argument, if it's a failure because we didn't find these things, whatever, cool. But you know what's not a failure? Every time America's intervened in Latin America and South America, we've got what we wanted. We wanted the Panama Canal Bill. We created Panama the state. We helped them back the rebels. We supported them. They defeated their
how
enemies,
Hold
deluded
and
on.
you
only
are.
because of
Gibbs,
us. Hold on, one other thing.
Gibbs, the
How
Bay of Pigs.
deluded you
Did we
are.
get what we want?
We own Guantanamo, don't we? I mean, listen, I'm
Look,
just listen.
oh,
It's debatable. We still own Guantanamo. We can conquer them all if we really wanted to. I mean, we like the status quo. Yes. Here's the next. I don't know all the ins
I
and
have
outs
to push back on
behind the
that,
push on it. And
Gibbs.
sure you
I
can. You
have
can
to.
push back in one
It's
second because you're
deluded.
gonna want to push back on
It's
what
complete and
I'm
utter
about to say
deluded.
really fast. Just
Let,
wait.
let Gibbs
Yeah,
finish.
but yeah, you're gonna. You brought up Venezuela a few times now and how wonderful, successful they are. I don't know if you know this.
I never said they were wonderful successful.
You did because you brought the war on
When did
drugs.
I
Also,
say it was
like literally, like
successful?
I don't know,
I
3
brought up
rants ago. Literally 3 rants ago, you brought up Venezuela and how
Oh,
much drugs they've
no.
sieged. I don't know if you know this, but once again, Venezuela is currently today hiring
You're strawmanning what I said.
Cuban death squads to kill their people that are protesting, forcing these people to leave their country. Maduro has been so inept as a leader, as a leftist leader, a leftist socialist leader
Yes,
who's become a dictator, that he's
he-
caused a mass migration northward because
And that's
guess
the
what?
people
He's killing
your
his
president
people
likes.
and destroying the economy. And you're going to sit here and go, that's U.S. interventionist fault.
And
No,
that's the
that is
people
their own
your
fault.
president loves. Look, first, you're
What?
strawmanning my argument. You're
Are you? How much
strawmanning
have you
my
smoked today?
argument.
Because I need some of what you got.
I never said Venezuela was successful. I brought up Venezuela as an example of the lived experiences in the political field in that sense. And I have fought for the past 25 years against Chavez and Maduro and all the shit that has gone. But you wouldn't have a fucking clue as to why Venezuela ended up
Listen, I
to where
mean,
it ended up.
communists and Nazis both
If he
fought each
could
other. They're both
look,
on the left
look,
to me. So
look,
what's your point?
look. I know you love to interrupt, but the point being here
You
is
interrupted me
that
way more. Okay.
no,
Let him
hold on.
finish.
You strawman my argument in a dishonest way because I never said, and you could go back on this recording. I never said that Venezuela was successful. I only mentioned in regards of in relation to the war on drugs, giving an example how even those leftist governments contributed and continued the will of the United States in that, at least in that particular matter, showing that Venezuela, captures drugs in the tens to 40 tons per year. In the last 25 years. That being said, I brought that example, but then you strawmanning it into something I never said. Second, how deluded can you be in regards of history? How deluded can you be in the sense of the revisionism that you're imposing in that aspect? Because you couldn't even tell me when Panama became independent of the Spaniards, why they joined the Gran Colombia, and when they became independent of the Gran Colombia, and that interventionism of the United States in regards of that particular event. But that being said, you omit 89. You decidedly decide, oh well, we're not going to mention 89 and the subsequent invasion of the United States to Panama because
Well, yeah, because they were run by a
of
drug cartel controlled dictator. I mean, once again, leftism at work, but okay.
this is the thing. And your argument in regards of this is that we don't have to respond to you. We
You
do not
respond to
have to
us, that's
respond
right.
to your US presidents. And if okay, then you respond to us. Because
Well,
of
hold
your
on.
company. And
Were
if
we
you don't,
successful
we will
in
use
taking Noriega out
the
or no?
same force that
Is
you use
Noriega
against
currently in
us.
a U.S.
We will
prison?
use the
Yes or
same
no?
pressures, and we will make sure
Or
that
alive or
your
dead?
society
Is he
understands
still in
the
Panama?
I
fuck-ups
actually,
of your
I want to get us
president.
back on track a little bit. I
Hold
wanna
on,
get us
hold on.
back on
Real
track
quick,
a
wait.
little bit.
Noriega, is he still in Panama? Is he still in control of Panama? Or what happened there? Did we successfully invade Panama in 5 days? I'm sorry, I don't remember history. Like, did we do that in 1989,
Yeah,
1990?
and you
Yes or no?
killed, and you committed war crimes, and
No,
you
no, but
used the oil
Rick,
for
you the
that.
monitor, you can tell me. Were we successful in Panama? Did we capture Panama in 5 days?
We did.
Oh, well then, Lordy,
Yes, and you
success!
committed war crimes.
Well, war
You
crimes
committed
only
war
apply if you
crimes.
lose. Hate to break it to you.
Hold
No,
on.
even for
We're
winners.
not debating war crimes today. What we're debating is American interventionism, specifically in Latin America and as well the cartels. So I want to. We're all over the place, and I want to get us kind of in a more
Yeah.
specific area to talk about. And I want to talk about the cartels for a moment. So regardless of how the cartels got there, who propped them up, why they're there, etc., we have a problem. Latin America has a problem, and North America and USA has a problem with the cartels. Trump and others have suggested that cartels be put on the terrorist watch list, right, or designated as terrorists. Some have floated special military operations in Mexico to get rid of the cartels. My question to both of you, and I want to start with Dito first on this one:
So
should America use military force, whether that be boots on the ground or drone strikes, in Mexico to deal with the cartels? Why or why not? Go ahead.
he should do that to his own citizens who are part of the cartels inside his own country, and he should declare his own citizens who are trafficking drugs and distributing those drugs throughout the
Say he
territory of the
doesn't
United
do that.
States as
Say he doesn't
terrorists,
do that.
and he doesn't do that. So you could see that excuse is nothing more than populism to the extreme. It clearly shows that Trump has no clue whatsoever of what he's proposing, and that what he will be proposing has already been back on the Felipe Calderon on 06 and 12 through the Plan Merida has been done. And in fact, it was Mexico who put up his military to fight against the cartels. The U.S. Army would not even have remote capability of doing anything in regards to the cartel, and any attempt without the permission of Mexico would be considered a clear act of war, and that act of war would constitute a civilization towards the United States and towards Mexico. Just like the idea of tariffs. The excuse of tariffs was because of the fentanyl that was crossing the borders. Those are the words of Donald Trump. You could see that the excuse that it's being utilized for this type of interventionism without accountability, without even saying we are in part in fault of all this, has to do with the populism that gives loves such vanity of populism and such ad populum delusion that has governed this whole politics in this scenario.
Okay, Gibbs, what do you think?
Yeah,
What should the U.S. do with regards to the cartels today?
I honestly, I can't make this. You know, guys, I want to talk to Wick's audience. Wick's audience, listen, y'all like to tell me that I am the crazy extreme one. The last few days, we have seen that I'm not the crazy extreme one. I'm perfectly capable of not using F slurs when I get mad. But you know what is a crazy extreme idea? This is the argument. This is the leftist argument. This is what the leftist liberal over here from Latin America just decided. This is what he said. Did you hear what he said, guys? Quote, Trump should drone strike and use his military on his own citizens. That's what he said. I didn't say it. That's hilarious. Guys, this guy's actually arguing for dictatorship and death squads. Wonderful. But moving on, back for Mexico. Yeah, I mean, we should go in there and take them out. If the idea that we can't do this is hilarious. First of all, Mexico, we've already beat their ass once. Called the Mexican-American War. Panama, we beat their ass in 5 days. Can you imagine what we can do with today's tech? I mean, we just talked about drones. I'm sure we got drone motherships we can like send over the jungles and send out little mini drones and go find. I'm sure we got where the cartels are. Sure, we got satellites. It would probably take us no time at all to go in there and fully eliminate most of the cartel infrastructure out in the areas where it's built out in the country. As far as like within the cities themselves, yeah, I'm sure our special forces and our operatives will be able to figure this out pretty easily. They're very well what the cartels do. We've lived on the border for years. There's a reason why Texas has taken over 3 islands in the Rio Grande very easily, directly from the cartels. It's going to be a problem. So yeah, I would advocate for an intervention in Mexico.
I do want to address
specifically.
Hold on, real quick before you respond, because I want to ask Gibbs a clarifying question, just so the answer is clear. Do you think that the U.S. should go in, even if Mexico, the government of Mexico, says no? They says don't stop. Do you think that American forces should go in?
I don't know if you know this, but Mexico only exists because we choose to allow it to. Have you ever heard of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo? Yeah, that's the treaty we signed after we beat their ass. We gave them a whooping, and we took a bunch of the land. We conquered them, and we took the land all the way.
Oh no, they got me.
All the way to California. What? I got him. I think his computer crashed.
it. Did
Yeah, well, just wait a second. How you doing today? So you doing all right?
Look, Admiral Gibbs, you're deluded, my man. There's
Sorry,
so
Oh,
many
you're back?
points.
I don't know why I
Okay, you're
disconnected
back.
there, but I'm back. I apologize. My internet sometimes does this.
It's all good.
But yeah, all right. As the father, yeah, I don't know if y'all remember the Guadalupe Hidalgo, but we beat their ass, took the land, manifest destiny. Their bitch ass. Guess what? All the people living in those areas way better off than be under Mexico. We can look at their history. We don't need it. We would have to go back further than 1900 and talk about how that was just lawless areas that they couldn't control. Pancho Villa, Comanche Patch. We don't need to do that. But the point is, though, when we go look at these cartels, yeah, I absolutely advocate for going in there and digging them out. I mean, you know. It's pathetic. They only exist because we allow them to. Literally, that is the only reason they exist. So yeah, fuck them. If they don't want to, they tell us no. We do what we want. We're the superpower, and they're clearly too inept to handle this problem themselves, or they would have done it.
So let me push back
not
on
gonna
this
bed with
point real quickly. First, to the crowd and everybody in the chat, we just saw Wicks defending criminality, an apologist of those who are trafficking drugs who are of U.S. citizenship. He, in basic terms, is saying, bomb the ones outside, but don't bomb my own citizens. We'll have to ask
But we
why.
have due
Is there
process
a
for our
conflict
American
of
citizens.
interest in that?
Cool thing.
We also have due process for our own citizens. But the point in
Yeah,
that
but
sense
y'all
is that
aren't doing that process.
as
That's
we
the whole
saw,
problem.
did I interrupt you? Did I interrupt you?
You're right.
No, I did not interrupt you. So the point being here is, Gibbs has made an apologist approach towards defending criminality. Okay, for U.S. citizens to traffic drugs to children, to the people who are affected by those drugs, it doesn't even matter. So if you declare terrorism to the cartels and the people who are trafficking drugs, that it seems the U.S. citizen. It seems it doesn't matter. The U.S. citizen can do whatever they want, even if it's criminality under Trump. In that sense, it clearly shows to us that his projection in trying to tell me that what I was advocating for was actually bombing U.S. citizens, it clearly went way over his head in the sense that I never made that point. What I was making the point is that by indicating that cartels or drug trafficking as terrorism, you would have to apply that internally also in the United States, because it's not only in Latin America that drug trafficking is happening. United States is one of the major buyers of drugs, and then it gets distributed throughout the whole national level. So who is distributing those drugs if not U.S. or a majority of U.S. born citizens that are in cahoots with drug trafficking in that sense? So if you have to, and if Trump says we're going to declare that, it has to be equal for everybody, including his own citizens that are part of that deal.
Well, I guess I just asked Gibbs, are you against putting people who traffic in drugs on the terrorist watch list?
Uh, Am I against people that putting traffic?
Drug traffickers, drug dealers, drug distributors. I'm talking at a major level. I'm not talking like petty quarter.
You're not talking about like, well, because if we were, I
the
mean,
movers and the shakers, right?
well, I mean
Are
that
you
would be.
against, even if they're American citizens, right, designating them as a terrorists?
Well, I like. I mean, honestly, I would have to look into it more to like give you like 100%. Like I'll die on this hill answer. So guys, don't like post this later. But I don't see why I would be inherently opposed to that. Like I think it would be more of an issue if you're talking about like Dimebag Daryl around the corner. You know, hey, he's a terrorist now because he sold an ounce of coke to somebody. I mean, like. That's a lot of coke, right? Like I'm
talking about the major.
Like, yeah, I mean, if you're talking about major shoes, I don't see why that would be an issue. I don't know, like, how many people in the United States fall in that category, but if we want to charge them with terrorism, sure. The reason I say due process in the United States, I don't care about these other countries, is Whick. I don't know if you know this as a wonderful historian that you are, but do you know why extradition exists? Don't worry, I'm going to tell you. Extradition exists because they couldn't get the fucking job done. So we had to extradite their bitch ass here to the U.S. and try them for the crimes. Because guess what? I don't know if you remember Pablo Escobar, who I remember built up earlier, but he literally built a palace and self-prisoned there. I don't know. And this is not. It'd be one thing if he was the only random example, as Bitso wanted, but there's multiple examples of this.
So extradition, just to be clear what that is, it's when someone commits a crime, then flees the country, so whatever country they flee to extradites it back into the country that the crime was committed. That's what extradition is.
Mm-hmm. Right, so we extradited people like Noriega and others here, and that's why Pablo Escobar didn't want to get extradited.
Because they can't prosecute it.
So no, we did do it because they couldn't. No, that is I object to that. One second, so I'm going to right back over to you. One second, I object to that vehemently, Whick. The reason extradition exists, and the reason why Pablo Escobar literally said he'd rather die in Colombia than go to America is because anybody that's done any research on Pablo Escobar knows this, is because he knew that he would go from his opulent lifestyle to sitting there in a cell 24/7 and giving it up. That's a fate worse than death for somebody like Pablo and all those other people. We did do this because they couldn't get the job done, because when we gave them a chance, what did they do? The cartel leaders built their own prisons that became palaces, and we have others example of this at a smaller level than Escobar, but Escobar's the real big one, and that's why extradition exists. Let's make that clear, Whick. Don't revisionist history either bullshit.
So first of all, extradition has its roots in the 13th century.
What do you mean modern extradition post 1900?
And the opposition,
like 1,000 years.
But you know what I mean. Come on, Whick. Come on. That's once again. Now you're doing some bullshit.
Saying,
sure. Like, okay. Technically, you're the best. You're the base. Okay. I'll grant you this, Whick. You're the best form of correct, and that's technically correct. But the reason why extradition exists now in the relation to Latin and South America is because we're the superpower, and they didn't get the job done. Let's not sit here and try to bull the technically correct. I've seen Futurama too. Come on.
Okay.
So,
go ahead, please.
2 weeks into the whole crowd, look at the problem of diluted notion that has been presented in this. First, if we look at who are the people who are involved in drug trafficking and drug distribution and drug selling, etc., those people are your neighbors. Those people are people you may know, your colleagues, your uncles, your etc. So let's look at that interesting. Pablo Escobar was elected to the Colombian Congress in 82 or 85, I don't remember exactly the date, and he became a congressman within that.
Unacceptable. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
So here's the question that Gibbs will have to answer. How many U.S. citizens who are part of drug trafficking give back to the communities and fulfill the role of the politicians that have failed, that may help to build schools, who may help to construct roads? So here's the thing. You're treating drug trafficking as this beast that has amorphous beast, and it's a economic human activity that is guided by different set of interests, different sets of principles, different set of values, and that you would have people like Pablo Escobar who are also interested in giving back to the community while becoming sort of feudal lord in that community.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, Dietzo, if I may. So from 1968 to 2020, over 1 million U.S. citizens have died due to drug overdoses. Um, Given that that is the case, how many do you not see that America has an interest in stopping the flow of these drugs towards its citizen? And if a cartel is producing that those drugs in order to sell to American citizens,
See you
do
guys
you
call.
not think that the America has any ability to stop it? What would you have them do? Is my question, right? What would you have them do? Say there's a Pablo Escobar or another drug trafficker. He builds like 20 schools for Mexican kids. Does that make him immune to Americans
It,
coming in and taking him out?
excellent
What do you think?
question,
Go ahead.
Whick. Very excellent question. And I'm going to answer it in the following way. The war on drugs and drug trafficking is the ideal market for an anarcho capitalist. It is a market that is not regulated or controlled by any government intervention in its production, distribution, and sales in that way. Therefore, when you the people who are buying the drugs from those cartels don't know what they're buying, so you have a health problem that initiates on that
What do you mean?
of that lack of regulation in regards to that. So here's the question: why are we treating this issue as a criminal justice one when we should be treating this as a health and a public health one, where the consumers and the people who are dying because of the consumption of this trade and this unregulated trade are not given the same opportunities as somebody who smokes cigarettes, who has a whole or liquor, who has a whole industry that has sanitary and quality controls over the product they're consuming. So let's be frank: prohibition kills people. How? Via the unregulated commerce of those substances. So the interest is not only in the United States, the interest is all of us, because you said what year? 68 to what year did you say?
68 to 2020, about over a
Okay.
million, 1,100,000 and some change people have died of
In
drug
Latin
overdoses
America,
in the United
throughout
States.
Latin America, it's about uh 2.1 to 3 million people approximately in that sense. However, as you can see, we also have that problem. So the interest is shared in the sense that yes, we do not want people dying because of the drugs that are being consumed, because of drugs that are being unregulated and they hit the market uh altered with, laced with fentanyl, or laced with cocaine, or laced with I don't know, uh, windshields, whatever. But the point being here is the problem resides on the focus of the problem. If you keep on treating this as a criminal justice problem, people are going to still die. So, who is ultimately the fault of those people dying? If not your own government, your own local, state, and federal government that could have continued that policy of stigmatization and of pushing away the consumer to worsen and worsen practices. So at that end, it's from Trump's fault to Nixon's fault. All those politicians that have been on it,
Do you
that's where the fault lies.
Fair enough, and I understand your argument that some blame could be placed there, but I don't know. I would blame the drug dealer selling the drugs to the kids. That would be who I'd blame, honestly.
You have an unregulated market,
Mm.
a
Yeah,
market
Someone's
that
gonna sell them those drugs. It might as well be us. Okay, Gibbs, go ahead,
yeah.
respond. And
I just, Vic, I love. Thank you so much for having me on your panels. I really love coming to your show because I say this all the time on my channel. I said it here last week. The fight against leftism is a pernicious one, and the best way, as a conservative, I find to defeat the left is to just let them speak. And right here, what we heard, his 2 points were two very big ones to Rick's question. One was they took Pablo Escobar, this Robin Hood Paisa, and he replaced local government because drugs are part of their culture. They glorified him, and what a wonderful, nice guy. How much did he do good he did for the people? Because guess what? Their left-leaning government was a failed state, and so Pablo Escobar took up for him when their government failed. That's his argument. Good argument. Good argument. I wonder what any problems there. I really, Moving on, his next argument was, oh, well, this is bad. It's all America's fault because capitalism. Market exists, someone's going to sell it, says the market exists, America bad. That's what he said, boils it down. He's mad because people will buy drugs and thus all evil. Oh, man. Because guess what? It isn't on a regular market because we, put laws restricting heroin and fentanyl and cocaine and all these other things because people didn't like their kids dying of drug overdoses. Crazy that would happen, right? I don't know. Can't believe it. But, it's our fault that it's unregulated because we restricted those things. And, I don't know. I guess he wins, guys. If those are the arguments, I got nothing. Because you know why? I'm not going to make an argument. Because those arguments are so fucking ridiculous that I don't even need to say anything. Go ahead. I'm done. Yeah.
So we're not going to address that again. The complete and utter absurdity of
this is what you said. This is what you said. It's not. How was what you said? You're agreeing that what you said is absurd. Thanks. Cool. Right.
Let's address it. One.
Well, yeah. Let's just address it, please.
His conclusion is false in the sense that I never made a judgment call in regards of a capitalist market. I only indicated that the market and the sub-market created by provision of drugs is a fantasy for anarcho-capitalist type of idea of market. A unregulated, no intervention of government.
You don't think sitting special forces in and bombing is intervention?
So, again, you
don't think the ATF and the DEA is government intervention into a market?
Did I interrupt you?
I'm just asking.
Yes.
I'm asking you a question.
Let him finish.
Well, sure, but I wanted to answer that question. Are those government intervention or not? Because he's saying on one hand it's not intervention, and on the other hand it is intervention. So, what is it? Is the DEA and the ATF intervention on an unregulated market, or is it not? Because you can't have both. You can't have an unregulated market and intervention.
Okay.
Let him get at his point, Dito. Dito, go ahead. Dito.
This is the problem with Gibbs. When I say that the market is not regulated, it means in all its different chains, either a production, supply, sale. There is no intervention on how the drugs arrive to the consumer. When we talk about the persecution and prosecution of the whole thing, of the whole whole activity surrounding it, that constitutes a form of intervention that does not affect the rest of the market. It only affects the end result of going from point A to point B. But let's bring up, for example, Oliver North, who in through the Contras opened the doors for the flooding of cocaine to your country.
So wait, what's your solution here? What's your solution? Do you want us just to deregulate and then we have capitalism with it? And is that what your solution is? Or what do you? And you never answered my question, by the way. Is the DEA and ATF and all these other enforcement agencies intervention on a regulated market? Because guess what? We have laws preventing these things. That is called, quote unquote, that is the term regulation. That's what regulation means. No. So guess what? It is a regulated market. So you can talk about all this anarcho-capitalism. Are those government intervention or not? Because the answer is yes. But I know you're not going to do that.
No, you are completely not wrong because you have to make a clear distinction. I explained it. I answered your question. The distinction I made was that there is no governmental intervention in any process of the market.
So what is your solution?
To the pocket, and that interdiction, what is the cops chasing the whole thing, is a direct intervention that does not affect the rest of the market, only at the end point. And that end point is when you're capturing the drugs and then taking them out of the transit, creating empty holes that then are filled. I'll give you an example. What was one of the major consequences of interdiction that was being done to cocaine? The appearance of crack cocaine. And we've seen that systematically happening in regards of the different offer and demands that happen in regards of drugs. So your vision and your conclusion is senseless. It does not. It's dishonest and disingenuous, to be honest. You cannot consider interdiction an intervention equal to the intervention of a market, of its production, distribution, sale, quality controls, sanitary controls, etc.
So
It
is
is
that your
not the same.
solution? Is that your solution? You want legalize or regulate? Yes or no? Is that what you want?
Okay, so this is what we have been
We can't get a
proposing
yes or no answer.
for.
Like, what do
So
you
hold
want?
on,
What is your
hold on, stop,
solution, bro?
both of you stop because I am very curious. And this is to Ditso, and then I have a question for you, Gibbs. But I
Sure.
want to hear Ditso's
Yeah, I
answer.
mean, I want some
Um,
of these questions answered because he's answered none of them
hold
that
on.
I've asked.
Two questions for you, Ditso. One, are you proposing ending the war on drugs? And two, does that mean that you would advocate in America for the legalization and or decriminalization of hard drugs such as cocaine, heroin, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Okay, so I'm gonna address it in the way I have proposed it in my country and contributed to other countries in the legislative meeting. So when we speak of legalization, yes, we speak of changing that legislative norm, also from the international sense, from a consideration of illegal to legal. But what does that mean? That means that from a legislative sense, we have to then establish a whole series of net rules and guidelines, etc., that in order for that movement to happen. That is not something that happens from one night to the other. That is a lengthy process. So what we have to do and what we have proposed is one, the end of the war on drugs. Move the usage of drugs from a criminal justice system that has failed us and that has incarcerated millions and millions of people, especially in the United States, alongside all Latin America. Two, that we have to then establish decriminalization and depenalization for the consumer,
Okay, so you
which
are for
then
decriminalization for the consumer.
no, yes, but we understand it in a more broader sense. Legalization, decriminalization, depenalization are three pillars of what of reform. So those concepts of legalization, decriminalization, and depenalization function in tandem with each other. When we move the issue to a public health centered one, then we can start attending the problematic usage of drugs by implementing either harm reduction or other methods of enabling those people who have problematic use of drugs to start transitioning away from the aka addiction, etc. Not only that, but this is a problem that is not going to be solved overnight. This is a problem. If the war on drugs and its effects have lasted for past 60 years, a change and reform is going to take at least 25, 40 years for things to start um, balancing out and trying to figure out other approaches that don't involve incarcerate throwing people to
Incarceration of
jail,
users.
stigma against the users, and condemning those users to pretty much death by deregulation on the market in that sense.
Okay. This is a question for you, Gibbs.
Yeah.
In regards to the cartels and military intervention against the cartels. I know we got a little into the weeds on legalization there.
Oh,
But
that's fine.
let me ask you this. So, say uh, there is a strike against the cartels. What would success look like? And two, at what point, when you fail to achieve whatever success looks like here, do we stop? Where's the off ramp? Where's the okay, this hasn't worked. We need to try something else. Go ahead.
Well, I like the way you framed this question quite a bit, Rick. Like this is really something I feel like as a pragmatist and really as somebody that's very self-centered. I try to do in my business, right? In my businesses, right? What I try to do is I'll try something. Like just like Elon Musk is doing with Doge, he's going in there cutting stuff. If something's going wrong, cutting stuff out, trying to see if it's efficient. If it doesn't work, we re-implement it. Yada yada. So like, yeah, we need an off ramp for these things. One, what a strike would look like. I don't know. I'm pretty open minded. I don't want to sit here and get tied down to like what
A successful
strike. Yeah, right. I'm pretty open minded. I think there's a variety of like victory conditions. So I don't think we need to just like if you. I'm gonna pick just one. Don't worry. But I think there's a multiple levels. We could go in there and it would be successful if not a one American died and we somehow use special forces and local people to get it. Whatever. I think it's a little bit unrealistic. But there could be a level of that. We get it. I think there's a level where we could build the Great Wall of America along the South, and it stopped like I don't know a very large percentage from getting in here, and then we like forcefully control a buffer zone or something. That could be a viable one. I think we go in there and we take out the cartels, simultaneously while we do drug legalization efforts here in the United States on varying degrees, and have big pharma maybe produce some of these and like make them up to a certain standard that when we know they're safe. I mean, there's lots of different levels of victory conditions. Those are just 3 or 4. I mean, I think what's more interesting is what would be a bad outcome. To me, right? And in this scenario, the only way we have a bad outcome is after we do a strike, we go and look and see if America doesn't benefit in the long term. Because right now, I agree. I don't think the war on drugs has been successful. Right? It's been very inefficient at targeting who it wants to target, and I think that it's been a waste of taxpayer dollars. Now, I think that we could even be creating vice taxes, like on these drugs. Like, what about the cocaine tax? Right? That sounds pretty good. Rich people, as far as I know, a lot of them like coke. I'm sure they can afford to pay a tax on that. That'd be a tax as like not a libertarian. I'd be okay with. That could fund all sorts of shit. Maybe we use the cocaine tax to fund education. Holy God, guess what? You got a MAGA guy maybe considering a new Department of Education right there with cocaine tariff money. I mean, it's crazy stuff. Like the things we could do. I don't know. There's all sorts of a bad outcome would be where, I don't know, nothing changes and we just do it for, I don't know, 30, 40 years without trying something else. And I think it's about time we try something else and maybe forceful intervention into Mexico on these cartels. Or maybe just taking over Mexico itself might be the right solution. Who knows?
To be sincere in this sense, and I do have to address a couple points. One, taxation of cocaine as proposed by Gibbs is a de facto acceptance and legalization of that.
Yeah, I already granted that.
Because then on that sense. So that's an interesting approach. Let's look at, for example, the fall of Al Capone. Al Capone did not fall and end in prison because of all the criminal activity he did. The major point was he did not pay taxes. And he ended his ass on jail. So here's the thing. And it's a good thing that Gibbs brought it up because I left it orbiting in that point I gave in regards of the description of the problem. But here's the interesting point. Cartels don't pay taxes in any country. This is why when I said the distinction between interdiction or prosecuting the drug versus the intervention of a government was precisely, I wanted to see if
so you're arguing for American intervention
onto that.
So wait, that you are arguing for. Oh, fantastic!
No,
Glad we American interventionism is based.
No.
Thank you, Jesus. I win. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, hold on.
I didn't think it was that easy. All we need is American intervention. You said yourself.
Calm down.
Just wanted to point out that point you made.
Manner, what Gibbs is advocating for is legalization of all drugs. What Gibbs is advocating for is a different approach from intervention. He's going against the wishes of his own president in that sense. He's clearly telling us that he does not trust his president. He does not trust his government, even though he voted for that.
Trump has been the most pro-legalization president in the recent memory. Trump is the one who got all the THC, and stuff unbanned like nationwide. He's been the most pro-legalization president we've had ever. So
what was your Trump?
Oh, it wasn't. It was
that
Trump.
was
it was
the that was international community pressuring.
But the international
in
community
regards
can't do shit in the
of
U.S. Let's just make that clear. No
oh, we
effect.
did. We
It
have
was an
done several
internal
things in the U.S.
legalization push and
We have
decriminalization
done
push
several
nationwide.
pressures towards your country for your country to back down from certain
This is
stupidities
just
that were committed.
copium is what you're doing right now.
One
Pinky
example is that
Friedman ran as
the
a
United
marijuana legalization in
Nations,
Texas and
we
got a third
pressured.
of the vote a
Hold
few
on.
years back.
Well,
I'm
let
sure
me-
that the
Again,
international committee
again,
had a lot
Gibbs,
to do with Kiki Friedman running.
Gibbs,
Like, give me a
it
break.
is it
This
is
is
clear.
ludicrous.
It is clear in this sense. No. What's ludicrous, Gibbs, is that your exceptionalism and your defaultism, it has blinded you into oblivion
Hmm.
without understanding the historical context, etc. But at the end, you agree with the point that I gave, that we need to change. And that change is not through your president. That change is something that has to happen internationally. Because unfortunately, your own policy and foreign policy
All of this is
was a
international. What
one
do you
rule
mean?
fits all in that sense. So in this aspect, you just admitted openly that it's your country's fault that this has gone internationally, and that you've openly admitted that
Are
this
you high
so-called
on these drugs
frisky
right now?
idea.
Like, are they in the room with you? Because
Okay.
that's not what happened. Like, I
Okay.
gotta
Okay.
hold on. I gotta address that with you if
Okay.
you don't mind.
Of course,
Okay.
it
Like,
happened,
I
but
understand, but
you
I just want to just a little bit of a housekeeping here.
sure.
We are going to get to closing soon. I do
Yes.
have other things I need to do after the debate, but finish up what you were saying, Ditso, and I'll let Gibbs respond. Then we'll go to closing. Sounds good. Sounds
sure.
good. Go ahead.
Point being on all this is that we have seen, and I'm talking to everybody in the chat, and hopefully for anybody who's resists this, we have seen a tacit an acceptance of the failure of foreign policy in every level of the United States, using the example of the war on drugs. That currently, the idea of military interventionism compared to what Felipe Calderon did between '06 and 12 in Mexico, using Mexican military pressured by the United States to intervene, is a complete and utter joke, failure, an addiction, to say at least, of a man who's addicted to want to be a dictator in that sense. In every sense of the word. This being said, it is also very important to denote that the problem of delusion that internally some people have in regards of this type of conversation does not allow for the depth to reach those points. Yes, I advocate for a drug policy reform that includes the term legalization, decriminalization, depenalization, focus not towards the cartels or the drug trafficking, but the consumer, the human being who is extremely affected and forgotten, and whose primary suffering of this whole provision bullshit that we have lived through for the past 60 years, made in the United States.
Okay, respond to that, Gibbs, and then we're gonna go to closing statements.
All right, cool. So, all right. But first, this is really easy. I really want to address. First of all, I didn't agree to none of what he said. But like, what's crazy here is his argument. He thinks that just because he's made some blanket, like, theoretical idea about deregulation in the United States and how that could potentially work at multiple levels, how that somehow negates my borderline, I don't know, small government, like libertarian sympathetic views where I'm like, hey, let's legalize drugs. It's none of their business. I don't understand how that like that's just stupidity and not understanding, like, at all. Secondly, he argued for intervention basically the whole time right now. He goes, interdiction's not working. We need to try something else. Oh, well, the military didn't work this time. Let's intervene here because, one, you can't, the drug cartels just move to something else. They'll move to sex trafficking. They'll create new drugs. Like, these things are going to exist unless we dig them out. It's that simple. We have to intervene. I also think we can get some regulation changes here, but that's not really the argument because there is going to be a market that always exists, even under the world's best communist dictatorship. There are people in China, despite everything, that are still going to want to do drugs every once in a while. I mean, just like in the most restricted market, and then in the most deregulated. It's not the fault that there's going to be consumers. It's the fault that there's going to be people that are bad people that do nefarious business tactics and will do this anyway. And guess what? The cartels are the epitome of that. They kill people. They go after little kids. They get people hooked. They create addicts. They create new drugs that are more addicting to keep people alive the longer in some cases. I mean, this is crazy. This is all things they all do. They all do this, and the only way to get rid of them is to dig them out. The idea that that's not going to have to happen is ridiculous, because we've been doing the same thing for the last, I don't know, 50 years, and the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over. So yeah, I think we should try something else out, and that's whooping that ass.
Okay, and with that, thank you both for being here. This has been a robust discussion. Obviously, there's like a thousand things to go over, but I do have limited time today. We aren't ending after this. I just have to cover some other things. But I want to give each of these individuals a chance to have a closing statement and tell people where they can find you. I'm going to let Dito go first. Give your closing
Could Gibbs go
argument.
first? If it's okay, I would like to go last if possible.
I mean, it's not a big deal to me.
I know. Gibbs, go ahead and give your closing. I do wish to go last.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I've said a lot of things today. American exceptionalism is based. American imperialism is based. I mean, we could look at anything that was conquered by America from Mexico and see how it's done under our rule and compare it to there. We built Las Vegas. We've built cities literally in places that shouldn't have people living there. We built the Mecca of pleasure and entertainment. Like, that shows something about American imperialism. You know what Mexico did while they controlled that area? They let it fall to just raids and lawlessness. It was terrible. So, yeah, I would say American exceptionalism is based. Manifest Destiny is based. I think we should take out these cartels. I'm also pro-legalization in some ways. Maybe let's let Big Pharma make some of these drugs. I don't know. I'm not going to die on a hill with something specific there, but I would take a look at a lot of different things. The Latin American countries prove time and time again they shouldn't have any control. We shouldn't respect their leadership because they're owned by the drug cartels, and it's pathetic. It's sad. It just keeps happening. And they're doing this to themselves. And finally, I do want to say something important. This is unrelated to the stream. Guys, don't nuke other people's channels if you're on a debate show. That is not cool. Just because you don't like a person. I don't know if Ditzer likes me or not. He seems like a nice enough guy outside of here. But I would never, if I hated him, nuke somebody else's channel. Fuck that. Don't do it. And anybody that does that's is a dickhead. I don't really know. That's just not cool. I don't know. It's one thing if somebody accidentally does something, but it's another thing if you're over here purposely using words and they're like, oh, well, it's a platform I don't care about. No, sorry, not cool to do anyway. Finally, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me as Admiral Gibbs everywhere. And I will be doing directly after this. We will have the regular season opener of the Debate Championship Series. We're going to have back-to-back DCS matches. We're going to have Average Debate Joyer versus Rowan, and then Pentemple versus the Big Chase C. It's going to be good. And after that, we're going on the Emily Charlie Debate Royale. So it's going to be fun times rest of the night. Thank you so much, Whick, for having me. Always a joy to be here. Thank you, Ditso, for coming and yelling at bullshit with me. It's been very entertaining for me.
Thank you for being here, Gibbs. Check him out. Links in my channel and my YouTube description. Click that link. Give him a follow. It's all great. Ditso, please finish us off.
First, Whick, thank you for having me. I really appreciate this. Thank you for this opportunity. In the same sense, Gibbs, thank you for participating. We may disagree in many things. I think you would be an interesting person to either have a drink or smoke with in other levels. But to conclude in this sense, one, U.S. interventionism is a borderline criminal activity that has created the worsening conditions in Latin America. It clearly shows to us that, be it the war on drugs, war on terrorism, or war on whatever, the North American idealism is warring on everything without even taking into account different approaches, etc. The New World Order that today is governed by Donald Trump as a dictator wannabe, emulating Putin and other dictators in that sense, clearly shows to us that United States has no interest in resolving issues, but making things worse in every sense of the word, and they continue to do so. But this hasn't only been a problem with Trump. This has been a bipartisan problem from the get-go, from the last 200 and 248 years of existence of the United States. In the famous words of Simon Bolivar, it seems the United States is destined by Providence to plague America with misery in name of liberty. And so far, these words seem, based on the evidence and the factual evidence, to be ringing so much truer. In regards of the war on drugs and the cartels, taking the words of my opponent, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and pretending different outcomes. And currently, the admittance of even entertaining the idea of a military intervention in Mexico without the permission of Mexico, it is clearly that sickness. Trump wants to do the same thing over and over and over and over again, expecting different results. And we see clearly that that does not happen. What routes of solution that we have, as I explained, drug policy reform refers to a complete and utter change on the paradigm that we're established. Because if we establish legalization, decriminalization, depenalization, and people say, well, the black market will still exist, I will encourage them to read a precedent in regards of what happened with the mafias that were controlling liquor and liquor distribution during the Prohibition era in the United States. How, for example, moonshiners moved to the NASCAR in that sense, to give an example, or the end of Al Capone because he did not pay taxes. Criminality and the control of that criminality is also something that requires, and someone that advocates for a small government and for a less interventionism of governments into daily life, means that we cannot allow either Christian, Islamic, or any other religion to be imposed via a legislative means. We cannot allow a pseudo-moral ideas to be created into legislative and into law, because what we've seen is that the moral of one becomes the oppression of the other. And that is a factual sense that we can analyze from uh, the broader to the micro. United States exceptionalism, the Monroe Doctrine, Destiny Manifest, is the imposition of a pseudo moralistic mumbo jumbo created in the United States that has become a contributing force to our oppression outside of the United States. And that criminal activity one day will pass the bill in the destruction and the end of that corrupt empire called the United States of America in that sense. And hopefully that will signal the freedom of America, of the whole America, from such a pain in the rear neighbor that we've had for the past 200 years. Even though we have told them more than once, we can collaborate as equals, not as subordinates. And today, Donald Trump has already become that joke, that semblance of stupidity, where he pretends that all of us are his backyard and we're no one's backyard.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. I don't have a link to give people for you, but you can find him in my Discord, I suppose. Thanks for being here. Thanks for joining, and I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Thanks for having us. All right, guys, we're going to be moving on to the next stuff. It's exciting times here. Exciting times. Let me find this video here while we're looking. 1 second here. 1 second. I'm gonna use the restroom while this video plays. Oh, oh. Where's my thing? I had something that I was watching where we had it, guys. Sorry, we're failing you as a streamer. Okay, we'll just have to find it the old-fashioned way. That's not it. That's it. Here we go.
Together, all that stuff.
You know what's interesting? Quentin Jackson told me, and I
fights. This is still all I think about. And so I went and I loved it right away. Like it just boom.
And
One
what was
second.
that? It was
I'm
like
going
a
to use the restroom,
professional
and we'll
wrestling
continue our
class and everything?
conversation
They had
in
like
a
a
brief
school
moment.
called Future Stars of Wrestling, FSW. And
This is Gary
if
Cross,
if I had to
and
like
that's it.
compare it to something, it's kind of like almost like a Cirque school, like Cirque du Soleil, where you go and you learn how to break your falls, you learn psychology, how to put the matches together, all that stuff.
You know what's interesting? Quentin Jackson told me, and I asked him about the professional wrestling because I thought he'd be a great fit because he's got a good personality, he's howling, and he's, you know, he can slam people. He said he got, I forgot who he said he got hired by, but he said that they didn't train him.
TNA.
They didn't train him at all. He goes, yeah, they didn't train me. They kind of just threw me in there. And it's like, man, why wouldn't you work with that guy? Why wouldn't you literally put him in a class like you just talked about?
Yeah.
Is that just maybe the organization, or I don't know too much about the professional wrestling that deep besides my as a
Okay,
kid
all right, we're
liking
back. Sorry, guys.
what I liked.
Let me just set up one thing, and I'm
guessing
coming back.
maybe they thought they could capitalize on his popularity to viewership and thought that maybe they wanted to expedite his process, and maybe they, I don't know, like that's bizarre. They should have sent him.
Yeah, they kind of did that with
hooked
Cain
him up.
Velasquez too, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
But Kane's a different animal. Kane picked.
All right, guys, coming on. Here we go. Nope, that's not it. Why is it not playing my video now? Play the video. Okay. All right, guys.
Like, I mean, I wrestled Kane.
Oh yeah.
I wrestled. I was in Kane's first match in AAA Mexico.
Oh, get out of
And
here.
He was doing things like performance wise that were so
We have
advanced.
technical issues here.
I mean, like to do a springboard where you run and jump on the second rope, like the literal rope, not the turnbuckle, the rope, and then fly off and do a corkscrew spin through the air and grab the guy by his arm and flip him. Like he was able to do things that you shouldn't normally be able to do. But Kane was always training.
He's an
Oh, there we
athlete,
go.
that guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like-
They said for a heavyweight, that, you know, there's arguments about him being one of the best ever when he's in his prime.
I believe it.
Yeah. Now, in that type of class,
Sorry, guys.
what are the odds?
We
Is
have
it
some
like a
issues
comedy
here.
class where it's like, look, most of these guys aren't going nowhere? Did you go in there and look around and be like, it's like the Bad News Bears or something? What are you looking around? What is a bunch? Is it a bunch of guys like who are you know,
Okay.
not going to?
So yeah, that was good stuff. That was a good one. What y'all think of the debate? Who won? Me, obviously. Let's see what
Over
Rick's talking about.
1,200 American politicians being killed and assassinated. The cartels are mixed up with the government down there in a way that is
Oh,
hard to separate. That's not to say that all Mexican government is bad and corrupt, but it is a problem, and it is something that must be dealt with. And I frankly don't have the answer for you, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. And that's one of the reasons I agreed to host this debate, as I was hoping they would have some answers for me. They didn't. There may come a time where military intervention is the best way forward. here.
I had an answer.
don't know.
It was intervention.
It's something that I don't think we could take off the table. Wolf of Mandalore says, "I would say they are unwilling, capable of handling it on their own, but I would say they are unwilling. I'm not sure how handling it on their own, but they seem to be unwilling. I'm not sure that they are, right? Or at least the cost would be too high for them to have basically.
I don't know.
war over the cartels.
I don't know how you can say I didn't provide that. Like whatever.
It's a problem, and it is something that they're going to have to.
But that's okay here, guys. We're about to do the DCS right now. Let me get this going. Going on here real quick. We're gonna get our show going here right about in a few minutes. Okay. All right, guys. 1 second here. Let me move to. Let me tell everybody. I'm just gonna post in the other chat. Join NBC. Okay. Forward back to next shows. Prime time debate. Cool. Listen a little more Wick while I
Again,
figure this
this
up here,
hurts
guys.
me,
I
but
know
it's
it's fun.
not at the same level as cocaine. We can't pretend they're the same. right? Though this is
You felt it
unhealthy,
in your soul?
it is not at the same levels of cocaine. Decriminalization is something I would be more favorable towards, or at least I would be more open to hearing arguments for. I think that there is very
I
little
felt it in my
value
soul.
in
Is that what he
locking
said?
people up for being addicts. I think
Guys, don't nuke channels. Look, I cannot stress this enough. Like, people, like, even if you don't like them, okay, don't nuke a channel. Like, I think this is really important because what's going to happen is you're going to have very few new people ever getting into the circle, right? What you want is you want to be able to have people come on your panels, your shows, and you want to give people entertainment. And it's like you're going to make the price of entry very hard, and it's going to be hard for like anybody to want to work because you want quality people, right? And it's one thing if someone makes a slip up, but if they do something 2-3 times a stream and then double down on it after the stream, that's a problem, right? Like, because then you can't trust that person, right? And then you can't have them on your show. Then like people in general are less willing to host people because you have to be more cautious because, hey, this guy nuked his own channel that was actually like established. Like Whick and I, we're not like big time guys, right? Whick has 3.3K followers. I got 3.150 almost. We're the top, like, 8% of streamers, right? Because we're over like 3 viewers and we're like affiliated and we have, a base or whatever. But like, but we put in hours of this in each week, right? Our channels are like important to us. Like, right? I'm starting to get other channels, but like Twitch is my biggest. And even if it wasn't, I'm not breaking any rules. I would like to be able to keep growing in all the platforms, right? And so, you like when you go in there and you think that you can just like have the right to like come on, and this is not like when I say the right, this is not like Twitch has within their authority. They've said these are the things we don't allow. You know that. And so you go on a panel knowing that you and somebody else are on a channel, and you purposely say something that will nuke at their channel as well as yours. It's one thing if I'm like giving a rant and I start yelling some bad shit and y'all nuke my channel, or like I nuke my channel, that's one thing. But to sit here and do like, oh, I'm gonna go and nuke like another person's, that's fucked up, right? Like, I can't stress that enough. As a streamer, we put a lot of hard work, blood, sweat, and tears, and like this is something that we take semi-serious. It's like a hobby. But like, say like you like to build Warhammer, and then I went over to your house and just like stepped on your Warhammer items, like that would not be cool. Yeah.
okay, gang.
I know.
What
So,
else did I have to say? I don't know. Do you guys like these kinds of
yeah, the Cotter.
Do you guys like these kinds of this kind of content where it's just 1v1?
Let's see.
I don't know about tonight. Honestly,
Wick didn't like it.
I don't know.
Mm.
It wasn't great. I'm just being honest with you guys. I don't think it was great content.
Why didn't Wick think it was good content?
Am I wrong?
That's the
though?
real
Did
question.
you guys actually like this? Is this something I should do more? And 4 says 1v1 is really cool and there's more expertise. Keto Burrito says honestly no. Our built environment says 1v1 is cool. The topic didn't pull my heartstrings, to be honest.
Yeah.
Fair. I mean, it could be simply a miss on topics. It's possible. Yeah, I just it's one of those things where I've had good one-on-one discussions before. I've hosted good one-on-one debates before.
I don't know why it was
Very
bad.
interesting, very successful.
I gave him an
I
ass.
don't know what it was about tonight. It just didn't hit. It just didn't work.
I mean, it hit for
It
me.
just didn't work, gang. I don't think it worked.
Well, guys, if you want to see one-on-one that works, you're
Kinetic
about to see
Claw
it.
says, yeah, more expertise. When the guy cited William Walker, I knew that he was an unserious interlocutor. Maybe. Maybe. And we have We have some great stuff to talk about tomorrow. We're going to do Collins. It's going to be Collins all day. And it's going to be probably 90% sure my last stream before I go on a vacation. So open up your wallets, open your pocketbooks, and send me some money so I can have fun on my vacation. It'd be really helpful. I do want to talk as well about what's going on with US aid, okay, and Doge. I know we've talked about it to death almost, but I want to give an official opinion, okay, and I want to re-up my opinion because this is an ongoing thing, and this keeps happening, and I want to just reiterate that nothing has changed to the fact that I am pro Doge. I am anti Doge, to be clear. Nothing has changed to change my mind on this. They continue to misrepresent what they're the funding that they are freezing in the different
DCS is now.
papers,
I'm just listening to
projects,
Wick a little bit.
etc.
I disagree.
Okay?
I thought that was a good one. I will say this in the defense of me. I put an ass with a performance out there. Let's just make that clear. Secondly, this is important. Secondly, I can only do so much. I don't know if y'all saw his chat, but Nick Pond says, this guy said of William Walker. I knew that he was unserious. You know, like, yeah, I mean, I can only carry so hard on the best. How you doing, Skyline? Good to see you here, gorgeous. Try to lead the charge to the DCS, guys. That's what we're doing now. I am excited. We have two great matchups. We have Pentuple versus the Big JC. Our topic is going to be... You know what? While I'm here, let me just put on my camera in here. Why don't we just go all the way set up for DCS now? And right? Wouldn't that be a good idea? And then we don't have any technical issues here in a few minutes. And then I'll also tell you the topic. Let me just switch over to this screen. Switch over here. Put this right there, guys. You're gonna play with me while we do stream figuring out. Rick is on screen, guys. Look at that beautiful face. Now that his tooth money's there, you know. All right, got it. Bet. If that y'all don't know that reference, that's a reference to the drama of the night. Sky missed all that drama, by the way. Hilarious shit. Fuck you, Connor. Don't nuke channels. Anyway, Bo, I gotta say, on that note, I don't like to take enjoyment from people's downfall, but when it's my enemies, sorry, had a Bond villain moment there. It's very satisfying. Very satisfying. Yeah, let's get that going. Cool, we got it going. Oh yeah, the topics. They are Pentuple versus Big JC on constitutional precedents for presidential immunity. So we had another Lawyer versus Joe's matchup. I know how much y'all enjoyed that one the first time. Then we have, afterwards, we have Average Debate Enjoyer versus Rome. Yeah, I should have got Garfield, bro. That would have been good. I know, I thought about it, but he was not near me. Real sad. Yeah, so that should be starting here shortly. Let's see if they want to start early. Do you want to start a few minutes early? Copy the Big DC. Let's just sit them here. The tuple. Also, this is going to be it's but okay, and there we go. Got them all. We'll see what we get them in here. All right, bet. All right, told them they're going to come early. We'll get this going a little bit sooner. I'm excited. Well. It's been good. I'm excited. I don't know what to expect for the show tonight. It'll be Charlie debating Royale. Or whatever. I mean, I tried to perform there during this debate. I don't know really like what more I could have done. You know, like sad Whick didn't like it, but
Guns, etc.
I don't care
into
so
the
much.
Donbass region.
You know. But yeah, it's gonna be good. So that's gonna be fun. Oh, and then the second debate is gonna be average debate enjoyer. Sorry, my ADHD is really bad today. There's Pentemple right there.
And with me, I'd like to get this over with.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
You better want to get this over with. The whooping.
Oh yeah, I have a poll running on my chat right now. Who's gonna win, the big JC or the Supreme Court?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. These are quick questions. Did you?
Dude, I have a PowerPoint.
Oh,
you like the evolution of the prompt? Oh wait, you can see this, right?
I can if I. Yeah, you think I'd love it.
Yeah, he changed it like an hour ago to was it good law? And I'm like, that's fair because you really pigeonholed yourself.
Wait, he chose to choose it again? Well, I didn't even see. Guys, welcome to the DCS where Gibbs doesn't even know the topics of the shows that he's hosting. Woo! This is how you.
It's gonna be good.
This is how you run a professional show here, guys. I'm excited. Whick was not impressed with my debate on his channel with the 1v1 today. I'm sad because whatever. I don't think it's my fault. I can't help that you brought me low to your opponent, and I just gave him such a one-sided beatdown that it was boring.
I'm curious to see what he's going to say. I mean, it's like going into a con law class and telling the professor, like, I'm refusing to accept what is established constitutional law now. It's like, all right, I mean, I don't really care if you do that. Yeah. I have a feeling he's going to get mad at me when I'm just trying to explain what the court said, which is going to be funny.
Don't worry. I just so we all know, guys, wonderful mod Outcast in the chat and Majid, I might even ask you or Sky. If Sky's not bored, I might need an alternate judge. If somebody gets so one-sided beat down, I don't know who's going first. Somebody might cry and run away. I don't know who would do that, but there's I just in my heart of hearts, I especially when I deal with new people, you never know. So I have asked about 3 people if I potentially need a judge for the second portion of the show. Then, basically, y'all just be there. So we have multiple options. It looks like that'll be great if we need them for a backup. Just throw that out there because some people on the internet are little pansies. Sometimes. I'm not saying anybody tonight will be, but in the future, this is something I've accounted for. And it's mainly because of Pentemple, because people like to scream at him. No, I'm just kidding. It's not.
People like to get mad at me, but I don't really plan on doing much other than trying to accurately explain the holding. And that was originally the prompt, because as you can see, we originally talked about, like, is there a merit or basis for it? Like, defend the precedents. And I was like, all right, I mean, like, that's obviously like just the holding. I'm not going to come up with like a novel argument to say the same thing as the Supreme Court.
Well, listen, listen, in my shows, I like to let everybody know the bias. Obviously, I'm a conservative streamer, right? And Pentemple can vouch for this. I will mute my side, to let other people talk. But so I try to moderate this as fairly. I also try to look at these topics as, I try to hammer both people, but obviously my bias is that he's wrong. But the whole point of this is to have people on here and y'all are going to debate the issue, and then y'all have to convince, y'all basically you have to convince I guess y'all's opponents in this case which one of y'all was the better debater. Maybe he brings out some great point that I've never expected. I mean, that happened. I mean, I expected Sociologic to lose pretty hard against Average Debate Joy last week, and damn, that was probably the best debate we've had. That was really close. So you never know. So I'm very excited. Pretty excited. I was like, holy shit, the views went up. Then I realized we were just doing a stream together. But
to respond to Gnaritas 99 in your chat, precedent can be wrong, the law can be wrong, it should be challenged and ignored and forced back to the court. I don't know that it should be ignored. But like you're 100% correct that like precedent is not like the end of the conversation by any means, but precedent is generally binding on the court. So like I guess the way I would put this is like when you take a con law class, like you can be pretty creative with your answers, but for something there are established answers, and like those change. Like we had to spend extra time in law school on Roe v. Wade because one, people wanted to debate abortion, but also because like the right to privacy argument wasn't the strongest. So like, you know,
Save my pushback because I'm sure this will come up in there because
well, I don't know if we're going to talk about abortion tonight.
oh, don't
I'm
worry
trying
about
to avoid-
abortion. Don't worry about that.
Don't worry
I have a critique of that you know I might have to come in there and give you a little bit of pushback on, but I have to critique everybody so we can get a little bit of some excitement going there in these things, you know. But
yes.
Roe v. Wade was a
I have
bad
my
case
opening
overall.
statement.
I'd love
Got the case in front of me.
Quintuple's evolving. He used to be like preparation gay, and now he's over here got notes.
Preparation is still gay. I am homosexual tonight. I am on my fluid sexuality grind. So tonight I'm gay and I'm prepared to debate. Even though my preparation is really like
Also,
this
the same
feels like I'm
blackout
doing a
curtains, by the
cold
way.
call.
I have the same blackout curtains.
Nice.
Yeah, that's funny.
Let's go.
Anyway, sorry. ADHD.
No, you're good. I feel like I'm doing like a cold call for law school where it's like, all right, you have to come in tomorrow and explain this case to the class. And it's like, all right, like that's basically what I'm doing. And then I obviously agree with it, and we'll see like what his positions are. But he seems like really heated about it. I'm not heated about this at all. This is like kind of just like con law. It's like boring con law. Like sitting in class like with one student who's like freaking out about the whole thing. Like, all right.
I think it's
Just wanna take my
interesting.
exam.
I will say, as a pre-show commentator, and my duty to fulfill the hype. Woo! I will say, I'm surprised because, like I said, this is maybe unorganization on my part. But to be fair, you said this happened an hour ago, and I was mid-debate whooping that ass. It was a very
Yeah,
one side.
let's
I don't know if you listened to it, but it's
No, I was working on this.
beatings, bro. At one point, I was just like, you know what? Everything he said is correct, because he just agreed with it. I win. Yeah, like that's a win. But anyway, I didn't see it, but it is interesting to me that he chose to change the subject again. I think the confidence he'd be scared. He wants to do better than Liberal Cluck. Is clear. I will say this: if he does do better against you than Liberal Cluck did against Laxoid, does that make Laxoid the better lawyer? The real question.
I mean, to be like honest, the way I see this, like he's the only one who really has like a hit or miss argument to make. I'm trying to represent the holding that the court explained in their case. I'm going to try to best explain that. Because I think if you best explain it, you can understand why I think it's good law. That's like kind of the approach for me to answer even this. That's why I was like, we can change the topic. But even when he sent the first two topic questions, I was like, this is why I clarified in the chat and was like, you are going to immediately, as soon as you start researching, you're going to realize you've pigeonholed yourself, because obviously a holding for a Supreme Court case is going to have some, like they're going to have justified it somehow. You know what I mean? It's like suggesting that the case had no holding or had no opinion of the court. It's like, that's what the opinion of the court is. So now it's to whether it was a good opinion, which is a perfectly fair debate. And that's like what, the dissent would be. But basically his argument is going to be that SCOTUS was wrong. I'm arguing that SCOTUS was correct, and like disagreeing with me isn't really like I was like, the way I lose this debate is like by not being clear with like my understanding of this, because like I don't have a particular like emotional investment in whether you agree with the court. I didn't write the precedent. Like this is ultimately like just, you know what I mean? Like this isn't like abortion where if I was debating, it's like this is like I feel really strongly about this.
Do that face
Just
before.
like,
I've never seen Trump do that face before, but I do that face all the time. So that's a gig of Chad. That would win. Unfortunately for you, I'm not voting. So that would have won me the debate. Won you debate right there. I'd be like, he wins. But anyway, yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, me too.
I like motivated Pentuple. Like, it's not gay if you're handing out ass whippings, or maybe it is. I don't know.
Well, I'm not trying to whoop his ass either, because like I really don't want to be a debate bro. I just want to be like,
it's fun.
Like
though.
I just want to present my positions, and I'm having fun. Like I'm glad he got me back into like taking notes and reading a case and like really like getting diligent. I haven't been doing that for a while. but like we're gonna see because I'll say this before he gets here. My goal is to not set him off. Like that's not like like I don't care.
I
if he gets set
will.
off. It's gonna be great for content, but it's like I'm not here to be like, oh, like when I wrote this, I was thinking about adding so many lines that would just like make him like seethe. But I was like, I don't really want to like.
What you see?
Like,
I have an answer.
cheapen it.
Ready as a little bit more experienced political streamer, and I'll tell you what you do. What you do is you write the line on a different note sheet, right? And then
save it for later.
Yeah, and so what I actually started doing. This is, guys, y'all want to know how Gibbs preps for debates? I have a list of new lines that I want to try out, and then whatever debate I'm in, I fill in the point to go to the line for the dunk. Like, yeah, I'm like, it's great. Not always, but so you just keep the lines, and then also if that person goes off and like the rails immediately becomes a dick, then you let him be a dick first, then you hit him with the line, and then it's just return fire. I can't help it.
Well, there's a couple easy lines.
Yeah,
like,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'll be ready. We'll have fun.
These are the secrets.
I'm not trying to set him off. That's the goal, chat. I'm not trying to. We're gonna see if Pentuple can get along with him.
I was gonna say
break that barrier of peace and friendship and love. Probably not.
Yeah, if I was if I was a gambling man, which I am, I'm gonna put money down that this is not. Someone's gonna get mad at some point. It is gonna be pretty entertaining. Destiny, good to see you in here.
I mean, not getting mad, win every time.
Also, yeah, Destiny over here called me 45. I object to this unk status people are giving me. I'm not that old. I'm 34, first of all. Putos and putas. And secondly, good to see you, Destiny. It's so nice that she acknowledges my existence today. She hasn't talked to me in like a week and a half. I'm devastated. I thought we were tight. And by the way, I need to drop this mirror off to you this weekend. I got to do some stuff with the truck. This mirror got to go. Sorry, I don't mean to like put all our personal shit out there, but convenience while you were here. Let's get that done. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, double.
No, you're good. I'm just thinking now. Your unk status is pretty dope, though. You don't want to embrace that. Because the sooner you embrace unk status, the sooner you get to the next status, whatever it is.
Listen, I'm not saying like it's good or bad. I don't know if I want it or not. I mean, it makes me feel old, but you know what? Who gives a shit? I'm goated. I'm a golden god, so I'll be unk. Who cares?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh man, dude, that was crazy last night watching the crash out. Did they both lose their Twitch channels?
Yeah. So so this is the deal.
It's got to be temporary, right?
Well, the problem is I don't think Rob would have lost his if he ended it the first time, but he like kept talking, and so he's got a 30-day ban for hate speech. I think that Connor may be done because he was the one he was the one actually saying it, and then I know that people have reported because I don't like Connor, so I fucking did it. I sent them a clip from his Twitter of him saying that reporting that to them, like their direct mod team, saying by the way he doubled down on this just so y'all know it wasn't like a fluke if he appeals, and sent them a screenshot. So haha, I know that I'm not the only one who did that, but just to make sure, so I think he's probably gonna get a perma ban because fuck that Puto. But
man.
I can't take any responsibility because he blew himself up. So yeah, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Not that I'm petty, but
no, well, I'm not as familiar with the other guy, the counterpoints guy or whatever. I know Rob's like, okay.
Here's the thing with counterpoints. He is the guy that pretended to be a conservative, and I say pretended because I found out very quickly on like my fourth panel with him, where you know how like they try to structure panels where it's a couple different kinds of conservatives, a couple different kinds of lefties. He would like always suddenly have like he would like say all conservative shit, then always had the leftist position. So like me and a few others. Oh, well, he didn't know this, but I fucking basically set him and like two other guys that were basically doing the same thing to go on a panel with the other ones. And we called it the Carter Conservatism panel. And afterwards, he couldn't call himself a Republican anymore because nobody took him seriously. So he had to call himself a Burkean conservative and started going by some bullshit. And then after that, he really ramped up attacks on me and Rob post-election. And basically, he got to the point where he just screamed at me so bad he couldn't even handle being on panels with me no more. And then I guess the same thing with Rob. Rob finally called him a grifter enough because he worked for Progressive Victory, like a super PAC. I actually defended him for taking the money because I'm an ultra capitalist. I was like, hey, bro, if Progressive Victory doesn't want me to change my opinions, they want me to come be their fall guy, that they can point you like, this is what conservatives supposed to yeah, sure, they can pay me and I'll say exactly what I think. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, yes, well, we need to bring, I believe in national security, and that's why we should have a porous border for the immigrants. No. Oh, I am a pro-gun. I built a bolter for $40K. I'm super pro-gun. But by the way, we need to have lists for people to be on for gun registry and gun ownership, and we need to restrict what time. No, bitch, those aren't conservative arguments. So yeah, I'm real happy this guy got taken out because the conservative space is better for it, because he was working for, like, he was literally pretending to be one thing in order to fucking get pretend like see, like, because he wasn't soy, so he could come off as like, yeah, I'm a Giga Chad Republican, and then like lie. So yeah, he was like whatever, and he was also the only conservative like adjacent person in the space for a long time because they were banning him on Twitch. So basically, he filled this role for so long, right, that he was like, yeah, they would, like, lefties started thinking this is what conservatives think, and then when some of us finally returned, like Rob, myself, others, like it exposed him, that he screamed "re" into the night, and now he's nuking channels, and so fuck that puto. Not that I have any strong opinions or anything.
You're talking about Whick, right?
No, Connor, counterpoints.
Connor, sorry.
Yeah, Wick's good people. He's a lefty, but good guy.
We're good with Whick. I was gonna say.
We like Whick.
Wick beefed with Rob.
Hold on, Rob was wrong on that one. Pitsuple, do you agree with me that Rob was a little bit wrong? All right, on a panel, if I got a meme and bamboozled somebody, like, if someone did that to me, what I would do, I'd be like, haha, you got me, that's fucking funny, and then whatever, and like, or try whatever, like, we all get got. Like, I can easily see myself like, look at this thing, and then when they agreed to it, you gotta be like, oh, by the way, this is how uneducated these guys are. This thing I made was a lie. Ha 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 ha! Like, I can see myself do that. Do you agree it was a little soft for like ultimatum the panel?
I mean, I wouldn't have done that. I definitely wouldn't have left the panel. Or like, well, I might have left the panel, but I wouldn't have been like
ultimatum. Be like, you could ban, kick him, or kick me, and like.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that, like, I've been in panels with streamers that I don't like. It's whatever, like, who cares? It's not. I don't know. I wouldn't. I think what he did with like faking the tweet to make a point, I honestly don't really have enough context. I still don't even really know what like the fake tweet was or like any of that stuff. It was, but like, I do think that sounds like. It just sounds like I don't know. It's like not the type of person you want to engage with, where it's like they're going to come bring arguments to you that are like deceptive on its face. It's like, but I can see why Rob would be frustrated by that like tactic being like,
yeah, I mean,
used in a panel, but like you just kind of. It's not like Wick was. I mean, I guess like Wick caught strays.
And also like there is the perception of why he joined the panel. If like what Wick says is true, he's really soft. If what Rob says is true, then yeah, you have more of the ground segment, leg to stand. Whatever, you don't try to fucking say more. But like anyway, not how I would handle it. And I said that about Rob, right? Like, if Rob was like nominatively on our side, right? Like, I will criticize people on my side. People will criticize me. Sure, I thought it was baby soft. I like Wick. I mean, I thought Rob was wrong on that. But, Rob did not deserve to have counter Consuela points nuke his channel. That's bullshit. Justice for Rob.
Yeah, that's like
just because like Rob made one bad panel like decision is like whatever. I criticize him for that. Like, but overall, yeah, Rob and I are in the same camp on a lot of shit, right? Like, but it's maybe had a bad day. Who knows? But bro, that shit is not cool.
It's just funny because it's like I actively like don't ever want to. Hopefully I don't get to that point where I crash out like that. But like I was like listening to the VOD of him crashing out at Rob, and I was just like, it's just like kind of, it's like he's gonna watch it back later and be embarrassed, and it's like, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's just like, oh man, what a fucking, like, he just got mad at Rob. Oh, and by the way, I'm not a veteran, but I will just say I've never heard a veteran talk like that. And I feel like most veterans I know would have cringed like so deeply hearing like the way he spoke to Rob about it. I was like, I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to take a position because like, I'm not saying I am or not, but I noticed that.
I'm on
time. I don't know if you had thought about it.
Because I said a bad word.
Yeah, but like,
Well,
okay, it's one thing if you like
oh, God.
accidentally do it. Like, I've had people on my panels before where like they're like, listen, like there are issues that come up, and people are very passionate, and they may lose themselves in a moment and like say something. Like, in fact, you had that happen with me on this on one of my shows, Pin Temple. Not you didn't do this, but the other guy started screaming at you and used a slur, and like it was clearly like in the heat of the moment, and like whatever, and I was like, oh, in whatever, and he was like, my bad, apology, yada yada. That's one thing. It's another thing to be like, you have slur, and then go on a rant, and then another one, and then like, I don't care that my channel got nuked, I'm doubling down. That is bad. All these are bad things.
True.
Give me
But
one
Wick's-
moment, and we'll go live for the debate. But talk about yourselves.
Yeah, Wick's got like
Rowan, are you the person that made that funny rap battle video?
Yes, that was me.
I liked that. That was funny. Good job.
Thank you. Yeah, I made
Actually kinda cool to talk
I made
to
a
you.
few of those.
This would be with the the he who must not be named on this fucking stream, or I'm gonna lose my shit.
Oh yes, I
that?
believe that's what you're referring to. Yeah.
Am I gonna
That's the guy that I
accidentally
steal
name
all
them?
my shit from.
JC's idol.
Yeah, my
guy
number
with-
one.
Oh, I think I know what we're
my
talking
number
about.
one. What's the term? Like,
Player?
It's like the meme from last week or whatever.
It's the meme from
Destiny
every
Light.
week. What do you mean?
That's fair.
Anytime I
That's
make
fair.
like a vaguely like, center left argument, it's like, oh, remember when Destiny said that?
Just a warning, no N words. I'm about to start my stream.
Damn it!
I was promised
N
N
words.
words. I was promised N words.
Nope, nada. Nike.
I was promised unadulterated racism and a channel ban by the end of the night. Please deliver, Tyler.
I feel terrible that I did that to Wick, and Wick has a left-wing platform, so a lot of his audience are in that group that get offended by that word personally, so he understands it was a mistake, but he's getting me a punishment because he wants his fans to know that he doesn't stand by it.
What's this lore drop that I
Damn.
missed? What
I
happened?
said
You
I
get
called
banned?
Sonsel the F slur.
Oh, are you
Rob
gay?
got banned.
We were just we discussed how
In
bad that
fairness,
is.
he
Did you
was
ask your
really
dad
acting.
Did you get the pass? Did your dad say it was okay?
Yeah, my two dads said it was cool, but in fairness, like
Well,
there was
then,
no better word
that
to
seems like
describe
a
him
hate
in that
crime to
moment.
ban you.
Also, to be in
Dad.
fairness, you realized it was a mistake. You repented for it, and like he was able to get his channel down and back up without getting a ban, as opposed to what happened the other night, or I guess last night. All my days run together now because Gibbs doesn't sleep anymore. It's fucking awful. We just work.
Why would you
all
sleep
the-
when you can stream?
Yeah, we just work every day, all day, 24/7 now. Because when I get off work, you know what I do? I'm here streaming with you bitches, and it's just wonderful, wonderful times. But no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, was that yesterday? That was yesterday, right? Literally, this happened last night. Crazy stuff. All right, but let's move on to the topics. I hear the topic changed for one of our debates.
Not really. Not
super-
really. I put it up here. And I think it's totally fair.
I just wonder
because I think this is what we were going to debate anyway.
Is there a historical factual basis? What the Supreme Court says? So the bottom one is the change that I suggested, and that was to just try and this was all, I'll just emphasize, an effort to try and keep Pentuple from doing the meme argument I think he's going to do anyways, and to have an actual discussion on the merits of the law. But we'll see.
Argument.
Okay,
You read
so
the whole thing,
just,
I assume,
right? So
right?
we agree that's the topic. Before we begin,
yeah, that's the. Are you when you say evolution of the prompt? Are you talking about which one are you wanting to go with, the bottom or the top?
Well, you can get. You have to go with the bottom, obviously. So, all three of these work for me. I just wanted to show that, I'm coming here with really just the holding from Trump v. United States in the Supreme Court's decision, which I agree with, but I'm not trying to be too opinionated.
okay,
in my
before we go too far down this, all right, just try real quick. All right, JC, what is there anything you object to on this thing that
That's
he's got?
yeah. Well, hold on. I wanted to hear what he was going to say because then I would know.
Okay, quickly, because we want to get into
I
this.
know.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I'm basically presenting the court's reasoning from the holding of the case as I understand it. I went through it kind of like I would for a con law class. So I don't anything I'm sharing in my open isn't really my opinion. I'm just I might be misrepresenting, you could argue, I guess, but what I'm trying to say is I'm just trying to stick to the
Why wouldn't you bring your own
case
opinion
here.
to a debate?
Okay, well, hold on.
Well, I
Hold on.
agree
You
with
can
it.
debate then
I
answer
agree
that.
with it.
Oh, okay, all right, that's
But
fair.
okay, all right. Do you accept this, JC? It's just so we're sure.
So I propose the bottom one. I'm fine with that if that's one of the things we're going with. The other ones
This
are
is
like
the main
as
one.
long as there's no. I'm okay with engaging with all three of those in good faith.
Okay, fine, perfect. That's what I'm
Well,
doing.
these ones are like self-defeating because it's just like there exists a factual basis.
We
that's,
can go into
obvious.
all this as long as we're willing to engage this conversation. That you got to get.
It's not going to be a real debate, anyways. It's fine.
Well, it is going to be a real debate. This is a ranked DCS match. All these are real debates. You all have things. Now, perfect. I'm going to go into this. We have a great time. Roan, thanks for being here. You're the new person to our group. So I'll explain some of this for everybody. We're doing a stream together on Twitch. Y'all are welcome to join us if you want. I don't know if you stream on Twitch, Roan. I'll give everybody a chance to shout themselves out. The way this works is we're having 2 debates tonight. One of y'all's going to go first. Probably them two, since we just argued about what exactly their topic is, and then probably y'all. You two are going to judge this debate based off, not of y'all's own bias, hopefully, but based off of what y'all think is your own merit. At about 15 minutes in or so, I will have y'all ask specific questions, and we'll get through this pretty question. Or y'all will be able to ask the questions. I'll let them go do exchanges again. I'll have y'all ask a couple more questions. Then we'll go to closings. Openings are 7 minutes. Closings are 3. I think I explained most of this in the background. So y'all are going to judge this first one, and then what you'll do to judge, you just basically at the end of it, when it's all done, you just type a message, send me who won, and then at the end, I'll tally up the votes from chat and you two, and we'll just go who won and why. I'll come and call on y'all, and y'all give that, and then we'll move on to y'all's debate, and they will be the judges for there. Perfect. Any questions? Everybody got a problem? Very good. All right, good. All right, so who wants to start over here, Big JC or Big Double? Did y'all have a preference?
I don't have a preference.
JC, do you have a preference?
Nope.
All right. I'm gonna do heads, Pentuple, JC, tails. Let me flip this coin here. Somebody said last week I didn't share the screen, so we'll share the screen so y'all nobody thinks there's any funny business. All right, we got it.
Heads.
All right,
That means I get
Pentupple's
to
heads,
choose?
tails. So if it's heads, you get to choose. You want to go first or second. All right. So
I see.
So all right.
Is there cool animation, or is it just going to change the text?
I don't fucking know. This is the first, because I've never done this before. I cheated all the other times I did tails. No, I'm just kidding. It actually does show animation.
You're not supposed to admit that you cheated.
I was being sarcastic. It's tails.
As
So
long as you
JC
don't
gets to
admit
choose.
that.
JC gets to choose who goes first.
Pentuple can go first.
All right, fantastic.
All right, sure.
That means you get the Pentuple's going to close last. All right, perfect. We're gonna end.
right.
Let me just stop sharing screen. Let me get the timer. You know what? Fuck it. We'll put the timer on screen too, and y'all can share. Now, this is a new thing starting going forward because before I was giving motions, but somebody said we'll try it, so we'll try this. You got 7 minutes to go, and go.
Oh, that's way more than I'll need for
Perfect.
sure.
You don't have
I
to use all of
practiced this.
Fantastic.
All right, cool. All right. Today, I've been tasked with defending the constitutional precedents for presidential immunity. Fortunately, this work was done for me in a 6-3 Supreme Court decision where the court decided this very issue. The issue in this case mirrors the prompt for this debate, and I will read it now straight from the holding. Whether, and if so, to what extent does a former president enjoy presidential immunity from criminal prosecution for conduct alleged to involve official acts during his tenure in office? And I want to note that neither party in this case alleged or disputed that the alleged conduct in the indictment were official acts, nor that presidents were liable and subject to prosecution for private acts. To answer this question, the court looks to the Constitution itself, specifically the executive vesting clause in Article 2, Section 1, as well as prior case law, history and tradition, and the intent of the founders in that order. The principle behind the balance of powers also plays a role in answering this question, not only in oversight between the branches, but the clear separation of their distinct powers. The executive vesting clause grants exclusive official powers to the president, and Congress cannot impede or regulate these official powers per Marbury v. Madison. This separation protects the president from influence by other branches over his official duties only. The court also looked to case law to answer this question where guiding precedent existed, most notably in Nixon v. Fitzgerald, where the court found that the president has full and complete civil immunity, again only for official acts, and the same principle was applied. If Congress cannot regulate or criminalize official duties of the president outlined in the Constitution, they cannot prosecute those official actions under any other criminal law. Of course, there is an exception and a presumption that can be defeated, and this appears in the final established precedent by this case. Lastly, the court looked to the history and tradition of the courts in our country and the founders' intent. The holding often quotes the importance of an energetic executive prepared to make difficult decisions. This is how presidents have historically handled the office of the presidency, and there is no precedent in our history for prosecuting a president for controversial actions taken within the scope of their official duties. In fact, only the opposite. For these reasons, the following standard is now established by the court and will be taught in constitutional law classes. The president must be immune from prosecution for an official act unless the government can show that applying a criminal prohibition to that act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. This standard protects the president's abilities to carry out his executive duties without interference while still preventing a president from abusing this immunity. It does not create a new legal standard, and it fits in cleanly with prior case law and the constitutional principles that guide the court. I believe it to be good law.
All right, thanks so much. Let me get the timer reset. All right. Oh, 1 second here, and JC, go ahead.
Sorry, give me 1 second. All right. Tonight we are here to debate the question, was the Supreme Court's decision to grant criminal immunity to the president good law? One of the things I admire most about our country's ingenious legal system is that under the law, all are to be treated equally. Whether you are a homeless heroin junkie attacking a woman at a bus stop, or the president himself trying to rebel against the nation, you're still a criminal in the eyes of the court. Or that's how it used to work. With seemingly no regard for their own constitutionally defined powers and limitations, the Supreme Court decided to circumvent their constitutionally defined authority and invent for the president a new form of immunity from criminal prosecution, conveniently alleviating from our current treasonous president his criminal liability in formulating a coup and inciting an insurrection against the United States. Soft amending the Constitution so that a traitor can go free. It's gross, it's unconscionable, it's indefensible, it's just bad fucking law. Put best by dissenting Justice Sotomayor, this travesty against our nation and its founders was wholly atextual, ahistorical, and unjustifiable, and it is my intention tonight to prove those things. So for its atextuality, this is like the easiest one to prove. It's literally not in the Constitution. It's not written anywheres, although as Pentuple probably knows as a lawyer, just because something isn't explicitly stated in the Constitution doesn't mean that it can't be implied or inferred. One of the problems that this runs into is that there is actually explicit immunity given in the Constitution, civil immunity for the Senate and for the House, as long as the Senate and the House are in session. So I think that test kind of falls apart on its face. Clearly, the Founding Fathers knew how to write immunity. If they cared to give it to the president, they would have. It's also ahistorical. There's never been the idea that any man in the United States is above criminal law. Never once. There was never any doubt in the mind of past presidents that their actions couldn't get them criminally indicted. Why would Nixon have resigned? Why would Ford have needed to pardon him, if not for the presumption of a crime being committed during official act, which is what is being contested here? Why would the Founding Fathers create an inarguable mechanism for unchecked tyranny right after they escaped that by fighting the Revolutionary War? In the 69th Federalist paper, there is literally a quotation from Alexander Hamilton saying that the president is liable to impeachment and criminal prosecution. It also draws direct distinction between the president and a king, and it also says that the president shall be have no more equal ground than the governor of New York, who had no no criminal immunity. And then there was the governors of Maryland and Delaware, who stood on higher ground, who had some form of criminal immunity. When it comes to the unjustifiability, the immunity in the first place, the immunity that was being asked for was completely beyond the scope of what the indictment even required. It completely ignores the interest of the public in having a non-criminal president in favor of this weird, obsessive, all throughout the majority opinion, prioritization of unburdening the executive branch for dubious reasons other than its efficacy, which there's constant references to Fed 70, but as far as I can tell, all that is advocating for is a single executive as opposed to a party of executives. So I'm not sure why that is the point they keep drawing on, other than it says vigorous and unburdened. So they like those words, I guess. And I think the worst part about this, it leaves open the possibility, all of these were asked explicitly during the oral examination, for a president to sell offices, to take bribes, to order military action, even hits against their political opponents. All of this potentially is absolutely criminally immune. As it stands right now, we don't have a president anymore. So long as we continue to have national elections, they will be to elect a 4 to 8 year monarch. An individual with immense and sweeping power over our nation, its resources, and its armed forces, and with absolutely zero ways to criminally prosecute them for actions taken while in office. Conservatives truly must be ecstatic that Democrats aren't the insane monsters they pretend them to be, or else Biden would have already ordered the SEAL Team 6 strike on Mar-a-Lago way back in October and seen no criminal penalty for it. We now live in an age of supreme unchecked authority from the Oval Office, and until the court gains lucidity and realizes in horror what they've done to our country, we have a lot to fear from the office of the president.
Okay, 1 second, guys. Let me get this off screen, and we'll move into the open portion of this, where you're going to argue amongst yourselves. But before we do that, a little housekeeping. The reason why we host these debates, folks, is because I like bragging rights. We like bragging rights here on Give Us a Channel. And if you've not noticed in the debate sign-up sheet, there is a rankings and all-time record system. And the more y'all compete, the more accurate the rankings will get, because I'll be splitting them up into 3 different types of rankings using the algo. This goes on. The reason I bring up rankings now is because there is something on the line here. First, the 3 wins, including the Grand Prix earlier in the year, is going to be able to enter into what we call contenders matches to fight for the first title. Hopefully, soon we will have a title belt that'll be able to ship to the winner. They will hold while they defend their title throughout the year, then ship to the next person. It's going to be pretty cool. That being said, one of the contestants in the next debate is at the top of the rankings. Well, Pimtemple and JC has only got 1 fight so far, so he's low, but he's higher than unranked people like Pimtemple. The reason I bring this up is because one of our contestants in the second debate is fighting an unranked member, so we can debate the legitimacy of can crushing after the show. Whether or not Rowan is actually a tomato can is a whole we have to see. He might be an all-star, but if Average Debate Enjoyer gets his 3rd win, he will be qualifying for a contender match. So there's something pretty big on the line. I'm pretty excited going forward. So that's how the rankings are working. Is rolling into the sport. Going forward now, turning it over to you, back to y'all's debate. Find amongst yourselves who's getting the first win this year.
So do you have anything that wasn't just like literally ripped from the the syllabus of the majority opinion? Is that your only argument?
This is the holding that the court came to. This is the logic that the court used to come to this decision. I agree with it. Like I'm not emotionally connected to this at all, actually. So to respond to some of the things that you mentioned, the court did address these, right? So if you listen to the oral arguments, you know that the reason Nixon's pardon happened is because those indictments included unofficial acts. Those were private actions, which is well known that presidents do not have immunity. Presidents have never had immunity for unofficial acts. Right, because he could have been prosecuted for his unofficial acts as a private citizen.
One of the issues that the court brought up, and one of the things that was stated in the majority opinion.
1 second. I apologize. I'll let you continue. Thank you so much for the raid. Woo, Modi! He just finished his reset stream, it seems like. Big shout out to Modi for doing such a long reset stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Big fan. All right, go ahead, JC. Sorry.
So one of the things that was brought up in the majority opinion, and one of the issues that was cited with this decision overall, was the idea that you couldn't examine unofficial acts. You couldn't use official acts as evidence to criminally prosecute those, and you also couldn't even examine official acts in the course of investigating unofficial acts as potentially criminal. So did the Nixon, was that all good and clear with Nixon, or would there have been official acts that could have
so none of
his immunity there that would have been implied, and therefore he wouldn't have needed a pardon anyways?
Right.
This was always how the president was
never was tested. Well, he resigned so that we don't have this to be tested. But
he resigned because he was a criminal, because he committed crimes. Because he illegally
in private acts, in private capacity, which is why the court addressed this. But
sure. So how was what he did private, but what Trump did wasn't?
Well, I'm not here to get into the specifics of Nixon's case. And these were all these hypotheticals, like what you're talking about, where they were admitting and acknowledging
that
to a
debate, not to
all
debate
of these
the specifics. And you were taunting me.
You challenged me to a debate
Federalist
on
papers.
I
did research. You did none. This is embarrassing.
What do you mean I did no research, brother?
Yeah, you
I am telling you the holding is a dude.
If you know,
you're arguing. Listen. You're arguing against a holding from a Supreme Court justice. Do you understand that? This is established constitutional law. This is if you were in a constitutional law class, what I'm telling you is the answer to the exam question. You're arguing the dissent. You disagree with it. That's fine. But I don't have to come here, and I don't care if you disagree with basic constitutional law. It's like sitting in your torts class and saying, I don't think that's assault. You can do that. I'm not emotional about it. I'm telling you the holding of the case because you wanted to debate it. You said there was no merits to it. Obviously, there's merits to it. That's why I broke down the entire holding here for you. Yes, my argument is that the holding has merit. My holding is that the holding has constitutional basis. That's what you want to debate. That's why I even had to keep the evolution of the prompt, because once you realize that there's obviously some historical argument that you can make for this, you had to debate it to whether it's good law, and then you go and read Ketanji Brown Jackson's dissent, and that here we are. But that's why you still didn't understand that the court addressed the Nixon question. The court addressed the Nixon question and acknowledged that those indictments involved private acts.
Okay, go ahead, JC. Now you don't interrupt the double because I had to get it. So go ahead. Sorry, thank you.
Hold on. I'm just looking up Ketanji Brown Jackson's dissent that was
I'm
penned
sure you're
for
looking
the
up things right now,
immunity
for sure.
decision, because the only one that I read was the one penned by Justice Sotomayor with Justices Kagan and Jackson concurring.
Okay. There's also Ketanji Brown Jackson also has her own separate dissent.
So,
it's just another dissent.
Well,
why are you trying to flex on the that you don't know anything about the basic law and how it works, and you're trying to argue on dissent
to pretend like you did?
Law.
So Gibbs,
because I passed the bar exam. I passed the constitutional law class, and I know what we're in a class. You're literally the student in class telling the professor he's wrong. I'm just telling you what every constitutional law professor will tell you is the established law.
Stop.
Gibbs, I have to appeal the moderator. I have two questions.
All right, I'm gonna let you appeal the moderator. All right, but what is your appeal, real fast, and then I'm about to set some ground rules here because I think that might help you a little bit.
So first of all, can you confirm that when we had our back and forth in the it's in your personal Discord, it's in the DCS sign-ups channel.
There you go, pull it up.
Final prompt that we both agreed to that I 100% reacted and Pentuple, I think. Trump reacted.
We had this up at the beginning. We both talked about this. Okay.
Is there a historical factual basis that provides merit for presidential immunity? So can we all remember that?
Thank you, Text Edgy, for the bits. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So do we also, is Pentuple's is the only thing that he's going to try and do here is flex his law degree at me?
Hold on. So
that's what you asked me to do, basically.
Stop.
I agree. I agree with the law.
The Supreme Court said, lol.
So hold on, server mute. Hold on. All right, here's what's about to happen. All right, because this is what we're getting off topic. We're gonna reframe, and then we're gonna get back. Okay, cool. Let me reframe this. So we have this thing that he's got up on the wall right behind him. That's what we've agreed on topic here going forward. So now, this is once again a lawyer versus Joe thing. It's not that he's flexing the law degree so far, in my opinion. You can disagree, but you do have to let him talk about other cases that might have relevance to said Supreme Court case, because that is historical law. And I will let you have whatever other documentation, Federalist Papers, Magna Carta, whatever you want to use in order to prove your point. I don't know what you want to use, so you have to. We're arguing the legitimacy of this. He's arguing from a legal precedent. You're arguing your point. So I'm going to let y'all both go. That is my take on this, and that's where I'm going to go going forward. So that's the answer. This thing in the background, what we agreed to before the debate, is what we're going forward. Go ahead, because y'all there like 8 minutes or so, then we're going to turn some questions over to the judges. Big JC, you go ahead and go first. Now, Pentuple, you just be silent for a moment, and then you can object to what he has to say. I'm sure you'll have plenty of to object to.
I just think the fact that Pentuple has a law degree and yet clearly did zero prep for this except skimming the debate right beforehand and is just throwing his law degree at me and hoping I'll concede. I think that's really embarrassing for him, and it's disappointing for me. I expected better.
Go ahead. Your response to that, Pentuple. Do you have
brother?
A response
you're just gaslighting me.
Well, every time I get into specifics, get into the details of this, so we can actually have a discussion.
Let's do it then. Let's start on the topic, because the topic.
I got a question. Why is Ketanji Brown important to this case? Let's go start with that. Tell us that, Pentuple.
Well, she wrote the dissent. I made the point that he was going straight to the dissent because he wants to disagree.
So, okay, let me ask you a question then. As someone who is taking law classes, is dissent, and this is probably a question that's going to benefit JC some, is dissent, and I mentioned this beforehand, is dissent basically something that can be used for legal precedent? I'll answer that question for myself. The answer is yes. It is something that can
only
be
used. Only as dicta.
Okay, right. You can go into that in a moment, but it is something that can be used as partially as a legal precedent. Why is it only dicta, and why is he wrong for trying to do this? Go ahead.
Well, I'm just pointing out that he's accusing me of having a personal interest when all I'm doing is treating this like any constitutional law student would. This is the holding that the Supreme Court has come to. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what I think about criminal immunity. This is
what
a
is the-
established constitutional law.
Hold on, JC. Hold on,
discussion.
JC.
I don't care, but like,
So
yeah,
what
I
is-
do for
what
the
is-
purposes of the debate.
What is the okay? That's
Right,
fine.
but you disagree with the Supreme Court. Is what
What
I'm
is
saying.
the
You're not
reason?
disagreeing with me.
What is the reasoning behind their decision? Let's start with that for Temple. Like, go ahead and do that.
Right. So I think this slide best encompasses the general constitutional principle. Marbury Madison established judicial review, which allows the court to determine whether certain laws are constitutional or not. And they have established that Congress cannot regulate or criminalize exclusive presidential powers where it impedes on their official acts. If that's the case, then you cannot apply other criminal law to presidential official acts because it is the same outcome. Whether it's an existing law or you design a new law to impede on this official act, the entire purpose is to separate the president from the threat of interference with his official duties. Now, this goes to, in part, case law, the executive power, but also, where's this? The framers of the Constitution wanted an energetic executive. And this language is very, very important, and it's referenced a lot in the holding. And this quote right here from the holding is, I think, an important part. The primary purpose of the executive vesting clause is to create a unified, energetic, and independent executive branch headed by a single president. The framers of the Constitution, influenced by the weaknesses of the executive under the Articles of Confederation, where there was no strong executive, designed the clause to ensure the federal government could act decisively in executing those laws. So this idea that like, oh, they didn't expect presidents to have the great power. This is why in the Federalist Papers, where they don't address the question of official conduct, they do describe how we don't want this person to be a king, but we are entrusting them with great power of a branch of government. So this line that we've drawn is very, very careful. And when you get to the standard established by the court on this logic, the president must be immune from prosecution for an official act. It does not end there. There is a presumption that can be defeated, and I won't read it, but it's here highlighted in blue. And if you can defeat that presumption, the president is still liable criminally. So this isn't some new world where the courts established or
like 15 more seconds.
enshrine something new. The court found that this immunity has existed in its past. It lines up, this holding lines up with our history, whereas the opposite holding actually would alter the way that history and the future goes.
Thank you so much for saying. All right, JC, Temple, don't interrupt him. JC was good. I'm very proud of JC. I know that he is ready to rage. Your objections to this, Temple, you shut your mouth for a moment. Okay, go ahead, JC. All your objections. Go ahead.
I mean, outside of the fact that there is no constitutional precedent for demanding the vigor of the executive branch in lieu of a criminal being held liable to criminal law, maybe there is actually some benefit to having a president who will hesitate before taking actions like murdering a bunch of people that would otherwise be able to be charged as crimes. Maybe we do actually want, as is very clear throughout the Federalist Papers as you read, like at least from Hamilton's perspective, that the idea of the government moving sort of slow is actually a desirable thing. That drastic change and massive action is probably not a good thing. So having mechanisms where the president hesitates before taking actions that could have drastic effect on the perception of him or of the nation because they are inherently criminal, maybe that's actually a good thing. So no, I completely reject this notion that there is some sort of like constitutional precedent for this. And Justice Sotomayor, who actually wrote the dissent, also agrees with me on this.
Perfect. This sounds like a perfect time while he looks for notes. Let's move on to the judges portion. Judges, if y'all wanted to know those cams, y'all are welcome to. That way
I just need to show you. You keep saying like, oh, the Sotomayor actually wrote the dissent. Ketanji wrote a separate dissent, brother.
Okay.
Stop trying to like do this to yourself. It's fucking embarrassing.
So
man.
you can go into that in a moment. I'll let you use that, and you can explain what separate dissents are, because I don't know if the average person understands how the Supreme Court works. But
I understand. I just didn't read that one.
Not you, Jesse. I'm sure you do. I know you.
Why do you do the whole? I'm just Sotomayor actually wrote it.
Stop talking.
What are you trying to do?
All right, stop talking, both of y'all, real quick. All right, real quick, guys. Sorry, no housekeeping here. I'll let you, Pitchell, will go, and I'll probably have in a moment. And you can explain all that, but let's get to the judges here. I'm gonna start with average majority, just so you can see the format, so I don't have to put you on the spot, Papa. Also, by the way, nice hair. It's long-haired people. We're better than you, and we know it. Go ahead, average majority. Go ahead and ask a question.
Okay, so I got two for JC, one for Pentuple. Kind of going at what your guys' original claims were to the other person. I'm trying to stay in task for that. you're kind of going at each other with some things that are unrelated to the original claims and kind of trying to weave those out. For JC, Pentuple offered up some specific language and legal precedent in his original argument, and you were saying he copied and pasted it from the ruling, which it could be true, it could be used to dunk on him, but at the same time, it's a very simple argument for him to defend, and sometimes simplicity is the best way to win one of these, but I kind of want to ask you two questions related to this. So, do you see the right to privacy that was established in a very similar way that upheld Roe and Obergefell and other decisions? Do you see that as equally comparable, or could that be thrown out using the same justification to throw out this presidential immunity?
So first, I would like to apologize to Pentuple. I was incorrect. Jackson did file a separate dissenting opinion. So for me to say that only Sotomayor filed one, that was incorrect. I apologize. Second, I am not inclined to comment on anything outside the scope of the debate, and I don't really see how that separate decision has anything to do with this decision.
I'm just wondering the logic of taking things that aren't directly into the Constitution and building up a legal right that isn't necessarily textually, because you were right, it's not textually written in there. But this right to privacy was something that was incepted based on previous rulings and the constitutional writing itself from 3 different amendments. So I was wondering your thoughts just on
I have no
incepting.
specific thoughts on it without doing any research into it
Gotcha.
outside of the research I did for this debate on this specific issue.
Okay, so the second question, then, that's a fair answer, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Second question is, do you have any direct lawsuit, case file, precedent, or anything that maybe contradicts, or any opinions on those specific cases? Besides Nixon, you guys got into Nixon, but he got into Marbury versus Madison and a few other things as well. Do you have anything to basically just give you some time to directly address those if you want to?
Address them in what fashion?
However you feel you need to. If you have anything for,
well, I feel that the court's usage of those cases to thread together this immunity is facile. I don't think that the way that they're interpreting these cases is stitching together, being able to. Okay, well, clearly here there was a... So, hold on 1 second. Let me pull up the other notes document. Control F is good.
You're saying they're cherry picking to form a narrative, and that's what I'm
Yeah,
wondering.
so I actually compared this. I can in a second. I can go through when you ask Pentuple a question. If you come back around to me, I'll find it in my notes document. But I compared this earlier to my wife as whenever I'm debating with Christians or atheists for that matter, and they will cherry pick certain Bible verses to justify their argument. And I also I very obviously that's what's going on when I made reference to Fed 70, when they're just they just keep spamming the opening line over and over and over and over again, unburdened and vigorous, unburdened and vigorous, unburdened and vigorous. But if you actually, as I said, read into that paper, the intention of that essay is more to argue for one executive as opposed to executive group.
That's what I'm wondering. If you have some sort of legal case or law or something.
Well, I'm not sure. So the problem is problem is I don't have a case that demonstrates that presidential immunity doesn't exist, because it's never been the assumption, nor should it ever be, that it does exist.
Maybe not that goes that far. It just breaks his chain.
It was never tested.
Shows that
there is no chain. There is no chain. The chain is made of tissue paper, and I breathed on it and it snapped. I don't understand. I'm sorry. I just don't understand what you're asking for.
One of the things that the court, I don't know if I could just jump in here or not. Sorry.
Go ahead,
if you can help explain to me what he's asking for.
Yeah, I'm just asking if there's a legal case that came in between those that breaks the chain of precedent.
Let me ask one question real quick, and then I'm going to
let wait. I understand. Okay, I don't think there is a precedent being established. There is no precedent being established there is no chain of precedent being established for presidential immunity. That would be my answer.
Okay, before you move on to this, I want Pentuple to respond to that and what Tyler just said and explain was different. But I have one question I want you to also answer with that, is that there seems to be some objection by the Big JC that other cases that aren't directly part of something are part of this case, don't influence law. So in your opinion, is law influenced? And you can fix my wording if you want, JC, but it appears like you're objecting to the use of certain outside cases influencing this case.
No.
Okay.
No. To be clear, I'm not objecting to the use of outside cases. What I'm objecting to is the way that the court is attempting to use these cases to demonstrate precedent where none exists.
Okay, cool. All right, perfect. That's what I want to clarify. So you go ahead and say what you want to say there. Response to Ian's question and JC's response.
So the precedent. The precedent that we're looking for isn't that there's like precedent that presidents could have been charged, but there are no prosecutions of former presidents. And one of the things that the court discussed in the oral arguments is that if the court ruled the way that you're arguing they should have, presidents would immediately test the question, which is another untested constitutional law question of self-pardons. Presidents would all just immediately start pardoning themselves on the way out. We would have to answer that question as a part of our process now. But what you're trying to argue that this alters the course of history, that this is like some monumental change in constitutional law. This finding only affirms the previous experiences that we've had in constitutional law. It doesn't change what would have happened, which is what you're arguing for.
Can I respond to that, Gibbs?
So you can
for sure.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
So I don't think that it's a good argument that just because this has never happened before, that means that the decision that was made was the correct one. I also don't agree that just because it hasn't happened before, that automatically means that your assumption about how people, like, obviously that was not the case. Obviously, there were plenty of people like me who didn't think that the president had full criminal immunity. And now that the Supreme Court has so graciously clarified that for us, now we're all sitting here like, well, what the fuck? We thought that no man was above the criminal law of the United States.
Sure.
No man should be above the law with some exception to, like, impeding. Like, I'm okay, obviously. I don't think that you should be able to sue the president over whatever the fuck you want, right? Because that would impede the vigor of the executive's wang or whatever it is they're so concerned about. But when it comes to criminal actions, there is absolutely a massive public interest in holding the president to account for crimes that he commits. And I'm not sure why, especially one more thing, especially if the intent was to affect private goals, not those in the public interest.
Just housekeeping.
Well,
hold on.
Your position is the reason we included this caveat.
I'm sorry.
I think he has to do a dono check.
Yeah, no, not that. But I was going to say housekeeping is what's going to happen. Pentemple, you respond. JC, don't say anything after. And then we're going to go to Rowan then ask him a question. So Pentemple, respond to this real quick, and we're going to go to Rowan.
Well, I was just going to say, it sounds like what you're arguing for is the reason we included this presumption that can be overruled. So it's not like we've granted this like profound immunity to the president. But what we do have as far as precedent when we're talking about, or the lack of precedent, is that presidents have never been charged criminally. But there are plenty of cases that you can go throughout history where you could suggest, obviously this is looking back, but you could suggest that presidents could have been facing criminal charges, but they never did. So this hasn't been tested. That doesn't necessarily mean that the answer to that test is that they can be prosecuted just because it was never tested. The precedents that we're looking at here is the lack of prosecutions, and that is relevant to this holding. It is a part of the constitutional decision-making process here. I know you might not like that or agree with it being a part of that process, but that's just a part of the process.
I've never been prosecuted for murder. Therefore, if I ever murder anyone, I'm not guilty of it. Okay. All right.
I got one more question.
Okay, all right. One more question.
It's not a crime.
I'm sorry, Ron, I lied.
Never
I
been
don't know. I haven't
prosecuted.
been able to ask one more, and then we're going to go to you for yours.
Sorry, Rowan.
Yeah, he's stepping on your
All right.
toes, this guy.
I just more want a clarification. So again, I'm going off your guys' initial intros as to like what the points were you're trying to prove and disprove from the other side here. So one point JC made is he's saying that the president's kind of free to do anything. He was saying that the court is going above their merit to give a corrupt president a pass, essentially. So I want to dig into that a little bit. I don't think that you've kind of refuted that enough. I want to ask, are there any other mechanisms in the Constitution to deal with a president potentially doing bad actions while it's potentially an official action besides the one you have highlighted there?
Okay, so your question is whether an official act can be prosecuted in any context?
In any way, is there any other mechanism the government has besides just arresting the president out of office, which is what this
So a lot of the hypotheticals do still bring an analysis, and the court didn't one of the things that we should note here is that the court didn't touch on what is an official act. And you'll probably understand, most people probably understand that the Supreme Court generally avoids answering questions that are not before the court. And in this case, neither party disputed or admitted that the alleged acts in question were official acts. So the question here was only immunity. I guess you're asking me about the scope of what is an official act in some ways.
If something is declared an official act.
If we define it as an official act.
Yes.
And it's taken by a president in their capacity as president, they are immune from prosecution unless this immunity can be Where's the language that the court uses? Unless the government can show that applying this criminal prohibition to that act would pose no danger of intrusion on their authority and functions. So this comes down to.
Thing?
I'm saying
yes, I do. I think this caveat is very carefully worded because it allows the president to pursue legitimate. Yes.
You know,
the president is allowed. Right? I'm making the point that the president is the executive.
Can the president order the United States Marines to domestically bomb Chicago?
Right. So this is where you have to get into the analysis of whether it was done as a presidential duty, which requires so many variables that you would have to litigate.
He was commanding the military. That's an official act. You can't investigate that.
You can argue that. You can argue that. You can't argue that.
You literally can't.
You can argue it.
It said you cannot investigate official acts to prosecute unofficial ones. You can't.
Okay. So
if it's defined as an official act by the court, right? But the court can still look into it if you accuse it of not being an official act. That's the whole point. The court is still allowed to look at presidential action.
One at a time.
Your whole
one second, guys.
Your whole gaslight that the president has like complete and full immunity is just wrong.
This is really important.
Okay, go ahead.
Commanding the military is a core power of the chief executive, not an official act, a core power.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So can he command the military, let's say the Air Force instead, to nuke Chicago? Is that
nuke Chicago? Act? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that's but the reason that you're getting hung up on this.
Well, according to the court, you'd be correct.
No. Okay. There's no official act where the president can constitutionally nuke Chicago. So, like, your hypothetical is
he is the commander-in-chief of the military. He is exercising his core duties as chief executive.
Hold on,
what I'm saying is what you're suggesting that the president. You're trying to pitch this whole premise as if the president has been like released of his guardrails. There's nothing protecting there's nothing preventing the president from doing anything.
Wait,
this is
who has
such
command
a specific
over the president in the military?
Yes, but what are you talking about? Are you concerned that Trump's going to nuke Chicago? Like, that's what the Supreme Court should have been worried about? We do have
this law. I'm asking you about the merits of this law.
Stop.
There is an element of the presidency that requires you to be a good person. We have to elect good people. The person that we put in the presidency has a lot of power. What you're suggesting is putting the president in a position that they cannot make mistakes. You are completely off base constitutionally. You can laugh, but when you get to your law school, when you drop out of your common law class, they'll say the same thing to you. The presidency is not a role that is designed to be unable to fuck up.
He won't do that. He's too nice.
All right, perfect. That sounds like a perfect segue into Roan. Bit of housekeeping again, because I'm a dumbass. I realized this after I said something and I peed in the back. I just posted Roan's link in chat. Guys, you know what I didn't do? Because we kind of had a hodgepodge intro and started a little early.
I'd be laughing at
I didn't do intros. So, unfortunately for you three, everybody knows who y'all are on my channel, but nobody knows Roan. Roan, before you ask a question, go ahead, tell us who you are, what you do, where to find you, all that good jazz. And I apologize deeply. I should have that, but I got so many things going on today, I skipped it. Go ahead, Roan.
Hey, no worries, man. Hey, thanks so much for having me on. Great to meet all you guys. My name is Rowan. I have a YouTube channel. It's at Rowan Reads. I make rap battles. I do comedy skits. I use a lot of deepfake technology. I deepfake voices. I deepfake faces. I've made content with J-Reg, Destiny, among a few other people. And I'm just here for the memes, man.
So was it your fault that Soy whatever the other night had the fake tweet that triggered Rob? It was your fault. You deepfaked it with the eye, didn't you?
Fake. I'm not sure if I'm privy to.
No, it was a joke. It was a joke. It's not.
Someone needs to give me hit to
that was so.
That was hilarious. Sorry. Side note. Yeah, really fucking funny.
Good Lord.
Like I said, everybody knows my bias. I'm a conservative. Rob's on my side generally when I do my own shows or like go on shows and panels and shit. But that was some baby soft.
Yeah, but claim your bitch, dog.
Yeah, that was some pussy shit. And then yesterday after that, the Connor meltdown, not good. Rob had an interesting past 2 days. So one time I agree with Rob. One time I didn't. So guys, I'm a fair guy. Anyway, Ron, go ahead and ask away any questions. And go check him out. I posted his link in chat.
For sure. I appreciate it. I guess I have 2 questions. I have one question for each of the contenders here, and then just kind of like an open observation I want to make. So I guess first for JC, I want to ask if you can give any, like, what is a Steelman version of this concept of presidential immunity? Is there a less extreme version of it that you would accept? And what is the hypothetical good that would be trying to do that you think it's failing to do?
So the Steelman version is what already exists. We already have a method of being able to impeach a president or remove them from office and then go after them for crimes committed while in office. So we already have this system. It works. Okay? It worked with Nixon to the point where he resigned rather than being impeached because he was told by his house that it was going to happen. So I think that the system we already have is just fine. When it comes to the proposal by the Trump team, it feels so obnoxious to say this, but I really cannot see a Steelman for giving criminal immunity genuinely to anyone in the United States. Criminal immunity is, like, again, I really, really like the U.S. Legal system. Like, personally, I admire it quite a bit. The evolution of all of these different systems kind of reaching what they have formulated as the innocent until proven guilty, the everyone is entitled to counsel. Like, there's so many cool things about the way our system is set up, but part of that is everyone is treated fairly, right? Everyone can have a lawyer. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Even if you're like everybody has seen like mugshots of you for weeks because you're some crazy serial killer, you're still going to be treated in court as if you are just as innocent as a guy who jaywalked. So I'm okay with like the idea of criminally prosecuting basically anyone so long as they actually committed a crime. And I struggle to find a way to read the Trump team's position and then the subsequent decision as anything other than like a like blatant sort of biased position towards like favoring Trump.
Sure. Okay, and that's a good. That kind of leads me into my question for Pentuple, which is, with this ruling, I guess now being like the new precedent, what is an example of something that the president cannot do? Like, what would cross a line so that they can be prosecuted criminally?
So like these obvious examples, like if he committed murder, right? In a private capacity, like he can still be charged civilly and criminally for things that aren't done in his capacity as president. What the ruling here is really getting to is that the president is a branch of government, and this branch of government is separate from the judiciary and it's separate from the legislative. And the logic that prevents the legislative from passing laws that affect his official powers only, right? These are only things. And like I said, all of these crazy hypotheticals, there's a way that you can change enough variables to make anything technically an official duty, but they're very unlikely and unreasonable. But what we're talking about here is that the president needs to have the ability to carry out his duties without fear of civil liability or this, but only for his official duties. So like the hypotheticals are like, I mean, there's all sorts of hypotheticals. I mean, when we go into this case and we look back, there's all sorts of decisions made by probably every president has made at least one decision that you could argue had some criminal capacity. But the problem is that when they're acting in the capacity as president, I mean, they're in charge of the executive power. And in some sense, there's other legal arguments that go to this, but this power is exclusively the president's. So allowing the legislature to interfere with law and prosecutions of official duties is essentially sacrificing the power of this branch of government.
Sure. I mean, I guess my concern would just be that this allows because to my understanding, I mean, the whole reason that this case happened was because of the was because of Jack Smith, right, trying to sue Trump over the entire thing and the
right
of stolen
conversations with his attorney general and stuff like that.
Yeah, and so I guess my concern, because I am of the opinion that was an attempt to try to steal an election, and if Joe Biden had done that, I would have condemned Joe Biden as well. And I guess my concern would be that this will allow presidents to just do this in the future, because there is now no disincentive to not try to like steal an election or just like hire fake electors to like put in to cast fraudulent votes, because now you know that even if you don't get away with it, you can't be charged. So that feels kind of scary.
Well, what we're talking about here is what you're arguing comes down slightly to intent, which I'm not going to say you or I know. Like, I might feel one way about Donald Trump's intent, you might feel the other. We don't really know that, but it does come down to like this knowing intent. But this principle that I was mentioning earlier that JC was laughing his head off at is that this presidency is a position where you have to put people, we are tasked with putting in a person that we're going to entrust with great power. This is not a position that you are incapable of making bad decisions, incapable of doing things like that. But within the scope of your official powers, like, I guess the hypothetical about like trying to steal the election comes down to Trump's intent, because if Trump really believes in the fraud claims, then there's a really different like legal analysis going on here. And like, for example, just in a hypothetical, like let's say one day it came out that the election was stolen. I know you don't believe that. I don't have evidence to say that, but let's say the evidence came out one day that that was the case. Would that now justify what Trump did here? So what the court's looking at with these official duties is not the president's intent, but just whether he's acting in the capacity as president.
Hold
so
on.
that's why
I have to say something. Hold on. Stop.
Please.
Stop. Hold on. Because I think Rowan's. Hold on. Stop. You just keep write notes down. Respond to all this. Because I think Rowan's actually got one more question for a general question for both. But I want you to answer this, Pentemple. What if? Okay, the evidence does come out as stolen. However, since Biden did it as officially in capacity as president in order to stop
that's correct.
Trump or like whatever, would Biden or I guess who was before that, Obama, like try to stop him from being president, and he did this because he thought it was a threat to the nation, so he did it as president? Would that be allowable under this ruling then?
No, you would be immune, and I think that like if you were to determine that Biden's pardons were criminal in nature, you still would have to defeat this presumption to get to Biden. And I don't know that you necessarily can. I think that like, and this is why I said for a long time with Biden's pardons, this is a consequence, whether and this is obviously a pitch for people who dislike Biden and dislike the pardons, but this is the consequence of entrusting someone with a branch of government as the president who is not in line with, I guess, what you desire, is just to pitch it that way. Cause I know some of the judges don't feel the same way, but the point is like, there is a task and an importance that when you put somebody in the presidency, we are entrusting them with great power. And this immunity covers them in so much as they're making decisions as the president under valid constitutional law. All these like hypotheticals, I think the court would revisit these. And I'm just saying like these horrible, like brand new hypotheticals, I just don't think will, like, I don't think we have to worry that every president's going to try to pressure campaign people into like changing election results. So sorry, you can go ahead. I'm getting wordy, but like I just
let's wrap it up.
This seems to be like a fair caveat.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go to JC and then let Rowan ask his overall question. So go ahead, JC, respond with your objection.
Fucking stupid because
don't respond. And then
I should have been able to nail him on it at the time, but as a lawyer,
it's gotta be fair.
You should understand the difference between motive and intent, correct?
What are you getting at?
Donald Trump's intent was to communicate with his Department of Justice. His motive was to do so to steal the election.
In your opinion, to steal.
Well, sure.
In his opinion,
but guess what? Guess what, Pentuple? We can't even look at whether or not I'm right or you're right. We can't even investigate it anymore. Which means that now, like Rowan pointed out,
because it's an official act. That's
Democrat or Republican has full clear to steal the election in exactly the same way that Trump already tried to. This time, we can't even investigate it.
All right, real quick response. Go ahead.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. I mean, perhaps.
Okay. All right, cool. Perfect. That seems like a good
I'm arguing with the Supreme Court holding.
Perhaps you're just okay with that?
Hold on.
Dude, I'm not here to listen every time you freak out. If you want to read the holding,
hold on. Stop.
I'm giving you the holding.
All right, both of y'all stop. Right. Okay, go ahead. We're going to go to Rowan. Go ahead. I know you had an overall question. And then
no, I'm sorry. The last thing that I asked was kind of the overall question. I mean, just my thing about like the concern of like, now does this allow any president in the future to try on their way out to say, oh, it was stolen. Oh, and I have my own board of electors who can cast votes.
It sure does, but Pentuple doesn't care.
Perfect. Okay, so hold on. Stop. All right, perfect. This is perfect timing because we're getting close to wrap this up, so we need to move the other one because I'm so glad y'all came early because we are getting close to time on this. So I'm going to give you all a little time to object to each other, and then we'll go to closings. Go ahead, fight amongst yourselves. But yeah, so I'll stop y'all here in about 5-6 minutes.
What?
So we'll do closings.
The only
Well,
one
I'll
he's
just-
arguing
Oh,
against
one
is
last
defending
thing. One last
himself.
thing. One last thing. I'm sorry. Judges, go ahead and start
I've
thinking now.
argued on behalf of the holding.
So,
You're
wait,
arguing with
wait,
the
stop.
Supreme Court.
Wait,
You
one
read
second,
the
one second.
holding at me and
One
expected
second.
that to be
Wait,
your
wait,
argument. Good
wait,
job.
One second. All right, 1 second. Last thing, real quick. Just server wise, this is just a housekeeping thing. Judges at the end here, send me in private who you think won, and I'll come call on y'all who won. Chat when I post the poll after they do closings. Go ahead and vote. My chat does lean, pretty mid. It's like split pretty heavily down the middle. But contestants, I advise y'all to vote for yourselves. Y'all are gonna get 5 minutes to like rebuttal each other for so, and then we'll go from there. What else? Anything else before I turn y'all over to start yelling at each other because I can tell you already start screaming. Nope, that's it. Okay, go ahead. And 1 second, unmuted, fight.
I'm building
Well,
a Grey Knight. He didn't come to
I'll
debate.
show-
He just came to
I'll
read
show-
at me.
No, I came with an understanding of the holding. That's what I came with. I mean,
So
this
did
is what you want to
I came
debate.
to
This is the
discuss it,
evolution
not
of
just to read
prompt.
to
You
you.
chose all three of these prompts. I came after reading the holding. I went through the oral arguments. I feel like I have a good understanding of why the court held that presidents have immunity with the presumption they can be defeated. I think it makes sense. I'm not here to create a new novel legal theory for you. I'm here to explain what is now being taught in constitutional law classes. I think it makes sense. I can follow the logic. The court has the authority to declare laws unconstitutional if they infringe on the president's official duties. It only makes sense that you cannot apply any law to official duties in that case. If it would be unconstitutional for them to pass that law, it would be unconstitutional for them to enforce the law in that capacity. So I'm just like, you're not arguing with me. I'm just explaining the holding, my understanding of the holding. Any shortcomings that I'm having, I didn't argue this in front of the Supreme Court. I read this for a day. This is my basic understanding of the logic and why I think it's good law. I think that the caveat, unless the government can show that applying the criminal prohibition to that act would pose no danger of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch, serves a very important purpose. I don't want criminal presidents. This doesn't set a new standard. Presidents have generally treated their official duties as immune, and that's not because of the lack of prosecution, but because there had never even been, it's because of the lack of prosecution. Like when Bush took these actions that you could argue were criminal, or Obama took these arguments that you were going to argue were criminal, there had been no precedent for charging presidents. So this idea that it's going to it's a complete rejection of history is not an argument that I follow. And I'll also leave it at this for the opening. I do believe that the founders intended for the presidency to have quite great power. And that's why they distinguished in the Federalist Papers that this is not a king. This person is still liable as a private citizen during their presidency. But we do have to establish that they have quite great power as the president. And it's not great if you put somebody in there that you don't like or that doesn't have your principles. But ultimately, when the president is acting under their official capacity, they have to have this immunity. Otherwise, you're sacrificing the power of that branch to the other two branches.
Fantastic. All right, JC, any rebuttal to that before we go to closings?
No, I'm done with him.
All right,
I
fantastic.
I think I'm good.
Well, so who went? So I guess
yeah, I'll go first with closing.
All right,
If I
perfect.
win,
Go ahead.
yeah.
So once again, judges after closing, send me who you think won, and then I'll ask you why at the end. Chat after
was your
closings,
closing?
I'll put the poll up to see who won, and then we'll go ahead and get the next one started. Go ahead, JC, give us a closing. You got 3 minutes. Let me put the timer up for you.
That was my closing.
Pull
Right?
it up so I know you're not lying.
that was your closing.
cheating,
Oh, Pintup already did his
lying
closing.
cheater.
So yeah, so I'm not a live
Oh,
shot.
Pintup already did his closing.
Well, I guess that's his closing. Okay.
That was a
Oh.
closing.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, that was short, but
Can
perfect.
I still have a closing?
Yeah, you absolutely get your closing. You got 3 minutes. I'm sharing it. I'll restart it. Apologize. It says 2:58. I'll restart it. And go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't know. I wish I could say I was surprised. I'm not. But I can say that I'm really disappointed. I did a lot of reading and a lot of research. I read what was it? Fed 1, 2, 9, 69, 70, and 77. I read the entire majority opinion. I read the dissenting opinion that was affixed to the PDF. Obviously, I didn't get through everything, as Pentuple pointed out. There are other ones published, so I am going to go back and read those. I read so much shit for this, and I came to have a really good discussion with an actual lawyer about the merits of a law, the merits of a decision made by the Supreme Court, and he is so one-dimensionally brained that he will literally just say, well, I came to explain, not debate, and then just read the majority opinion at me. He didn't answer any of my hypotheticals about the military because he can't, obviously. He didn't rebut anything I said because he can't, obviously, other than to just repeat things he's already said over and over again. That's how fucking stupid this decision is. Even an actual lawyer, somehow an actual lawyer, like I said, University of American Samoa degree looking real nice on the shelf back there. Even a lawyer can't defend this bullshit. I mean, it's just, again, I return to the last example that we were discussing, where Pentuple just straight up said that he is fine if a president attempts to steal the election in the same way that Donald Trump did, and if they are not able to be held criminally liable, and that includes Democrats. So it's nice to know that despite some of our allegiance to the law, that there are still some lawyers who try to embody the rogue of Saul Goodman in real life by just not understanding how law works at all and hoping to pass themselves off with a little bit of grift and not a lot of research.
That was the most emotional closing I've ever heard in my life.
I am crying over here. I'm
mentioned
sobbing,
one legal
dude. Wham,
concept
wham, boo-hoo.
when my
1 second,
closing was
like,
literally.
I'll let you talk about
Like,
the
you're
stop.
gaslighting me. Like, why are you saying like I came here with no?
By the way, guys, I knew that. Rowan, I hope you understand that I knew this was going to be like this between these two. I'm maybe thinking y'all won't be as so, fundamentally where they want to kill each other on GTA as whatever. But I might be wrong. Maybe you hate him. I don't know. So you don't feel obligated to just want to be stabbed with him. But also on that note, guys, the poll is up my chat. If y'all want to go hi, everybody go vote. It's gonna be up for about 5 minutes. Then we're gonna switch over. Judges, send me who y'all think won. I'm gonna unmute these boys and have y'all yell amongst yourselves. I'm sure y'all won't slur. Don't do it. And I'm gonna go take a little tinkle break because I had another show I have to be on as soon as this one finishes. So moving on to that. Go ahead. I'll be right back. Go ahead. Keep the mark on yourselves. Oh, and that's fucking beeper. Stop.
You didn't unmute JC.
Oh, I did unmute him.
He might have muted himself.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Appreciate
But now I'm unmuted. Yeah, sorry, Rowan. I hate Pentuple.
You and Non-Fun. I get along with everybody.
I don't hate you, Pentuple. I just don't think you're very smart. What about Non-Fun?
You guys both don't like him. You're both all unique and special butterflies.
Well, that's
They
because he's
offer
not
something
smart, and he says really dumb things. I'd like him if he said smart things and wasn't dumb.
Even a broken clock's right twice a day. You could probably get some information.
Yeah,
out of
but
him
like
that you
broken
wouldn't know
clocks
other
are still
people.
fucking broken, dog. They're wrong all the other times.
Sure, but you can still get some. He's got a degree. You could get some useful information.
You were
out of
bitching
him.
about logical fallacies. I'm gonna come up with a new one called the broken clock fallacy, where just saying that doesn't get you out of an argument anymore.
I'm just giving you a reason to maybe just be, treat everybody nicely, because maybe one day he'll offer you a piece of information.
I just think that his political views and legal opinions are horrendously fucking stupid. But like he probably thinks the same for me. So like I mean, there's no hard feelings there, at least not from me.
My constitutional views will get me through a law school exam, and yours won't.
Okay.
So.
I think.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, obviously they did, but hey,
if you're mad at the Supreme Court, and that's fine.
Then anybody can, right?
Just don't know why you're gaslighting me.
This guy is a better word for it.
Gaslighting you. You have a legal degree, correct?
Everyone in these debates.
I don't think it was literally from the University of American Samoa. That was a joke. Did you
like
not get it?
3-page open. No,
I know Tyler got it last time I made it.
No, you're fine. It's funny because it's like, well, I went to a school that might as well be like that, so it's fine. But I prepped.
Hey, I also got 2 doctorates from a school like that. Don't worry about it.
Hey! In my closing, I said you did a little bit of research. I just said you didn't do very much.
I mean, I read the relevant research.
Well, good job.
Yeah.
Let's see how the poll's going. I have the judges' results. It's going good. Looks like.
Start with the critiques of both and whatnot.
No, bitch.
Oh,
no.
What?
Wait, so who actually?
What are your critiques, Tyler? Get out of here. I know your critiques already, boy.
I watched iCal and I tried to take notes on how he broke down the debate and emulate it in that way. That guy is like, I want to learn everything he knows.
Yeah. I'm
I
gonna give
think
y'all
that he's really
time to
good
talk
for
about critiques
academic
in a
debate,
moment.
but it doesn't hold up to the online medium every single time.
I actually agree with that statement. And that's part of the reason why I've created this is to have rankings and bragging rights and whatnot. And I think there is this special mix for online debate poll where it is WWS and formal. Like this is maybe the closest we've come to where it's been like, I don't know. Like
Grudge match, I guess.
grudge matchy Mimi. But I would love for example to have someone like Modi come on a stream and like debate somebody else that's like a debate bro over a topic that
Bring
Modi
that British dude back on. I'll
Yeah.
yell at him.
Okay, we will find y'all a topic. I don't know that you
We
want
need to
that
get a topic for me and him, Gibbs.
Sure, I'll find something. But my point is that you can win a debate by having the crowd, by wooing the judges. If you play to the judges, I think there's a lot of different kinds of ways to win. Sorry, guys, I'm having some technical difficulties on my channel at the moment.
Mine is by being
But
really
they
loud
can hear
and
us.
stupid.
Yeah. So I like. That's really kind of what I'm trying to bring to here is I think something that encapsulates online debating as best we can in a competitive format. And I'm trying to get judges that are not if one judge is one side or in a competition like this, okay, everyone's got biases. But, if we're having the competitors judge each other the way I see it, hey, they're probably going to want to try to be as fair as possible because they're going to compete next. And then when I have judges that are not from here, unless I do a gimmick like have e-girls on that day, I have, I try to have people of varying beliefs. I'll usually have Skylar's been a judge for. She's a real young, I think she's left. I actually don't know. And then I have I'll have Pentuple or something, right? And he's a MAGA guy. And then or this one, we got Rowan, we got Average Debate. Well, I guess that doesn't count because they're competitors. Or other ones, I'll try to have I had Chai. She's a goth e-girl conservative, and then we had an ultra lefty as the other judge. So I try to make it balanced as we can. Looks like the polling has just ended. Pentuple, damn, this is the most dominant chat vote we've had so far. This is 15-3 a chat, so 83% of the vote. Let's go to Rowan and who he thought won since he's our new guy here.
Wait, who won the chat vote?
Pentuple won 15-3.
Called that.
Well, I don't know why you called that. Lefties have won here more of the chat vote.
I have no idea why Pentuple won the chat vote, but I know that I won't win it. So.
Well, hold on. You say that, and then we've had multiple lefties win the chat vote over the conservatives several times now.
But if we point to the historical precedent of my chat votes on this channel, I have never won it. So.
Well, that's something. However, let's go to the judges because the chat vote doesn't always matter. Rowan, who do you think won?
When Tyler's vote comes
Okay, so I say who I think won, and then I explain why.
Say who you think won. Could give critiques or whatever you think.
Okay, this was a hard one to rake, as these guys, they're so civil, charming, handsome young gentlemen. But in the end, I'm going to have to say that I think that JC won purely because I'm having a hard time following the legal precedent and the chain of cases that justifies this choice. And so I just default to, I think, the guy won that makes the case that I think makes the most sense because I find this new precedent kind of scary, but I thought that they both, presented themselves, fairly well. So,
well, thank you so much. Fantastic. All right. And Tyler, what are your thoughts? Who won? And decided factor, drum roll, please. Since you're going to be the deciding factor, this is 1-1, and then who won and why?
I'm going to do the why first then. How about?
Sure, if you want to give us the why. That doesn't make sense, Mitch. By the time you're done explaining the why, we're going to know who won.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right.
So I want to start out with, we didn't see a winner. We saw who didn't lose. So first I want to get into the debate.
Playing not to lose is a good strategy sometimes.
Yeah, I want to start with JC first here. JC, I will say a significantly better job than the last time I watched you debate. You used aggression. I am actually
yourself.
watching your aggression at the right moments and then toning down at the right moments. I'm like, I was taking notes because I'm bad at that. I'm too nice to people. I feel like you did much better using the aggression at honed moments when you feel like you had a good point. I think the big thing here was you guys both went into this with your introductions doing most of the heavy lifting, and a lot of the disputing that went on during, there wasn't much substance to that, unfortunately. And what we saw from the heavy lifting is JC just made more claims that he had to back up. The SCOTUS power grab to excuse Trump, never heard anything about that after the introduction. No history of legal precedent. I didn't even ask you a question. If there's any legal precedent, you can show me one single case that you can show me that refutes this chain of command that he's building in his argument, and you couldn't. So it just, based on the debate alone, I feel like you didn't successfully refute, and you were right. He was going with a very simplistic argument, making one claim and hammering into that, which gives you one argument to refute, but it makes it a harder argument to refute because he's so strong on it. I feel like he was just never challenged on his chain of command. Pentuple, on the other hand, I feel like, again, your intro did a lot of heavy lifting because JC made a lot of good points in the debate that you didn't refute that well. I even gave you the flat-out opening and asked you a very easy softball question, like, can you give me other government actions that would go in and into effect if the president tried to do something that wasn't above board, like bomb Chicago? The president doesn't have authority to do that. He doesn't have authority to declare war on his own. That's Congress. Hold on. So what that would do, that would bounce to the courts, and this was your opportunity to say, well, the courts would take a view of that, and they'd say that's unconstitutional, you can't do that, or they could impeach him, no, you didn't. You didn't say they could impeach him. You didn't say they could censure him. You didn't say that they could do there's all sorts of mechanisms to punish and withhold power from the president. You could have talked about how Congress can withhold the purse of the president and just delay funding if he does anything too egregious. All sorts of things Congress has control over to impede the acts of the president that you just never got into. So you let him run wild with that narrative that Trump was being unchecked because of this ruling. And I feel like you could have hammered into that more, but you kept very concise with your main argument. And I feel like that wasn't refuted. So I got to give it to Pentuple because his one
That is
point
insane.
was not refuted. He needed a case. He needed one court case. That's all you needed. You could have done this.
So Gibbs, if you want, this might be a funny little advert for
Did
your,
you say you won? Did you say
your
you won
little
the-
debate, your little debate thingy or
Hold on,
whatever.
JC, hold on.
You can go back on my stream. I muted all of this and I gave exact predictions, not only for how everybody would vote, but why Tyler would claim to vote the way that he did. So
Hey, wait, that's good. Wait, so he voted. So we have a 2-1 chat vote here. It looks like, and Tyler voted 2-1 in favor of Pentuple. So Pentuple's got his first win. Jason was 0-2.
I was not nice to Pentuple in that review.
no, you weren't. But yeah, that's awesome.
But hey,
thank you, Kanye. Very cool.
now you two get to judge these two. So if you hold grudges, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Like, these are factors to consider when you come to the DCS. Maybe politics might help you in the future if you're trying to get into I don't know. Maybe you go donate somebody's channel $50 if you want them to win. I don't know. Either way, like bribing, all these things, I'm okay with it. And so, all right. Looks like Pentuple's moving on to 1-0. JC's 0-2. Now let's get to the next debate between Tyler and Rowan, which is, goddammit, I'm going to just go ahead. It's something about Biden. I'm not going to preface it with Gibbs's favorite line. I'm just going to try to be impartial and moderate because, we all don't have my opinions on how fantastic Biden is. But these two are going to debate the Biden presidency's legacy, and I think something along with Trump. Is that correct? Is that correct, y'all two? Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Biden presidency, successful or failure?
Fantastic. Okay, cool. And do y'all have a preference on who goes first?
He came in on short notice to back us up here, so I'll let him take the call if he wants to go first or not.
Yeah, do you want to go first or
Hey,
last?
Gibbs. Wait, Gibbs. You got anything to say to your chat calling me like a moron and shit like that?
Guys,
are you just cool with that?
Don't be like. I mean, like, first of all, I will say this. My chats call everybody morons. I get called by moron by chat all the time.
But I thought we were homies.
I got you. I will say something. I will say something.
But this is
Hold on. I will say this, chat.
Shut up, bitch.
I will say this going forward for everybody. Hold on. Let me answer. I do find it sad, chat, whenever I have people on, and this is actually a bigger issue. I had one of the judges come on a couple of, her name was Hot and Streamy, and I don't know which one of you fuckers it was. I don't remember, but one of y'all called her like a low value woman, even though she's like a VP of a sales company and hot as fuck, and like makes a ton of money and just streams for laughs because she likes to take all you poor degenerate what's that called I work for? I'm just kidding. She's actually a saint. She's really nice. But y'all called her a low value woman and it hurt her feelings. But she had to understand that, it's a debate platform, so people are going to say things that are full. But I would encourage chat not to be mean to the competitors because it does take a lot for them to come on camera, argue this shit, and stand by a belief. That is what I will say. However,
I'm not concerned about that or like my feelings. I just thought it was. I don't know.
I mean, as long as it was,
you know what? I withdraw it completely.
You can, if you're gonna call, but you call people morons too. In the chat,
yeah, but I call them that to their opinions. I don't face in rooms where they can see me.
Well, okay, that's fair. I mean, yeah, you're more of a man than the chatters that don't come on these panels. I mean, I agree.
I thought you and I were mates.
We are friends. We are friends. But I mean, I'm telling.
It's cool. It's cool.
No, listen,
like being hated.
I hold you as the same standards as everybody else.
I
You and
drink
I are
those
friends.
tears.
Hold on, you are my friend. My chat, but like you call people morons. I mean, you're more of a man for calling them morons to their face. My chatters, if y'all want to call people morons, you're allowed to. But I guess you have littler balls than JC because he'll do it to their
No,
face.
my ball. You know what? No, my balls are microscopic, and I am sad and crying that I lost the debate to Pentuple because he is so much better than me,
Well,
and the
good.
only one who's better than him is Tyler.
Okay, all right. Moving on now. Hold on, moving on. Now. As fun as this, as fun as this is. All right, hold on, calm down. Shh. As fun as this is, I am on a timetable. So we are, and I want to go whoop some fucking dating show people's ass with debate bro skills in a little bit. So we're switching topics. You two are judges now, so shut your mouths till I call on y'all in a bit. And well, I'm sorry, I got sidetracked there. Who was going first? Or Rowan, are you choosing who's going to go first? Because you're coming in late. Rowan, you get to choose by default if you want to go first or last. And remember, the person who goes first gets to do closing last, generally.
Okay, so I wrote an opening here to preemptively to rebut Tyler's arguments, but I'm realizing now that that would put most of the heavy lifting in the intros. So I'm going to shorten mine, and I guess he can still go first, and then I'll give my shortened intro, and then we can actually have the rebuttals in the back and forth.
Fantastic. But you have 7 minutes, so if you want to like give your intro and then rebuttal what he said, you're more than willing to do that. You got 7 minutes to talk. Regardless, okay, so Tyler, you're going to go first. That means you're going to close last. Let me pull the timer up so people don't think that Gibbs is over here pulling favorites, because I don't give a shit who wins, honestly. In fact, I kind of hope that Rowan comes in and pulls a spoiler for Tyler, because it would be fucking funny to me to see him not make it in the Contender Series yet. So let's go ahead and kick it off, Tyler.
If you've noticed from my last 2 debates, I am only debating people that I would happily smoke with, chill with, and happily lose to. So I'm cool with that, man. So I want to get into this and first preface kind of how I did last debate. I want every president that gets into office to succeed. They are all the captains of the ship. I want them all to succeed, from Trump, Biden, Obama, Bush, everything. I liked Joe Biden in the 90s. I'm a 90s Democrat. I did not want him to do a bad job. There's no hate for the guy. My arguments here are purely based. They're going to be really based off of polling. I'm a big polling data guy. If anyone's ever watched my channel or listened to me debate or watch Whick's election stream, I was his data guy, which is like a point of pride for me, okay? So I want to take a critical look at 3 of the top 5 issues this cycle, which were immigration, or the border policy of Joe Biden, specifically around asylum. I'm going to lay off of that one just because he didn't get as much time to research it. He's here on short notice, so I want to give him that consideration. If I end up bringing up the border, it's probably because I feel like I'm flailing and I need the points, because it's really a good argument. I'm also going to bring up foreign policy, specifically the handling of immigration and the Middle East. Afghanistan and the Middle East in Biden's first year. And then finally, we're going to look at the economy and handling of inflation. So I'm going to use polling. I use polling on my own, and if you want to check my citations, I got a whole citation page that I sent Rowan before the debate so he could check everything out. Anyone's welcome to it if you don't believe what I'm saying here, but what I'm saying with the polling lines up almost directly, like a week after the policy or something happened in the news cycle to affect that polling. This is how I made these conclusions. I didn't just guess. So starting with inflation, I would argue that the reason why Biden was punished for this is similar to why Trump was punished for COVID. He didn't take it seriously enough. Neither of them took it seriously enough and pushed their political agenda. For Trump, it was putting the economy before human lives. For Biden, it was putting his policy agenda and spending trillions of dollars before the fears of inflation that at the point he was denying. I would argue that his administration denying inflation, saying it was transitory, and then having to come out a year later and say that they got it wrong. All the while, that whole year, they were inter-party fighting with Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema. The party was calling them traitors, saying they should leave the party. They were massive public attacks. Dozens of headlines attacking inter-party members for concerns about inflation, saying they were wrong and traitors and aiding Trump. Turns out they were right. So Biden's support dropped on the economy about 2.5 quarters into his presidency, about as much time as he initially predicted the inflation would be around. When it didn't go away, but it actually increased, that's when we saw his poll numbers drop. So jumping into, and also I should say, we do give him credit. Now there is a playbook they use. Now Trump used the COVID playbook. Fauci said it under oath that like most of what he recommended Trump do, Trump did. Biden used the playbook for inflation to reduce it. What I'm arguing is not that those actions were bad. He should be giving credit for bringing it down. What I'm arguing is he waited way too long to kick that playbook in. And that year he waited allowed inflation to compound to 9% before he reacted. So that's the argument I'm making. Not that he didn't clean it up well. He did clean it up well. We just shouldn't give him that much credit for cleaning up a mess that he contributed to. That's my argument there. So the third thing I want to go to is going to be looking at where the fuck is it? Damn it, I scrolled too far and had to scroll back. Inflation. I should have done this all in talking points, man. I was like, okay, so then the border, we have the asylum issue. I'm not going to dig too deep into this unless I have to, but with the border asylum issue, we saw blatant corruption using the credible fear clause based off of a 2009 order Obama gave his DHS. It was well documented, done in studies. Trump ended. When Biden came into office in February 2021, Biden completely gutted the Trump executive orders ending this and DHS. He ran on letting in 2 million asylees immediately after taking office. He was responsible for telling them to come surge the border. So all of those people that came in, that 7 million people that ended up overflowing left-wing cities, were almost all what Biden ran on and what he did in his year one policy as well. If we get into that, I have proof for it. But again, I'm going to try to lay off that topic just because our late receiving guest didn't have time to prep for it. So just to recap real quick, 5 issues. 3 of the top 5 issues, Biden was sitting at negative 20 in polling based off of these 3 events under these 3 issues. Economy, he was just too late to the game. We saw 9% inflation, 25% compounding inflation. And then at the end of it, he blamed Trump. In the debate, he said Trump was the one that gave him 9% inflation. He walked into office with that, which was a flat out lie. Inflation started 3 months when he was in the office. Secondly, we have foreign policy. 7 months after after Biden was in office, the withdrawal plan where he changed plans to withdraw from Afghanistan. He changed the date. He changed specificities. He changed what airport. He changed security. He changed troop deployments. He changed all sorts of things about the plan. But then when it was botched, he completely blamed Trump and said it was Trump's timetable, not my fault. After changing almost every layer of this plan the entire way down. Finally, we have the border. And again, this was a complete unforced era. Biden ran on compassion, surging the border, bringing in millions of people, nationalizing millions of people already here illegally. This was something he ran on. This was something his party won. And when he started to do it, he did too fast, too much. It overflowed cities. Mayor Eric Adams talked about it. Mayor Brandon Johnson talked about it. Fucking Gavin Newsom talked about it. Mayor Bass talked about it. All these people are on record talking about this overflow of asylees to their cities, bankrupting their cities in terms of financial support for their actual citizens. So we see it happening. It's undeniable at this point. It was all enforced. And I would say that these being 3 of the top 5 issues are why Biden's presidency was a failure.
Tyler, yeah, I see that. Sorry, I'm multitasking. Yeah, good job. I'm proud of you for not making the fucking go right up to over 7 minutes for once this time. Because if Fabian Liberty
not me.
Yeah, Fabian Liberty did have the title, but you took it from the other time. All right, go ahead. Whenever you're ready. 1, 2, 3, go. Wait, hold on.
Okay, well, first off, I just want to say thanks so much for having me on. This is my first official debate I've ever had. I've been on some casual panels before, but never like an actual debate. So this is new and exciting. So I guess I'll give some quick rebuttals to Tyler's points, and then I'll make my positive case. So he has 3 main critiques: the economy, the border, and the Afghanistan withdrawal. So I'll respond to those and then make my case at the end. This should run just at about 6.5 minutes, so bear with me. So first rebuttal, I want to agree with Tyler's point about the Afghanistan withdrawal. That could have been handled much better, but I think that's a relatively minor point doc against Biden, because in the end, we are now out of Afghanistan, something presidents have been saying that they would do for many years, but no one actually did it. 20 years we spent there, $2.3 trillion down the toilet, 2,500 of our soldiers killed and 50,000 of their civilians killed. So all I care about mainly is that we are out. Was it a messy withdrawal? Yes, we left planes and Humvees behind, and there are some Americans who were also left behind, and that sucks. But what's more important to me is that finally, after 20 years, we are just out of there. Second rebuttal, the border. I have no rebuttal. I know nothing about this issue, and I did not prepare for it. So we'll do third rebuttal, and this will be the focus of my main point as well, is the economy. Tyler asserts that Biden did not act quickly enough to recover our economy from COVID, and then the Russia-Ukraine war. He clarifies that Biden's response turned out fine, just that Biden did not enact it quickly enough, which I happen to agree with, and that he downplayed what was happening with the economy at first for his own political gain. So let's briefly look at the timeline. So COVID reaches the U.S. in January of 2020, 1 year before Biden was sworn in. Biden comes in with a very hard job to help restart the American economy and try to return to normalcy. This was going to be a very painful, very rocky process, no matter who was president at the time. And then, not to mention that 1 year after he took office, Russia invaded Ukraine, and so it was a rocky couple of years. But Biden landed that recovery pretty well, and we returned to normalcy with a healthy economy in the second half of his presidency. He brought inflation, unemployment, and wage growth back to pretty healthy levels by mid-2023, I believe around April, May. So considering that he had to deal with restarting the economy from COVID and a war, I call that a pretty good success. Now, it's totally fair if you want to critique the first year specifically of his presidency and say that he should have acted quicker and told the Fed to raise interest rates 6 months sooner. I think that's a fair point. But also, I think that's much easier for us to say now, looking back, especially now that we know that Russia was going to invade Ukraine in the middle of this process. And additionally, there is a trade-off of raising interest rates with also encouraging growth while trying to restart the economy. And I think that the fear there was that if they raised the interest rates too fast, we're still trying to recover, and then that would actually still be a rocky path to go down. And so in the end, I think Biden navigated two really rough global disasters and still managed to land the ship and return us to a normal, healthy economy by 2023 with a median wage increase of about 12% when adjusted for inflation. And again, I personally would call that a resounding success. Now, how's my time? Okay, to make the positive case for Biden, I think Biden did a fantastic job on the economy in profound and lasting ways, particularly his record on labor and antitrust. Biden gave actual power to the working class and meaningfully regulated corporate power in a way no one has done since FDR. I actually started off as a big Biden hater, and then he won me over because of these things. I think broadly that Tyler's analysis kind of misses the forest for the trees, nitpicking at certain things Biden could have certainly done better without acknowledging the profound structural good that he did for the economy that I think is far more long-lasting, specifically his impact on the DOL, NLRB, FTC, and CFPB. I don't know, that's a lot of letters, but I'll dive into this. So for a brief overview, the Department of Labor, or DOL under Biden, strengthened worker classifications, making it harder for employers to avoid giving their workers health insurance and overtime pay. They cracked down on wage theft and returned almost $1 billion to workers. They strengthened OSHA to restore safety regulations that Trump repealed. And they proposed to raise the overtime pay threshold, which would make more people eligible to receive overtime pay after Trump docked it down to $35,000. They proposed to raise it back up to $55,000. The NLRB, or the National Labor Relations Board under Biden, updated rules that make it easier for workers to form and join unions. There are now much more punitive actions against employers caught making threats against workers for trying to unionize. If employers are found to have fired workers for union-related reasons, the NLRB ensured the reinstatement of those jobs. Those workers are now guaranteed compensation for the time they were fired, and they now require public readings of employees' rights during hiring. The FTC, or the Federal Trade Commission, proposed a rule to ban non-compete clauses under Lena Khan, who Biden appointed to head the FTC. They developed stricter guidelines for large corporate mergers in sectors like technology, healthcare, and food. They also made a landmark case blocking NVIDIA from merging with ARM Holdings. They brought major suits against Meta, Apple, and Google, both for data privacy abuses and for antitrust purposes. These cases are still ongoing, although now with Trump in office, who is personal friends with the very tech giants that were being investigated, it's dubious that these investigations will continue. Lastly, Biden strengthened the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or CFPB, who was working with the FTC to go after financial institutions for defrauding consumers and adding, quote, junk fees that inflate costs of everyday transactions. The CFPB was started in 2011, and in that time they've returned almost $20 billion back to consumers by suing banks over these junk fees, and almost half of that money, about $9 billion, was returned under Joe Biden. And just as of this month, under the Trump-Elon presidency, the CFPB has now been deleted. In summary, I think Biden was an extremely pro-labor president who took meaningful steps to rein in corporate power and give real power back to labor and back to the average worker in a truly I think powerful and very surprising way. It's just that people don't really know about these things because they don't really grab headlines, and also Biden did a shit job at marketing himself. So that's my time.
Fantastic. All right. Like I said last time, let me get the timer off. Oh, sorry, I'm over here coughing up lung. I did something stupid this weekend that I was moving some stuff, and I had a bottle that had like acetone in it. And this girl fell, and I like stopped to like move, and she fell into me, and it squeezed the bottle and popped the cap off and shot like acetone on my nose, which caused a sinus infection. So I'm over here coughing up gunk. I apologize. Uh, Terrible feeling, new feeling for me. I've never had burning mucus before, and I've done a lot of cocaine. So I gotta say, this is an all-time low as far as sinus problems. But now that we're on here, we're moving on to housekeeping. As y'all know, Judge will ask a few questions here in a few minutes. Go ahead and fight amongst yourselves.
All right, so you had a bit of a chance to respond to my introduction and yours, so I'm going to kind of go into a couple things you said, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
All right, so I want to talk about, you were talking about the Afghanistan withdrawal and how that's kind of not serious policy, and I would argue that the voters had a little bit more based on year one of Biden's decisions on foreign policy to compound with that, to made him look somewhat weak on the world stage. And this is kind of the argument people are making. It made us look weak on the world stage, and this would enable Russia to think that they can move into Ukraine and Taiwan to think that they can move into China. This was the argument being made at the time. And I don't know if that actually had any influence on Russia, but that's the argument that Republicans are putting down to attack. So some of the things that we saw in the early Biden administration was the Jamal Khashoggi died because of the Saudis in a Turkish council. So Biden treated Saudi Arabia like a pariah, and it ended up shooting him in the ass with oil policy and OPEC too, but we'll get into that for inflation. He basically called them a pariah state. He stopped selling them weapons. He took the Houthis off the terror watch list, which we saw how great of a decision that was when they started bombing fucking ships going into Israel. That I digress off of that. We see him cozying up to Iran, wanting to restart the JCPOA, which Iran is a direct enemy of a lot of these nations that are currently making peace deals with Israel in the Middle East through the Trump administration, through like the Abraham Accords and whatnot. So we see that he is giving this perceived Iranian-backed, our adversaries. I don't want to say they're our enemies, they're our adversaries. But he's giving concessions to the Iranian-backed entities that are backed by our group of adversaries, China, Russia, and Iran. So the last step would be him pulling out of Afghanistan and then giving them billions of dollars worth of military equipment out of the United States. And that and leaving behind the translators and the people that sacrifice their safety to work with the U.S. and help repel the terrorist threat, leaving them behind was what left a bad taste in his mouth. And then moving forward, it made us look weak on the world stage. So I would argue it's a much bigger deal. And before I get to my second point, I'll let you go on and respond to that.
Sure. I mean, I guess we can take it point by point. So, I mean, the general withdrawal, again, I would agree, it was rushed, and I wish that had been done better. So, I mean, what would you say is like the other biggest thing that you think made us look weak on the world stage? Was it the trying to cozy up to Iran, the talks of trying to like have a like Iran deal style thing again? I mean, like what is the
yeah, and if you wouldn't mind answering this, because he brings up Iran. How is that any different than Trump talking to Kim Jong in North Korea with Rocket Man and shit? Go ahead.
I didn't want to do whataboutism for that, but
I do, so fuck you. Yeah. So go ahead.
But I would say it wasn't. None of those were as weak as the withdrawal. What it showed was a pattern of him being dovish to our adversaries in the area and kind of being tough to our allies in the area. He was tough on Israel a little bit early on. He was tough on Saudi Arabia. But he was dovish on the Houthis. He was dovish on Iran.
Hold on. So then, who is being friends with? Is being dovish with North Korea? Like putting pressure on South Korea? Is that like a good? Like, yeah. What? Come on. You're gonna use that argument. That's why I brought the one out.
That's a fair point.
Yeah. So like, what kind of like? How are you gonna bitch about Biden doing that when Trump did something maybe even way more egregious? What's your point here? Let's just
if there was an event on the world stage that made Trump, if something happens in a couple of weeks that makes Trump look weak on the world stage, then you could absolutely point out that those were steps leading up to it. I just don't think we've seen that egregious event similar to the Afghanistan withdrawal that could trigger that event of looking back and saying, well, actually, we saw this, and this leading up to it. So if we have an event like that, absolutely, I think that's a fair argument. We just haven't seen that yet. In fact, we've seen the opposite of Trump looking really strong on the world stage.
Sure, and
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just did that answer your question? To run.
More or less, yeah. I guess I don't really think that there's anything wrong with trying to be diplomatic with countries in the Middle East. I don't think that Biden did anything like particularly terrible there that like looked optically weak. If you could get more specific, I could address those. But I think in general, he had a pretty good track record over there. I think that, if you want to talk about like the optics of like how people view that, I would definitely agree that the optics of that withdrawal were really bad. And I mean that like obviously like that gave a lot of fodder for people to like say that like that made us look bad and that it was a chaotic and rushed job. So on that front, I mean that's true, but I guess I'm more coming at it from the perspective of like not optics, just like on an actual like level of substance, like what I think he did that was good that outweighed the things that were bad. But I mean, you're totally right that optically that was a big L. Just like it was a big W for Trump whenever he got to pump his fist in the air and like almost got shot in the ear. It's like these things don't actually have real like policy influences on people's daily lives, which is kind of more where I'm coming at it from. But optically, that certainly was a bad look. Yeah, absolutely.
I guess what I'm trying to say more is this dovish outlook toward our adversaries when you juxtapose it to Trump. Trump saying we're going to keep Iran broke. If they step out of line, we're gonna make sure that they know it. They're not going to build nukes because we're going to bomb them. Where the Biden administration want to re-enter the JCPOA and renegotiate it. Where that gave, when we saw under the JCPOA, is it gave Iran kind of not immunity, but it gave them a little bit of U.S. backing. They were moving into Iraq. They were moving into Syria. They were taking territory in regions around them, and they couldn't get proper suppression against them because they were now being known as an Obama-backed entity. Not to the degree that Israel was, absolutely, but they did have some U.S. credibility attached to them with the JCPOA, and then we found out under the Trump administration they were violating it. So Biden wanted to get back into that, sends the message to the U.S. public that he's willing to look past their violations, he's willing to look past their imperialism, and he's more going to re-enter this deal. And again, I agree with you. I'm a Clinton guy. Clinton did very similar things with Syria, with Bashar al-Assad's father, like 20 whatever years ago. So I do like the diplomacy, and I don't like that Trump's bullying our allies. Absolutely. But in this instance, it sent a message to our geopolitical adversaries that this guy's kind of going to be a pushover.
Interesting. So I thought, and this is kind of like getting into a bit of a tangent, but like I thought that Iran did not violate the Iran agreement specifically, and that Trump pulled out of it, stating that he just had like certain suspicions, but that there was never ever direct evidence produced that they actually violated it. So going on that assumption, I thought it was good that Biden was talking about like possibly trying to re-enter it. If I'm incorrect on that, like please correct me, but I'm pretty sure that they didn't actually violate it.
I think we had two instances of them violating. One of it was as soon as they left the deal, they took in information from an off-site showing that they were still doing that centrifuge work. And as soon as they left the deal, they put that into the mainstream, showing they were still doing the work over here. They just weren't doing it over here and kind of invading inspections. I would have to, it's been a couple of years. I would have to look up the specifics for you, but I'm pretty sure there were two ways they were found to have violated that deal. Don't cite me on that until I can cite myself.
Sure. And I mean, we can always do a follow-up later as well. But yeah, I just, in general, I think I prefer more of a dovish approach than a hawkish one. I prefer, if we can ever go with diplomacy and like multilateral treaties and things of that nature, I prefer that to Trump's approach with kind of what's currently happening. And so I would just say in general, I don't think that that's like a huge strike against Biden, especially because I also come at it from a perspective of like, I prioritize like domestic economic issues and like what is at the end of the day, like making people's lives better materially. And so I think that those things kind of will outweigh whatever hullabaloo might be afoot in
I just sent you the centrifuge argument from The Guardian.
Okay, I will read this. I would love to dive into this more in the future. But yeah.
Then your second point I have for you, if you're done, you got any more before I go?
I'm good on the Middle East.
Good, yeah. Go to your second point, because then I got some questions here to spur this up. Yeah.
Okay, so you were talking about the economy. Biden did a lot to steward the economy, and I agree. He did use the playbook well. They brought inflation down from 9% at its worst month to about 2.5% at the time of the election. But to argue that the economy was fixed or good, we've seen since the election 3 straight months of inflation ticking up. We saw one of the worst jobs reports since COVID in November. We saw 2 bad jobs reports since. And last month, leading into January, where Biden's last month in office, we saw the largest month-over-month tick up in inflation since the inflationary spiral in 2020. It went up 0.5 between December and January. which is pretty big jump. It's not massive, but it's the biggest jump we've seen since the spike. So I would also say, like, if you're saying, like, you didn't say this, but it's an argument I've heard, so I'm using their verbiage. I'm sorry if I'm kind of straw manning you here a little bit, but people say that if you look at the economy by all the metrics, it was good under Biden. And I kind of like to ask what metrics they're using, because if we go to the Federal Reserve and look at what metrics they use to judge the economy, we go right to one of the most important, which is the velocity of the M1, which is a microcosm to measure small market transactions, small transactions in the economy. And it's almost at historic lows. It's like 10% above its historic low right now, and it never recovered from COVID, showing there's small market transactions are lacking in the economy since the pandemic and have never recovered. I would argue that's a very, very big indicator that we haven't hit the recovery that Biden was suggesting. So I can go into more, but let's go from there.
Let me just to clarify before you'll go on. You can take this, and then he can take this. The topic here I would like to is the Biden presidency and its legacy, like the admin overall, or are we just speaking on Biden himself? It's the administration overall, right?
Yeah, the administration overall.
Okay, cool.
Like,
I just wanted to make sure that. Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, so I would say, I guess first I would just ask, like, why in the past few months these things have been ticking up again. I mean, so my primary study of this was pretty much through like summer or fall of last year. I do not know why just in the past like 3 months there wasn't uptick again after Trump won, pre him getting sworn in. I don't know if that's partially due to like an anticipation of like certain things happening whenever Trump was sworn in, or if Biden caused things on his way out. I'm not aware of why that uptick happened just since like November.
We won't officially know for a couple of years. It's all speculation at this point. Both things you said could be completely viable.
Sure. I mean, so I guess I would just say I look at it from a perspective of like the general historical path that our country has been on since the 1970s seems to be one of consistent corporate deregulation, consistently stripping away unions and workers' rights. And every president, right and left, has pretty much contributed to this problem for the past, 50 years. And then I look at Biden coming along and doing, strengthening these pro-labor institutions in our government in ways that they have not been strengthened since like the 40s and 50s. And I look at that as like very meaningful structural change that I think is going to have longer lasting effects for labor, for working class culture, and the ability for workers to collectivize and actually stand the chance at bargaining against giant corporations, having a level playing field, giving teeth back to the organizations that are able to actually enforce corporations whenever they break laws and try to like defraud workers and consumers and do things like wage theft. And so that's kind of more where my study of Biden has concentrated. And so I think by those metrics, which I find very, very meaningful and very important, that he was a very, very fantastic president. And because it's like who else in recent history has done things like that? Certainly not Bill Clinton, not Obama, right? So it's like, and I was very surprised by these changes, and I suspect that in large part it's not Joe Biden himself, it's Bernie Sanders, it's Liz Warren, kind of like being in his circle. And so I'm concerned with kind of like the entire apparatus and that pattern of, are you generally more pro-worker and pro-regulating big tech and big banks and big corporations? And are you concerned with trying to actually put money into the pockets of everyday people? Or are you more of a corporatist and you side with deregulation and, hey, let's maybe have, the free market for poor people, but socialism for the rich, which kind of seems like the path that Trump and his gaggle have kind of taken. And so whenever I compare the two, Biden was not my first pick. I was a Bernie bro, but I think that through the things that Biden passed and those changes, he won me over for those reasons. And I think especially whenever compared to the alternative, compared to Trump, and the very kind of corporatist agenda, the crypto rug pull he did, the day that he was sworn in, I just really think that there's not like really a comparison between them.
Okay. I'm going to grant you everything you said about unions. He's probably the most pro-union president in my lifetime, and minus that rail union strike, there's literally nothing else you could say against him in terms of not being pro-union. He absolutely was. But I would argue at this point that looking at the economy as a whole affects everybody. Looking at unions only affects 7% of the private market. So this is a big issue for that 7%, absolutely. But I'm going to argue since that 7%, if you look at their donation trends, they are almost 100-to-1 donating Democrat in terms of their leadership and their structure. I'm going to argue that they're a special interest group of the Democratic Party, and they're getting, in a way, the same treatment that Trump's special interest groups get when he wins. And this didn't benefit the economy overall. It benefited a smaller subsection of the economy that tends to be very intermingled with his administration. Like, we saw the head of the teachers union in the White House. She was the first guest that he had in the White House after he won. And she was in there all the time and dictating policy. And we saw with COVID, she didn't want to go in until all the teachers were vaccinated. And then when the teachers got vaccinated first in line due to Biden, she was saying all the students need to be vaccinated. And then when most of the students were vaccinated, she was saying they needed to wear masks. And every day she was dictating policy, and the Biden administration was backing it up. I'd argue that the unions are a big part of the party, and we're getting their dues and their thank you for the support. And it wasn't something he did for everyone.
I'm going to let Rowan respond. That quick housekeeping here. I was Rowan, talk as long as you want to answer that. But after you're done, thank God so far this has been a much easier debate to moderate than the other one. But Rowan, after you're done, Tyler, don't speak. I'm going to turn it over since Patel's hands on. I'm going to turn it over to Patel to ask a few more questions, and then you'll just respond. So go ahead, Rowan, real quick, and not real quick, but go ahead and respond.
Sure. So I would say that the reason why it's so important to protect unions and also just like broadly like workers' rights in general, because he did do a lot of very positive things for unions, but also broadly workers with things like returning money to them for being defrauded by banks. Corporations have a huge problem with wage theft. This is a thing that is not really talked about in mainstream culture because it's a very not headline grabbing thing. So if you look at the history of working class people, I mean, I think we're all aware that like most people's lives in on Earth have been very, very bad for most of history, and it was really just kind of with the advent of capitalism and the founding so in the early days there were guilds, right, and then we had unions, and the only reason that we ever got any semblance of protections for workers, the reason we have weekends, the reason we have the concept of overtime pay, of sick leave, is because of unions fighting tooth and nail to get these things. We had a very powerful union culture in the 1950s, and you could support a family on an income of a one person. One man making the median income in the country could support a wife and two children, right? And in large part, I believe that union membership peaked at 35% or so like over a third of the workforce. And not only are those sectors paid, I believe it's like 15 to like 20% higher than other sectors initially, but then other sectors of the economy began to also pay higher to compete to make sure that they don't get unionized. So then they want to give better plans and pensions and like all these things to workers to kind of compete with unions. And so it's a thing that kind of lifts all boats, and it's the only thing that really allows workers a voice to truly fight back against corporate power. And so I think it's a very important thing to protect. The implications are widespread. And you're right, I think currently it is around 7%, but I would love to see that rise back up to the glory days of the 50s, whenever we had the most booming economy in the entire history of our country, whenever we had a top marginal tax rate of like 90% for corporations, and we had a system that like really, really worked for people. And so I think Biden to me, he represented a very meaningful step back in that direction, with the rising wealth and inequality that we've had in the past 50 years. The fact that CEOs now make like 300 times or more the average worker, whereas it used to be like only 20 times. The top 5% of the country owns I think like 2/3 of the wealth. I mean, so Biden was he was not the full package, but he was a good stepping stone back in that direction of reining in corporate power that now with Trump, I fear is we're kind of on a even more accelerated path towards the kind of the tech oligarchy kind of taking over. So
can I get one sentence in?
I guess, yeah. Is it like a 5-sentence run-on?
Oh, no. And so you have a great point. Your history is 100% about the unions. They were absolutely great. But today we have dock workers saying they're going to shut down the entire eastern sector of the economy if we innovate them past 1990s computers, pen and paper. So there are downsides to
unions. You're right. There is a trade-off. Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. All right, but Temple, I'm going to go to you for some questions, and then we'll go to the GC.
All right. First of all, I want to clarify something. You said that was wrong, Rowan. Trump coin has not been rug pulled yet. Okay.
Oh, wait. I'm pretty sure
to be clear,
$40 million, didn't he?
No, it hasn't been rug pulled yet. It's still at like $18. It's done the same thing his stock on the New York Stock Exchange did. So it's not a rug pull yet, but to be determined. I'll admit. All right.
I mean, hold on. You know what we're gonna do right now? We're just talking in chat. Guess what, guys? We decided we're gonna make egg coin. So, guys, be looking out for the new give section. Egg coin coming out soon. Thank you, Tech Section. Go ahead, Temple.
Let's go. So, anyways, just to get like back on that topic and serious, this was from quite a bit back. You guys are throwing a lot of information out, which is good, I guess. I mean, I feel like we're not really debating. We're kind of like just like reasoning through the Biden administration, which I actually like. So I really like the way you guys are approaching this, but I just wanted to hear Rowan sort of reason through when you mentioned like Biden comes in and then he's dealing with the Russian invasion of Ukraine and other stuff like that. Certainly from my perspective as a Trump supporter, I would argue that Biden's presidency correlates with that happening, that it was a consequence of Biden becoming president. This is someone who Putin felt comfortable making this move under. Do you reject that, and just how do you like settle that with the timing? Why do you think that Putin invaded when he did, and like how do you just balance that? Because like you kind of threw it on to Biden, like he had to deal with this, but I would argue like he's also part of the reason it happened because of his weak status. So like just how do you throw that back at me? You know?
Sure, that's a good question, and I would say that this is a cognitive dissonance that I've seen in a lot of Trump voters, that they say on one hand that it wouldn't have happened under Trump, but now Trump is saying that it's totally fine, like Russia should be able to just take Ukraine and like it's like not our battle and like he wouldn't do anything. Yet he also tries to kind of posture like Putin never would have done this under me. He never would have even tried. But now it's like Putin, now that it's in progress, Trump's like, Ukraine started this war. It's so I suspect that Trump would not have actually done anything to prevent this. Is just kind of my analysis of it. Why did Putin choose to do it at the time that he did? I'm not sure. I think there's so many possible reasons for that. Why didn't, I mean, if he was waiting for Biden to get in, I guess he could have done it like the first month of his presidency. He did it 1 year in instead. I don't see a good argument for why he would have done it under Biden, especially because Biden has backed Ukraine the entire time. Putin thought it was going to be like a 5 or like a 7 day battle, and now it's been three years, and it's still, and so whereas you have Trump saying that he would have just essentially let Putin just have it. And so I feel like it's almost flipped, right?
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I was gonna say, I'm just, it's your debate. I'm satisfied with your answer.
Did you have any other questions? No other question. No, okay. JC, questions.
I have a question for each of the debaters. First for Destiny /Hassan /Ben Shapiro /Jordan Peterson /Rowan.
Yeah.
Do you think that a president should be held criminally liable for crimes that they commit while in office?
Yes.
Bro's trying to crawl back his L.
Especially whenever they try to have fake elector schemes that they call a scheme in their private text.
Hey, was it an official act? Was it an official act?
Thank you very much. I have a question now for the most, I'll say it, above average of the debate enjoyers, appreciators even. Do you think that a president should be held criminally liable for crimes that they commit while in office?
That's a complicated question. Depends
Hey,
on
don't leave out the official acts part.
I think that even if it's an official act, they should be held liable. It's just how. And in this case, we have impeachment as a mechanism to hold them liable. I think the Republican Party in January of 2021 failed the American people by not giving Trump that insurrection charge.
Okay.
Interesting. Thank you. I have one final question for Mr. Rowan.
Mm-hmm.
Who will Gibbs be debating in your next video?
These are questions. Who knows?
It might be time to we might have to have some deep fake videos about the Gibverse. This is my first time really interacting with a circle of people. But,
we're a verse now. Oh
Hey,
God.
We're
We'll
making
see.
it.
We'll see how it goes,
They
guys,
had the DGG. Now we got the Gibverse. We're coming along great. It's coming along good. But
Yeah, true.
We got to be careful not to be the Gibbyverse.
Listen,
I understand that's associated with a television show from Nickelodeon. It's something quite different.
yeah, Gibby, by the way, hold on. Gibby is a great character, first of all. Fantastic character. I don't know if you've seen it. And may or may not look like me when I was younger. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just saying.
I muted at exactly the right time because when you said Gibby is a great character, I laughed for exactly the reason that you just said. I knew why. I know why you love Gibby.
I'm just saying he's funny. He's a good guy. Charisma.
What is Gibbsy thinking about? Why do you think I called you Gibbsy for so long?
And secondly, you know, you don't got to worry about getting Epstein listed or sex pest by the Gibbsverse, because I openly tell people I'm a degenerate and I just don't, commit crimes like some people. It's amazing. Anyway, going on. All right, any other questions from our judges before we move on at this time? No. Fantastic. All right, I got questions because you guys are too nice.
I did have one question. I did have one more question. It's such a side note, though. I was just curious because Rowan said he was a Biden hater at one point. I'm curious, like, where else you had evolved out of. Were you like a Bernie bro before that? Like, you were obviously on the left at that point, just didn't like Biden in favor of someone else. Like, who were like give me like a little idea of like whether you're like a Bernie bro or who do you like? Who is your favorite?
Right now, I mean, I still think that I'm a fan more of like Bernie Sanders style policy. I mean, I started off as a conservative libertarian when I was like 18 or 19, and I was a big Trump guy, and I loved him in 2016. Throughout his term, I slowly began to realize, but with what a horrendous job he ended up doing, I was like, oh my God, I began to read books. I began to really, and I was like, I really just kind of like Trump for the memes. And now that I'm actually like paying attention and like starting to learn about it, I don't think that I like this guy at all. And so probably 2019, I began, or probably 2018, I began to like become a leftist. And I just more and more went down that path. And then I was big into Bernie, and then Biden won. And then I was like, fuck Biden. And then I was like, he's actually done pretty decent leftist progressive policy. Not as far as I want, but, credit where credit's due. So.
Interesting. All right, well, I'm going to press you all real quick because first I pressed Tyler with North Korea. I don't know if I really even got a good answer for that, I got to be honest. So maybe judge knock that down. Thankfully, I don't get a vote. Yeah, that's right. What do you have to say to people on the conservative side that like to claim that Biden, hands down, and there's some evidence to back this up from colleges coming out recently with studies, is hands down the worst president since Hoover, and so surpassed Jimmy Carter as the worst president? What do you have to say to arguments like that?
Wait, what do I say to the argument?
To the claim that he's the worst president since Hoover. But it's being made by media, conservative media, and some now colleges have put out studies claiming that people have to see Biden as the worst president since Hoover. Do you have any objections to that claim? I would think you do. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Biden, it's very unfortunate that he was elected at the age he was elected at, because I think that his cognitive decline was becoming a very hard thing to defend by the end of that. And we're all just kind of hoping that like he's not going to, keel over on stage. I think that generally, if you look at the types of institutions that really do not like Biden, they tend to be pretty heavily like corporate interest groups. It tends to be like people that are very rich, for example, tend to not like Biden very much. Big tech companies do not like Biden very much, and because he represents something that is trying to regulate those big industries. And so I would just say to like, what's the quote, to like know who I am by my enemies or something like that. So I would say that for those people, they're either corporate interests, or I think that they're not super informed on the history of what he actually accomplished.
We'll come back to the judges in a little while. Don't worry, I got more questions for y'all. You just so write your questions down. Let me ask you another question, then I'm going to ask Tyler some questions here. Okay. So that's fair. You had said you started off on the right and then you moved to the left.
Oh, yeah.
So let me ask this then. What do you have to say to people who's concerned that, we find it nefarious that, say, Biden wasn't actually running the country? Because like you just said, it was pretty clear at the end that Dementia Joe was a thing, right? And it wasn't just a meme. What do you have to say that people are having unelected bureaucrats run the Oval Office in that manner? Because, I mean, I see this coming from the left today, talking about Elon Musk. What do you have to say to something like that, since it's very clear that Joe didn't seem capable at the time?
Well, I wouldn't consider Biden to be an unelected bureaucrat specifically because he was elected. I think by the end he was having cognitive slippage, obviously. And I think that's a very hard thing to deal with because, like, put yourself in the shoes of, like, if you're in administration and you're having a lot of success, and then the president himself, kind of like what happened with Reagan towards the end. There's kind of like a parallel there of it's like, okay, this guy's starting to slip. It's about to be election season. Is it too, like, should we try to just kind of like shove this guy through and hope for the best? And then because we have a team around this guy that is like rock solid, which they were, or do we come out and say, hey, he's just too far gone, and we like start a whole new campaign just like a year prior to the new election? I wish that they had been more forthcoming about it because I suspect that if Kamala had begun her campaign earlier, there might have been a better chance because it was very, very last minute, kind of thrown together. But also, I understand why that was a tough choice that they had to make because also they're probably thinking, okay, is he really bad enough that we have to go like make it a big thing and like oust him out, or is he on the line where it could be okay? So I had mixed feelings about that, but I would just say that on the whole, even with him being Dementia Joe, I was still going to vote for him. And I did because I was like, because the apparatus that was all around him was still like, it was a rock solid team of people and a cabinet and everybody that came along with that, and Lena Khan at the FTC, that I was like, this is like, I would vote for a corpse for president if it meant that team could still kind of be in power, but I do understand why that was an optical L for sure.
Interesting. I'm actually asking you one more because this one seems like more of a layup question, so I give you kind of harder ones back to back, and then we'll go to Tyler. Do you think that just being a one-term president is indicative of being a bad president or having a bad administration?
No, because I think that people just tend to vote with vibes, and I think that if the economy was particularly stressful, that's always been the biggest indicator historically for whether or not people get reelected. So if they come in and things are really great, and usually like for most of their term, they tend to get reelected, and then if things feel rocky, then they do not. I think that people are understandably, they don't have the time to deep dive all the policy things happening. So I think it was a vibes-based thing. The economy felt rocky. It was a rough couple of years, and so I think he lost for those reasons. And because Biden did not do a good job at marketing the wins he was making. Like, they were doing all this really badass, really good stuff that kind of felt like it was behind the scenes, and they never really advertised it like they should have. So they fucked themselves with marketing.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, we're gonna go to Tyler real quick, but real quick, little bit of background information. I don't know Rowan at all. This is my first interaction with him. But some people, I want y'all to know, if anybody ever wonders when I decided to ask questions. One, I read chats, and two, sometimes I want to like press people for content, yada yada, and press people to see if like they can explain a point if I think something's being missed. But yeah, I don't even know what his beliefs are, or where he stands, and I don't have a dog in this fight on any of these, and I don't know how Pentuple sussed out earlier that he was a lefty in this case, because he said something about hair. Well, me and him have the same length of hair, so I don't know if you what's going on here, Pentuple. I don't know. We're gonna have to come talk about that later.
Don't flatter yourself.
Yeah, bullshit. Yeah, no, his hair is much better than mine. He's Fabio. I'm great value.
Those two are gonna pin you down and shave you if you keep talking about it.
Yeah, I don't know how he sussed it out, but go ahead.
And then we're first, actually, Gibbs. Technically, this is our second interaction because you called me last night for about 2 seconds.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I called the wrong person. And this is a funny story. I go, this guy trying to talk to somebody else thinking it was that, and he's like, hey, I'm like, that's not the right guy. It was pretty.
I was like, oh, this Gibbs guy is just like super like friendly early on.
Yeah, cool. I was like, oh shit. Whatever. It's a funny story. That's true. All right, Tyler, go ahead and answer that last question. And then you can respond to his responses as well for the other two. But is a one-term president indicative of a bad president?
Generally, yes. I would say one-term president's generally indicative of a bad president. And again, these three issues that I'm pointing out, these were always written in the cards. If we look at the polling leading up to the election, Biden was losing even the national vote by like 5 points. Even like Kamala Harris couldn't recover it. I have the theory that if Biden had picked the VP that he announced that he wanted the whole time, which was Elizabeth Warren, instead of going with the DEI pick that he was pressured into by news outlets during the George Floyd riots of peace, then we would have seen Elizabeth Warren win the presidency, because it only came down to like 300,000 votes in 3 Rust Belt states, and that's her area of the U.S., not this San Francisco woke DA. She would have come in there, and she was a lot more popular in those states than Kamala Harris based on that primary in 2020. So I feel like she would have won. And we would have had a 2-term Democrat administration. I think Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were just in a uniquely bad administration. And that kind of was it shows that, yeah, at the end of the day, it does prove what you're saying, but also they were just bad. So even if it was like an anecdote to disprove it, it still would be true that they were just awful.
I'm Stewart 2028.
I also got a couple points I never got to.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Now's a good time.
Okay.
Well, hold on 1 second. Y'all got a few minutes. Y'all can go back and forth. You can do your rebuttal, then y'all can go back and forth. Then we're going to come back here in like about 8 minutes to the, or 10 minutes or so to these two and ask some more questions. So if y'all got more questions, write them down. I know a couple already did, but go ahead.
I know. Okay, so Lena Khan, I want to jump into her real quick. And I know she's doing what you want politically, but good for the economy. I wouldn't argue that so much. She did do things that were good for the unions. Again, that's a Democrat special interest. But like when she passed college, her doctorate dissertation or whatever was on breaking up Amazon. This is like a passion of hers that she dreamed about before she was ever in government. So she went after a lot of corporations. One of the clauses usually for this anti-monopoly was if it was hurting the consumer. There was no proof that Amazon's market share, which wasn't even the largest, Walmart was for retail, it wasn't even the largest. It was just the most online retail. There was no proof that this was hurting the consumer in any way, in a way that breaking it up would have helped them, but she still did it anyway. So she was going a bit above her merit. So I get why you like it, because that's something you like. But in terms of the market, people that were experts in the market were saying she was doing things that could potentially do more harm than good generally. So just for Lena Khan in particular, I wouldn't say she's a good advocate of a well-working capitalist market. More, she's an advocate of leftist principles in that market.
Yeah, I haven't looked into the Amazon thing specifically. I think in general, if I had to guess, I mean, the general argument against things like that is that it's like whenever you have a corporation that is that massive, that controls, I mean, what percent of our economy is just people that work at Amazon? It's like, they have a lot of workers. And I think that whenever you target big corporations like that, there are like preemptive moves that you can do because they're trying to do power grabs. They're trying to be very bad when it comes to unions. And I believe that a lot of her work specifically was in conjunction with the DOL doing like pro-labor things for Amazon. I'm sure that she also tried to did she do an antitrust suit against Amazon? I don't believe that she actually did that. I believe that the antitrust things were more targeted towards like Apple, Meta, Google, and there was one other big one. And then she blocked a merger between Kroger's and Albertsons. She blocked a merger between Nvidia and some other, it was like a semiconductor company arm, I believe. And so, but I can investigate that claim about Amazon for sure.
You bring up the Nvidia thing. That's interesting. Well, we know now that. Part of Trump's, we had saw the CHIPS Act under Biden, and we know now that Trump is advocating for more self-reliance on our own chips. You even called out Taiwan, I think, this week. Is looking back, is that a big negative that she blocked the Nvidia merger? Now, would you say that's a big negative or a big positive, or do you think that it's a fine thing?
I would have to look into the specifics of it.
And I don't expect you to know that right now. I just
yeah. I think that in general, I mean, these companies, if they're okay standing on their own, I think it's generally a good idea on principle to oppose the consolidation of power into bigger and bigger corporations, because that just approaches monopoly incrementally, and like the more that you can kind of like decentralize that, in general, the better that is. I'm not sure if ARM was like failing or not, but
yeah, sure. Go. I know you had other stuff you wanted to add. I just was curious as your thoughts since you
I just wanted, I threw the FTC sues Amazon for illegally maintaining monopoly power in there, so they did go after Amazon. I got two other critiques for you. You said the economy was based off of vibes in your response, and I'm not saying you're attributing that. Maybe you're taking that argument, but the basis of that argument is the economy was better than the people actually thought it was, based off of the metrics that I say. So they're going off of vibes because they were told the economy, or they feel the economy is bad, but it's really not. Saying they're going off of vibes means they're not going off of facts.
Well, it's both, I would say. I would say it's both.
I could say if you looked at all the things the Fed uses to judge a good economy, there's several, including the most important one I brought up was the velocity of M1 shows that we have not recovered in small market transactions. That's a big one. It's really close to the all-time low. Let me down. Yeah, if you want to jump on that, I got one more thing you said as well. There was inflation. You said inflation, part of the correction was withheld because of the war with Ukraine.
Yeah, that certainly
I just wanna make
prolonged the recovery.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So inflation started in March of 2021. It went over 3%. In May of 2021, it went over 4%. In September of 2021, this is for the monthly numbers, we saw higher spikes in the daytimes, but the month of September is over 6%. So that was about 6 months before the war started. While Biden was still saying it was transitory at that point, it took him until January. The Fed at this point had said it was no longer saying it was transitory. They were warning about long-term risk. It took Biden 3 more months from this point for his administration to admit it was no longer transitory. So that's 3 months that he was disagreeing with his own Federal Reserve and pushing for these policies. Now, some of these policies were things that he wanted to phase out gas and oil within 12 years. He campaigned on that. He also, in the primary, he said he was going to ban fracking. In the general, he said he wasn't. In a House hearing in 2021, the Democrats brought in owners of gas and oil and grilled them for hours on how they were going to transition away from fossil fuels in the next 12 years, and all sorts of things like the EV tailpipe mandate that in 12 years it would ban what we have now as current technology for gas cars on the road if they can't fix how much emissions come out of the tailpipe and things of that nature. Like, Biden did push this agenda to end oil and gas, and we can see the direct disincentive to invest in those industries, causing the prices of those industries to go up based on his policy.
But causing the prices of
gas and oil, because his campaign attacked them, and then the first year of his administration attacked gas and oil in a various amount of ways. We can see that directly was the result of the early inflation that started before the war, before the supply crisis, and before anything. We can see it ticking up a little bit as a result of his policies. Then these other things start kicking in. You're right, supply crisis, lockdowns going away during COVID, the war, all these other things drove it up even more, made it harder to fix. But it started under Biden before any of those problems started. It ticked up to 4%. And I would say mostly because of his oil and gas policy.
You are correct about inflation. So that did, I believe that spiked even like right before the war. It was already at like 6% or so. And that's why, I said earlier that, I wish that they had raised the interest rate about like 6 months prior would have been ideal. And then they did not do that. I think part of that was due to him trying to balance, okay, how transitory is this? And if we hike up interest rates, that will slow down inflation, but the inflation in part is being caused by the economy restarting. So there's this trade-off of, it's like, okay, we want to pump the gas enough to make the economy grow, but not too much that we have too much inflation. And then if we raise the interest rates, that might stifle the growth as we're coming back from a global pandemic. So I think that it was, in the end, turned out to be the suboptimal move. I think either way would have still been rocky, but I totally agree that in retrospect they should have raised it 5 or 6 months sooner. Okay. So just real quick with gas prices though, I want to battle that there because gas prices maybe had spiked like a tiny bit, but it was still well within like the normal range of what gas prices do. That was almost solely caused by the Russia-Ukraine war, because that after February, I believe, was really the massive spike that people talk about. And I don't think that was in any way exacerbated by Biden's like anti-oil rhetoric, because whenever you look at it, the oil companies at 7,000 I forget what the acronym APD stands for, but they had 7,000 APDs or lots where like they could have drilled on that they were choosing to not drill on for that time, because they were making a ton of money from prices of oil being so high globally. And if they had started to drill, they would have actually made less money because the supply would have gone up. And so that specifically, I wrote a paper on that 4 years ago or 3, but that's a big reason for that was just because of oil companies not drilling after the war happened. So that I don't think really had anything to do with Biden and like having like pro green energy rhetoric. But your point on inflation was correct.
I want to correct something I said. I said 3 months. It was only 1 month that the Biden administration and the Fed disagreed. And those other 2 months were how long it took to agree upon a strategy to combat inflation and implement it. So there was only 1 month where they disagreed, and then 2 months of figuring out the response. So my bad.
And again, which that I also wish that had been faster. But I think my memory is also like once the Fed was kind of like, hey, like shit is like it's actually about to hit the fan. They were like, okay, and then it took months of lag to kind of like make it catch up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I got all my points out. I rebutted everything I want.
All right, perfect. All right, that's good. All right, and let's go to JC. You got a question for us, JC? Get
Yeah.
some judge questions in, you know?
Hi. Yes. Hello. My
Hello.
question for Rowan: what is your favorite Pokemon and why?
My favorite Pokemon would have to be. Oh my god! Well, Joe Biden would say that it's Vaporeon for all the reasons that I think we know about. But I would say I'm very attached to Charmander, just because that was always my starter in all the games, and I was also him whenever I played Red Rescue Team. So
Easy fucking coughing. Coughing because
Excuse
he's
me.
happy.
That wasn't my question for you.
Sorry, I really wanted to get in there.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
you will be graded harder on that answer.
I'm actually going to say overall Gallade, very very cool aesthetically. Gallade.
Cover!
Interesting to choose Gallade over Gardevoir, but to each their incorrect own, I suppose. Tyler, what is the capital of Brazil?
Who gives a fuck? Get off of my goddamn servers. It's a U.S. server.
This is
If you don't speak
embarrassing,
English,
bro.
get the hell out of my Dota server.
Just wait. Any other
Thank
questions?
you. Thank you.
Any other questions, JC?
That's all I had.
Okay.
It's Brazil town.
Fantastic. Any responses to each other on that one? Do you have any questions about Pokemon, or do you want to? No. Okay.
I have a question. What is the age of everybody here? How old are all of us? I'll go first. I'm 27.
Yeah,
I'm 65.
I'm 28.
Tyler.
37.
I'm 34. Fantastic.
Wow, I'm older than all of you.
Yeah,
Nice.
this is.
JC's 25, if it's not obvious.
I'm 65. You're
Hey,
incorrect, sir.
Thanks.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
cool. All right, moving to the other judges' questions. All right, bring us back to.
Since I'm not
the-
seething, I can remain on topic. I do want to get this at Rowan.
Excuse me, all my
I think you
questions
can
were on
tell.
topic, just not the
Yeah,
current
yeah, brother.
one.
All right, guy. So Rowan, I just want to hammer this down with you. Obviously, we come from different sides of this, which is why I'm asking you all my questions. But if we're going to talk about Biden's measure of success, I think one of the best measures of this is going to be a little bit of a wordy question, but I'm trying to get through it. Forgive me. One of the best measures of success, I think, could be the support of the people, right? Any president, you could measure whether their support in general, relative, and whatever. 14 million people voted for him in the primary, but when Biden was replaced, it seemed like the question for Democrats immediately went to just whether Kamala could fit for the role. There was no outcry for Joe Biden being replaced, even though people had just went through a primary voting for him. I think it's hard for me to imagine Obama, and honestly, now that I think about it, even Kamala, had she won, being in a position where they could take away a general election nomination from you, and it seems like nobody really cared. If people were just like, yeah, no, they can do it. Doesn't that kind of lead to the idea that even his own supporters were like, look, we don't like Trump, but Biden was still perhaps a failure in that sense that they took the nomination away. I'm going to forget wordy, but you know what I'm saying.
Help me understand the question a bit more. So you're saying that because Kamala didn't win re-election,
not necessarily. Why is Joe Biden the only candidate, presumably, that you could take away the general nomination away from, and even his own supporters didn't, take up arms over it? The question immediately for nearly every Democrat, every major Democrat, was whether Kamala would be good for the role. It wasn't about taking away the nomination from somebody who had just gone through the primary. And that suggests to me that the Democrats, while they're still loyal to their party and position, really, even on their own side, didn't consider Biden the ship to sink with. They didn't want Trump. I'm not suggesting that, but it's isn't it weird? And how do you respond to that? Because I can't think of any other president, any other even general election candidate, I think, where they would have been able to take away the nomination without a major outcry. How do you justify the Democrats lack of caring that had happened?
Yeah, and then maybe add this caveat: is it indicative that he was a bad president or not? That's kind of where you're going with it, right?
Yeah. So I think that's a fairly straightforward question, and it's just the fact that he was going senile, and that it was so optically bad that they just did not want him in anymore. I think if Joe Biden had been 10 years younger, there would have been a big outcry because of his record. But I think whenever you contrast his record, and as good as it was with labor, with him just being old and oh, hey, Jack, whatever. It's there was just no, it was too bad of an optical L to throw a fit over. And also just for a quick little list, I want to read off here of what they were trying to defeat. And Trump Trump in 2017 rescinded a thing called the Persuader Rule, which was a law that required employers to disclose anti-union activities, and he got rid of that. He proposed in 2018 something that was dubbed the tip stealing rule. Which would have made it legal for employers to pocket the tips of their employees as long as workers were being paid the minimum wage. And luckily, this was struck down in court. There are so many things that Trump's DOL and FTC tried to pass that were so horrible for workers. And then things that Biden came along and undid. But again, I think that Trump is very good at marketing, and he's much more charismatic and more funny. And Biden was not charismatic. He was not funny. He was old as shit. So I think that it can be the case that you're passing pretty shitty, hurtful policies that will hurt the average person in the long run. But right now, things still look good. I think that's what Trump did, to where you still have a lot of support. Or you can be Biden, where you pass things that help the country in the long run, but you just look old and confused, and then you'll still lose votes because, bad optics, bad vibes.
Any other questions for Temple?
No, that's it.
I have a question, and then we'll turn it over. Yeah, now I have a question. I'll turn it over to the free debate portion for a few minutes before we do closings. This is for JC. How do you sit here with a straight face and tell us that Trump isn't a much worse president when he outright lied to many of his constituents, saying no new wars, and then wants to take over MAGA? This has been a take over MAGAZA. What do you have to say to people who are saying this doesn't sound like no? This doesn't sound like no more new wars. This sounds like the start of World War III. How do you handle that criticism, Tyler?
Oh, you said JC. Okay.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, not JC. JC agrees with me. That's why in my head with that statement. Not agrees with me. Agrees with that criticism. I think that's probably where I was going with it.
Oh, I think it's very bad.
It's
now
very
Tyler
bad.
should answer.
Yeah, Tyler. And that's what I meant. Yeah. How do you argue it's that criticism, saying a president shouldn't lie to his own constituents, especially the ones that voted for him?
If you guys watch my
Comparative to
debate
Biden, we
on
never did
Admiral Gibbs's channel from last week, you would see that I talked about this point, and that Trump was never anti-war. He's on record multiple times saying, how would you deal with Iran? How would you deal with ISIS? And he'd say, I bombed the shit out of them. Trump escalated almost every conflict we were in. He broke Obama's drone per year record. He was incredibly pro-war. He just didn't start any new ones. So libertarians tried to find a reason to vote for him because they didn't want to vote for the other side, which was more antithetical to what they believed at the time. So they said, oh, he didn't start any new wars. So, maybe that's a plus. Maybe he's not a war hawk. And that suddenly became some talking point that Trump picked up and said maybe a couple times toward the end of the campaign, but it does not at all represent his first term strategy or this strategy or most of what he said leading up to it. I think this is like, so what we see with the MAGA actual Trump separation, where Trump's super pro-vaccine and they're anti-vaccine. Trump is more than happy to bomb the shit out of some people, especially the Arabs, and they're not, there's all sorts of separations between his tightest supporters and him. And I just think a lot of them are low info. That's why.
Do you agree with that assessment, Ron?
Largely, yeah. I'd say that's the thing that we're probably the most in agreement about this entire conversation. Based.
All right. Well, okay. I thought that was going to be more of a dunk against Tyler, but fuck. Okay, well, I guess fight amongst yourselves for a few minutes here, and then we'll get the closings. Any objections? I'm sure one of y'all got something for me here. No. Okay,
Have
cool.
you all heard about the overtime rule change that Trump's DOL passed in 2019, where they literally just took the threshold under which people qualify for overtime pay, and they lowered it because they were like, we need to these people are making too much money. And this lowered the threshold. This caused 8.2 million workers to no longer qualify for overtime pay. And it cost the working class $1.4 billion in lost wages annually. This was July of 2009 or September of 2019 when this was passed.
Tyler, any thoughts?
That's like a thing that I think should be known about by more people, but it's not, because again, this stuff is not sexy. It's not culture war. It's not, and so this stuff kind of flies under the radar. But I think the reason why our economy, why people are struggling so much today is in large part because of this victory of the corporate class, tiny steps at a time, where they're just doing these things behind the scenes, just chipping money away here and there, and they strip away this protection, that protection. They weaken unions here and do this here, and after 55 years of that, we're kind of where we are. And so one of my what I woing like to see the Democratic Party do is to kind of push these kind of messages more eloquently and more boisterously, and have zing and pizzazz and humor that comes along with it that kind of gets views and stuff. Because I think that this stuff is very important, and it just kind of goes unaddressed.
Any
So
thoughts on that, Tyler?
I have a hard time arguing against that specific policy that he's, or for that specific policy he advocated for, because I don't like that shit either. But at the end of the day, I can't argue that, but I can appeal to the group of voters that it targeted. What we see is uneducated working class voters tend to be leaning more for Trump and more for the Republican Party than they have in like decades. So we're seeing it. There's a Bloomberg study out there I can send to you as well that shows like correlating job types, and it seems like a lot of the labor, like if you break jobs down into labor, service, and creative, a lot of the labor class, most of the labor class is voting GOP. The service industry is pretty split. But what we traditionally see is like these communist, what you'd form traditional communist unions around are now right-wing voters, more or less. Like welders are like the most right-wing voting job, and it's like also one of the most unionized jobs in the country that isn't like a private or a mandated union, like a teacher or a cop or something like that. So like it's just, you see a lot of these working class voters, they see a policy like that, they might not like it, but their overall assessment is the Republicans are fighting for me on more levels for things I like, and it might suck that I'm losing this, but over here I'm gaining this, and that's why I'm choosing to go with them. So I trust their judgment on that.
I agree with you that most of that voter base is voting for the GOP. The reason I would say has almost nothing to do with policy. I think that these people vote for Trump because of culture issues. I think it's vibes. I think it's owning the libs. I know most of the people on the right that I know, and like myself, when I was a right winger, that was the primary reason for doing so. I think whenever you talk to these people, if you ask them about their economic analysis, they'd probably say, I just want my taxes lowered so I have more money in my pocket at the end of the day. I don't care about I want a small government. I don't care like what's happening. I just want, like, they care about one metric. I think that is generally just, I want my paycheck to be marginally bigger, cut my taxes by like 5%. And Trump did he did cut the middle class tax rate by 2%. He cut the corporate by 14%, but he cut the I think the 30 through like 45K tax bracket by like 2%. And so, but I think that's why our country is kind of going down the shitter, because I think it's people that they're focused on what's right in front of them, so they'll take these like tiny scraps, like, oh, like 2% tax cut, like cool, not like zooming out to seeing the bigger picture of the wealth being siphoned to the top and the structural things that people like Trump are doing that in the long run spells doom for these very people that think that he's helping them. So I think it's a combination of just like not being aware of like the economic like superstructure that is like happening around them, and culturally the left is, obviously we all are aware of like how annoying leftists are. Nobody hates leftists more than leftists, I can promise y'all that. And so I just think that the normal Americans they're tired of seeing, I guess, what we would consider what you might call SJWs or wokeism, or like whatever the case may be. And I think that the Democrats have to get better at their optics and their messaging if they want to reach people economically, because people vote with vibes. So
perfect. All right, before we go, listen, I want y'all to know, as a moderator who has obvious biases, if you've ever watched my channel, sometimes it is very, very hard for me to just not want to just scream into the night, right there. If this was a panel of mine, I would have lost my shit. But this is not my debate, and that is it. I just want y'all to, I don't know, give me my kudos for being such a nice... No, I'm just kidding. The point is, though, that we are now going to be moving to closings, and we have time to vote. We're going to, I think, Tyler went first, right? So you're going to go last. Roland's going to go. I want to thank all my competitors for being here and judging, as well as competing. We hopefully see more Ronan. And the reason why I even gave a little tirade right there is not to influence y'all's vote. Y'all should vote how y'all want to fucking vote, not how I think. And mainly because I hope he comes back so I can scream at him on a panel where I'm allowed to scream, because... so I gotta be a nice guy on here sometimes, and whatever. And hopefully you have had a good time. Now, as for the rest of y'all, go ahead and give us your closing. Let me pull up the timer, and you'll be good to go. So nobody once again says I'm over here bamboozling. We don't want to be accused as the bamboozler. That's no good. Whenever you're ready, go ahead, Ron.
Okay, 3 minutes. Cool. So I just want to say thanks again for having me on. This was a good first actual debate experience. I think this is helping me learn how to like streamline and structure my thoughts into like very short formats. What is there to say? You know, America, it's a beautiful country. No, I think that I think that if you look at I think studying economic history has influenced me to look at where I think the genuine power structures are economic ones. I think that right-wing populism tends to focus on and demonize cultural elites, and left-wing populism tends to focus on the economic elites. And I think that there's a lack of analysis, I think, on the right generally with understanding where power is actually stemming from. I think whenever you look at the rich who are getting richer and richer and richer, the public has been fed what I would consider a lie that market fundamentalism and deregulation is their best path towards prosperity. I think that the corporate lobby has run a very effective propaganda campaign since like the 1920s. And if you read The Big Myth by Naomi Oreskes, this goes into this like very in depth, that they sold the American public a bill of goods that the government is bad and the corporate world and the free market are good. And if you just let the government stay out of the way, let corporations and the market do what they're going to do, and that will result in the best outcome for you, the public. And this is a lie. Whenever we had the most deregulated economy in our history, we had one of the worst economies of all time. That's why we had the antitrust movement. We had, all throughout the late 1800s and the early 1900s. In 1910, 1% of the entire workforce died in workplace accidents that year. One out of 100 workers died in 1 year. And so the reason why the economy improved as much as it did, in part was the World War II boom, but in large part, it was unions. It was government entities coming in and regulating corporations saying, hey, no more child labor. Hey, no more dumping toxic waste into rivers. Hey, we are going to tax the ultra rich marginally at a higher rate to give that money back down to the bottom. Because whenever you let a free market reign, it always tends toward the Pareto distribution where all the wealth gets siphoned to the top and people on the bottom just get fucked. And we've seen through history that I think you have to have a government have a well-regulated market if you want a market that works for people. And it is the corporate class that wants you to believe that the government is your enemy and actually they just get in the way and actually regulations are bad and actually you should let us have free reign to do anything that we want and just trust us. Things will turn out well for you. And I think if you actually study the history, it is evident that the opposite of that is true. So that's my time.
You muted Gibbs.
Thank you so much, Tyler. I'm going to ask you a question. You can say no, but if you want to help me out, I'm going to put the polling to start go live now while you're doing your closing. If that's fine. I know that usually I like to wait till the end, but I am very much on time crunch. So if that's cool, unless you object, and then I'll just tell them.
Do you think? No, I get it.
Okay, cool. I just didn't want to be unfair to anybody. I try to be, you know what I'm saying. Despite my biases, I like to be fair. Okay, I'll go ahead. And I'm going to put polling live, and then as soon as we're done with your closing, JC says he has something he's going to share with us for his vote, and then chat. I don't know what's going to happen or what he wants, but he's going to do that, and then when chat is done voting, I'll go to Pentuple for his selection. So go ahead now, and chat vote should be live as well.
So first off, thank Rowan again for coming. Everyone go give him a subscription and all that fun stuff. Dude came on late notice, never did a debate before, and did a fucking bang-up job. So round of applause. If I lose this guy, I'm more than happy to go home taking that happy L. Anywho, the best part about going second is I get to address some of the points he made. I think here, a bit of his defense of the economy was speculating on, one of the things you went on was speculating on the potential downsides of going this route unhindered, what could happen in the future. It kind of ignored the practical facts on the ground of what's happening between these two administrations. It's a solid point that I don't necessarily disagree with. We shouldn't have unchecked right-wing power. I just don't see how it fits into the context of the debate. Another thing you said here is part of the reason why Biden supporters think he had a good economy by the metrics they look at is because a lot of them are in the elite and they didn't feel the effects of the inflation. And then a lot of the people that got good treatment for Biden were his special interests. He had unions, government workers, asylees, people who fit under the broad title of equity. These are the people that benefited from the Biden economy. But generally it's saying, and in the polling, 60, 65, 70, depending on what poll, 75% of people saying they're not benefiting from this economy. 60% of people were saying that they miss Trump's economic policies, Trump's border policies. And again, I didn't go into border, didn't go into asylees as much as I would like to. Just also for the time's sake, man. We barely got all my points in an hour, but just the fact that I think I addressed the macroeconomy. Yeah, I addressed the macroeconomy as a whole, I think, better, and the concerns of the people through polling a bit better here, where he hit on a bit more of the special interest groups. I will say all of his points were correct. Biden did do great by those groups. But those groups are all Democrat voters, and people outside the Democrat Party definitely voiced their concerns on the economy that did not feel the love from this government. So I want to spend the last minute here of my closer talking about why Coughing is the best Pokemon. Now, Coughing is extremely happy. First and foremost,
fucker.
Always elated, always on top of his game, always smiling no matter what the circumstances are. He could be up against a Pokemon like Charizard, whoop his ass, still comes out covered, smiling, shooting smoke out. He's the perfect fucking thing. He's like a ball. My dogs both have the same attitude. They would absolutely love him. I would keep him in my house. He'd never go in his Pokeball. Coughing, if you're listening, come live with me. I'll treat you good.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let me stop sharing this screen. So we still have the chat vote going live. It's very close. It's 4-3 debate Joy versus Rowan. So it's very close right now. We had another one that was one vote difference. It'll be crazy. So what we're gonna do is Pentuple, go ahead and send me who you think won, then we'll come to your critique. We're gonna go to Big JC now though, because he says he's got something that he's wants to do for his vote. Usually we have a pretty simple voting system, Rowan. So don't judge us off this. Usually it's just
y'all are too fucking agreeable.
But he's got something he's got special, and like I said, it's always up to the judges how they decide their vote. So I'm gonna go.
Y'all are too agreeable, and nobody yelled, so I don't know who won because I don't know who yelled more.
So go ahead, JC. I got your full screen right now.
Despite my not asking him this question, Tyler did provide me with a champion, and in fact went off on a spiel about that stupid little purple son of a bitch in his closer. So for my vote, mine will be decided by a simulated Pokemon battle between Vaporeon and Coughing.
Highest standards here in the DCS.
Man.
I gotta say,
and here
so
we go.
The best part about this, and I hope it really frustrates you, Tyler.
We'll do best 2 out of 3. We'll do a best 2 out of 3.
No. Just do a. Okay, if we have time, do 2 out of 3.
Okay, Vaporeon wins.
But the best part about this is, I hope that Tyler loses a close one, and it'll be personally, because it'll be funny, because right now we're tied in the chat, and if it comes down to somehow
I do believe that means my vote goes to Rowan. Yes.
I would be like, wait, who won?
He did pick a better Pokemon though.
So wait, did the battle happen? Are you doing the battle?
The battle did happen, and Vaporeon did squish that little emphysemic little fuck into the ground.
I'm not losing sleep over. I'll debate this guy anytime he wants to.
Fantastic.
Vaporeon? You can't debate Vaporeon. It's a Pokemon.
Well, let's do this quick before the chat vote's over.
I do want to compliment both. I do want to compliment both interlocutors on being so cordial and having such a good, agreeable back and forth. I think it missed the point in the spirit of the debate championship, the Rumble Wrestling Mania debate, but it was a very, very nice refresher. I am imagining a universe where these debates were flipped, and Pentuple and I went after, and I'm very glad that we live in the universe where we had the nice, soothing after kind of calm after the flame and fire. So, well done, both of you.
Great. And the chat has tied because JC didn't let me do my thing. I'll wait here, so that's cool. So now we have Pokemon battles decided. Rowan is the winner on one side. Pentuple, the chat has decided they don't know who the fuck they're voting for, and I know they think this is a meme. So Pentuple, who has won, and if you pick the opposite split it, I have a fantastic decision to make for the ending here. You're muted.
Right. Well, I do want to say, I can't pretend that I'm going to say you want to debate that Biden was a good president. We're on different sides of it. I don't want to pretend and lie to you. But I will say I don't think either of you performed poorly. I didn't understand a lot of the debate. I kind of zoned in and out, and it felt like you guys were just bouncing between random topics. But I thought you guys were making fair points across that whole time. So I really like the way Rowan thinks. I disagree with you on too many like fundamental things. Like I don't subscribe to the theory that wealth disparity is a bad thing. A lot of the economic stuff I think we could get into another time. But I thought you did make a good case about the like pro worker stuff, the unions and regulations. And if this was the topic, like I actually almost thought like you guys were debating that at one point. That would have been a much more interesting, or not much more interesting, but that would also be an interesting thing to hear from you on. If that was a topic, I might have voted for you. I just can't get over the idea that I just think that the evidence is too clear in hindsight. I mean, taking the nomination away from him, it's a hard position to hold. So I went with Tyler, but I really, really enjoyed just your debate style and the way you think. And I just hope you do more with us because this was a great addition to the Gibbs verse.
You got to vote to get them into the panel.
So we got 1-1 and a tie in the chat. Now I'm going to give, this is a deciding thing. I have a decider format that I have a way to decide who won. It's real simple, but I'm going to give. Now, Tyler's the one who's got something on the line. This is Rowan's first time. I'm going to give him an option. We can save this for a different date. Either Tyler or and you and Rowan can vote on this, I guess. I guess to decide. You can either take the tie, or we can do my method that I have for today. And I have a better method, but I have a time schedule today. So we're not going to do the method my preferred method. We're going to do my backup method for a tiebreaker, which could be anything. So do y'all want to just take the tie? And you don't get to automatic bid in if you win or lose, or whatever. But your record stays. You have only one loss, or a tie halfway. Or do you want me to break out my second preferred method of tiebreaker that we have today?
Rowan, can you make it back if we do it another day?
That would be a second appearance.
Yeah, that would be a whole different appearance. No, we're either doing my second preferred method, or we're doing a tie. So that either.
I got you. Oh, so there isn't another day.
Because I have a preferred method of tiebreaker that I can't do because of its time commitment.
Okay,
I have a tiebreaker that is going to go down.
Let's see it.
Oh, yeah?
Let's whip it out. Yeah, slap it on the table.
Oh, cool.
Let's
So
see it.
this
was literally, this went from the most like heated, fiery, fucking like angry debate to the most cordial, fucking calm shit that tied.
Listen, man, I went to school to be a therapist. Okay, I bring the
perfect debate
show.
All
right, so perfect, fantastic. All right, so this is not going to be the method for tiebreaker generally going forward. This is only going to be the tiebreaker for this debate, and it's only because I'm running out of time. So we're going to decide to defend the winner right now. Drum roll, please. Heads is going to be Tyler. Tails is going to be Rowan. Is Tyler going to make it? Is Tyler going to make it to the contenders, or is Rowan going to pick up his first win? Wait, was it heads, Tyler, tails, Rowan, right? All right, flipping. Rowan wins. Tyler goes 2-2. Congratulations to Rowan for his first win. Next time, I do have a better tiebreaker, but I am on a time crunch. I have to be somewhere in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Tell everybody where you're at, guys. Let's go real quick. Where are you at, guys? Speed round.
Big JC on YouTube.
Thank you so much, Rowan.
Rowan Reads on YouTube.
Fantastic.
I'll watch his shit. He's funny.
Tyler, go ahead.
Average debate enjoyer, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube.
All right, and Pentuple.
Pentuple TV, Mega Twitch headquarters.
Thank you so much. And once again, guys, that is not the tiebreaker I have going forward. I have a better one that I guess remains me to use, but these bastards forced me to use it now. And
the better one is a real coin with his face on it.
Yeah, no, I actually have a really funny one for the tiebreaker that's actually competition dependent. So, congrats on Rowan on his first win. Congrats on Pentuple. This is going to really fuck up my rankings and contender series, but that's okay because more competition is always good. But thank you so much for being here. Guys, if y'all like debate, we're going on Enemy Charlie's Debate Royale right now, where I should be one of the very few debate bros against a bunch of dating bros. And
oh no,
let's hope I do
You're
well.
gonna eat them alive, Papa Gibbs.
I pray that I do. So we'll see. Thank you so much. Bye, guys. Y'all be good.
Bye.
All right, now it's time for the Debate Royale. Let me get to Charlie's. Thing. I'm in her Discord. Okay. All right, let me just mute this real quick while we talk to the chat. All right, guys. Yeah. Thank you all so much. We're now moving on to the Enemy Charlie Royale. Congrats to all the competitors here. I'm going to use a brief restroom break. We'll put something on in the interim real quick. Let's why don't we just go to Twitch.tv Enemy Charlie? These guys didn't do me no favors, did they? With this tiebreaker match. I didn't work out for Tyler. If he'd won, it would have worked out. But with the thing. All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna take a leak, and then.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello! Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the first ever Enemy Charlie Master Debater Royale. How are we feeling? Me? I'm sweaty. Not gonna lie. Thank you, thank you. I look professional. Thank you. Yes, that's the goal. Not gonna lie, gamers. I am currently writing the questions. Which I already had planned out. I just didn't write them down properly. Because what I was doing is I was writing up a code of conduct and structure thing, and then I was messaging people and I was planning things, and then I was just like, yeah, ADHD for the win. Hold on one second. Anyway, how are you guys excited? I'm scared. They call her Corpo Charles. Playing things? What do you mean playing things? So I've never done this. Oh yeah. Dude, we are gaslight, gatekeeping, and girl bossing. I've never done one of these before, so I'm kind of anxious. I'm anxious. Did I invite Rich Bunny? Absolutely not. I tried inviting people that have you know, like genuine political opinions. I'm giving Corpo lesbian. Thank you. That's the goal. That's the goal. Precisely. I look like an HR rep. Oh lord. And one Canadian. No, our Canadian cannot attend. He's sick. Our Canadian is sick. All right. Let me see. But who's going to advocate for the rights of the 51st state? I don't know. I know, right? Kind of distressing. We've lost our Canadian. Okay. Looking chic. Thank you. Thank you very much. I look grown up today. Thank you. Unstupefied. Low-key baddie politician vibe. Cool. We're going to war with Canada now? Hopefully not. I hope not. That would be scary. Okay, hold on. Let me Let me make sure I have this set up properly. Oh, that's huge. Wow. Should I just have my face up on the screen as well? I was gonna do it so that like my face was kind of on the side, but why am I inverted? I don't know how to not invert it. I'm looking at myself. Because I was just gonna have me looking, I'm the debate master. So should I just have my camera off? Oh, I forgot about this. Just do it like Gunnar did? Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Just do it like this. I want to make it so you can keep the... Do you guys know how to keep the names up? Oh, I can turn it off so it doesn't show my own camera. Perfect. Okay, and then I will put my camera on here on the side. This is too big. This is, I'm kind of trying to do it like Kiana did. Or is this too complicated? Just do the Discord boxes? Okay. I should be much larger than the inferior debater. Well, because I was gonna make people's like faces big, like when they talked about things. You know what I mean? That was my plan. That was my plan, not the Joe Rogan ass. Just let the chaos reign. Okay. We'll do that. No big zooms. Fuck the zooms. If/when we edit things. I need a Dramos in here. I need Dramos in here. Thank you, Mugiwara. ZG, you'll be late. That's okay. Have I ever considered being an actress? You have a pretty face. Thank you, Celeborn. I do not have I don't know if I would be very good at that, but
yeah,
I
this is gonna be
appreciate
good.
it.
I'm about
I
to
feel
hand
like I
it
look weird in
beans.
collared shirts. I realize that I have a short neck.
Just be whooping
That's
shit
very
out today.
professional. Thank you. I wish I was not sober right now dealing with chat. I don't think chat will be that bad, actually. Hopefully not. I hope not. I pray. I pray. You're a Frodo. I'm more optimistic than you. Seems like it, but I don't know. I'm not too worried, to be honest. You don't have a short neck. I feel like chat will be better. Chat, I feel like it's gonna be okay. To be honest. I feel like things are going to work out the way that they need to work out. So, ay. Or is the Canadian Johnny can't come, he's sick. He cannot come because he is sick. I want to get my hostess with the mostest in here first. I need Dramos. We do not hate Canadians. Who's my host? It's me and Dramos. Slamos in. Oh, Johnny won't be here? Never mind. I know. That's how I felt. I was like, Johnny's sick? Johnny can't show up? What's the fucking point? What is the fucking point of showing up? I'm very excited. But I would like to emphasize that this is very, very, very experimental. Never done this before, and I hope it goes okay. Oh, that killed my lights when I plugged my phone in. That's special and cool, and we really love that. Are we not starting promptly either? Oh, well, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for everyone to get in. So far we have 1, 2, 3 people. Where's Dramos? I'm still waiting on people. We have 3 people. Technically, we are waiting on, let's see. So, Admiral Gibbs is here, Cinetech is here, Christina's here, Peter Family is here. We're waiting on Goon, Eshrio, Nyx, Heartvine, Love of Labor, Bagel Rabbit, Nuggled, and ZG. Let's see. I need to tell Dramos to get in here now. To get in here now. Let me just hop in. Hi everyone. Just give me like a... Yeah. Oh, oops. Yo. Hello? Hello?
What up?
Get that freaking camera on.
How you
doing? Audio check.
Hold up, King.
Audio has been checked.
I bet.
Yeah.
How was your day?
It was good. How was your day?
It was chill.
Yeah, it was chill?
Yeah.
Yeah? What'd you do?
Nothing, man.
Nothing?
Yeah, man. DoorDash was going crazy. I ordered some DoorDash. I said, motherfuckers was like, here's some free food. If you order this much,
shit.
I went crazy. I went crazy today. Let me turn my camera on now. Hold on.
All right. All right. And then after that, we're going to start polling people in, okay? And then you and I will introduce ourselves first. Mm-hmm. And I'll explain to everyone how it's gonna work. Oh, I'm fucking nervous. Why am I nervous?
Why are you nervous? Who cares?
I don't know. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Are you live
6,
right
7.
now?
Yeah, bitch.
Oh shit!
You didn't know?
No. I was about to talk crazy for a second.
Oh shit.
All right, hold on. Almost there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hi, Carol. How are you? Camera's still inverted. I don't know how to change that. I'm very sorry. Can I drag you into VC? Yeah. I don't know how to fix that, actually.
Yo, what's going on?
Fix what?
I don't know.
Not shit.
Are you ready, Dramos?
I feel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me
I'm gonna start dragging people in.
Put my camera on.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Everyone. Give me. Hello. Just one free. I don't know who the fuck.
Oh, that's Sade.
Oh, hi, you, Dramos. Hello, everyone. Okay, let me do like a quick introduction, real quick. So the way that, if you guys want to get your cameras on, that's also cool. So the way that this is gonna work is it's gonna be Royale style. It's gonna be hello. Thank you all for coming. I'm so excited that people actually came. Hello. The way that this is going to work is it's going to be like round robin style, kind of, in the sense that we're going to, well, first of all, you're going to introduce yourselves in a circle, and then you're going, after that, then we're going to ask a question. Everyone gets a chance to answer. I'm explaining this mostly for chat, sorry. And you guys are allowed to interrupt, but just don't go on for too much. And then at the end, chat will have the opportunity to vote on who they want to kick. And then Dramos and I, if we really liked someone's performance, we can give someone immunity. And that's kind of how it's going to go. I think we're waiting on a couple of people, technically. So I guess I'll introduce myself. Hi, I'm Charlie. I'm on the channel. Hello. I'm one of the hosts. Host Mos.
Yo.
Host Mos, you go on ahead.
Yo, I'm Dramos. Hello, guys. I hope you guys fight fair. I hope you guys don't say anything mean to each other. And if you do, I hope it's funny. And then the next person can go next.
Oh, is that me? All right, howdy. My name is Admiral Gibbs. I am a political streamer. I host the Debate Championship Series where we do 1v1 debates and determine who's a winner and have bragging rights, basically, all right? Because we have rankings and all sorts of stuff. Soon to have a title belt. Exciting stuff. I do this 4 nights a week, yelling political debate stuff, just yelling at people. Wonderful times. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to it.
Yes, thank you for coming. All right, Bagel, hello.
Hi, I'm Bagel. I'm a high T alpha gamer lady. I play violin professionally. I'm also Charlie's friend and Dramos' friend. It's great to see y'all.
Hi, Bagel. All right, Cinetech.
Hey everybody, I'm Cinetech. I work in media. I have no prior experience doing this, so looking forward to it.
All right, fantastic. Oh, also, it's a suggestion. I recommend not looking at the chat, especially if you are not someone who streams regularly, because it can be mean and horrible and scary. All right?
They gonna say some crazy shit about you.
Yeah, they could.
For no reason.
Yes. For no reason. For no reason, okay? Christina, hello.
Hello, my name is Christina, aka Cosmopolitics. I stream on Twitch. I also have a movie podcast called Moonlight Extravaganza. I tend to talk about politics and pop culture a lot, and so it's very chill time. I've never done this before either, so. Yay.
Peter.
Hello, everybody. My name is Peter Fanley. I'm just a guy. I just like to yell at people. So while this is not my or this is my first time doing this, it's not my first time just debate lording, especially in a stream setting. So I don't do nothing special. I do technically stream sometimes, and I don't know. That's about it, really.
Hello, everyone. My name is Love of Labor. I go by Spidey. I am a labor organizer and activist.
Hello, Spidey. And then I think, who is this? Nyx and Diesel Goth, hello.
That's the first time I've ever seen Nyx. He look like my cousin.
Like your cousin, nigga? Fuck
He
you.
look like my cousin, y'all. He just mad. He just mad.
You look like my son.
You like my cousin, y'all. You don't even got it. You like my cousin.
All right, Diesel Goth.
Good morning. I'm pushing to talk. I'm assuming that you can see me in video. I haven't done anything relevant for
I would like to win, guys.
like
Let's
10 years, but
It's
I
not
was
to be
streaming before
Gibbs
all of you
versus
were
everybody.
born, and I used to do this show called Drycast, which was a podcast that was intentionally contentious back when we thought that being edgy was funny. I can't be edgy now. I can only be sincere. I'm definitely going to suffer and or fail, but I'm ready.
That's totally okay. I mean, this isn't like a very strict debate, you know what I mean? You can be if you want to be dumb, you can be dumb. You don't even have to argue for things that you believe in. You can lie. You're allowed to lie. Let me see. I'm waiting on a few more people. Rudy should be attending. But I think that, or Jocelyn, I think that they're. Anyway, I guess we could. I suppose we could just start then. And then once other people hop in, we can invite them in. Okay, first freaking question, which I definitely did not just write.
Did I miss something? Or?
No.
Let us begin. On the first day of President Donald Trump's second term, also thank you, Love of Labor, for the phrasing on this question, by the way, thank you. Second term, he signed more executive orders than the previous 10 presidents combined at 29, beating Joe Biden's prior record of 9. Will/have the orders signed lead to increased American prosperity, and or does the increase of executive orders correctly feed into the narrative of presidential dictatorship? Admiral Gibbs, you're up first.
Fantastic. I appreciate it. Let me just give a little background on who I am, so you can understand where I'm coming from on this issue. I have a double doctorate in religion. My undergrad was a political science degree with a minor in history. I have 3 certificates from the Bush Presidential Library in political theory. So I can unequivocally say this is not a concern in regards to the leftist complaint that he's running a dictatorship. What this is he's coming in, he's cleaning out the rot and the corruption within the system, taking accountability and signing a lot of these. There's a reason why the executive order power is something the president has, and he's doing a wonderful job with it. And I look forward to the economic prosperity that's going to be caused by the actions he's taken on his first day. And I realize that this is probably going to be a hostile environment for me, but that's okay because I am bringing you the truth, and that's why I'm here. Thank you.
All right, Admiral Gibbs. Thank you, Bagel.
That motherfucker, he might not lose, y'all. He sounded serious.
Hi, I'm Bagel. I have 0 degrees in poli-sci. And I'd like to say, first of all, are you fucking kidding? Huh? Huh? What? What universe do you occupy? Hello? Okay, there's so many of those executive orders that are either useless or counterproductive to national prosperity. Like, one of them that's kind of near and dear to my heart is, like, his anti-trans stuff. He's coming in with that hot and heavy, and that's bringing down the price of eggs for sure. Wow, okay. I'll pass it on.
It was all trans girls. Don't
It
you
was
know?
all- yeah,
the
trans
trans
girls
women
are
are
laying
hogging the
eggs.
eggs.
They be eating
They
eggs
have
too
them.
much, too many,
Too
driving the
many
prices
eggs. All
Really
right,
affecting
and then
that
we have.
bird flu.
All right, we have 2 new arrivals. So Eshrio and Rudy, if you want to introduce yourselves, Eshrio.
When I heard my favorite they them was trying something new, I was very excited. I thought it was gonna be like Finn or some shit, but I guess we're doing like a battle royale, so this is kind of cool. Yeah.
Thank you, Eshrio. Rudy.
I don't stream. I am enemy Charlie's #2 hater, and I also hate all the social sciences because they're fake disciplines.
So true. So true, bestie. All right. If you 2 didn't hear the question, this is about Donald Trump's executive orders, separation of powers. You know, is this kind of like a presidential dictatorship? All right, Cinetech.
I'd like to maybe offer some context for this conversation. Maybe not a widely known fact, the first president to actually use an executive order number 1, was the Emancipation Proclamation made by Lincoln. Also, a big user of it, FDR. I happen to like a lot of what FDR did, but I, at the same time, recognize that it was in many ways a step away from the way that the framers seemingly set up our system, wherein Congress makes the rules and the executive is just supposed to execute them duly as they are enacted. I do believe that the current environment where the executive seems to be largely ruling by fiat almost, or attempting to do so, I understand why they're doing it, but it does raise real concerns for me over preservation of institutions and the preservation of the separation of powers, which has worked well for however many years we've had in this country now. I think the system works, and I'm not eager to see it go.
All right. Thank you, Cinetech. Okay, Dieselgoth.
You know, I have almost zero authority to offer in terms of poli-sci. I have like 3/4 of an associate's degree in media, but one area that I try to focus on is I have kind of adjacent to aviation specifically, and there is an executive order specifically targeting the FAA and its DEI initiatives. And I guess I might just like to say that like I went and actually found the recent incident at Ronald Reagan, which was tragic. I went and listened to all the ATC recordings around that time, and it was one young black man who was doing 2 people's jobs, and he, I guess, had been working more than he was supposed to, I can't imagine that that particular executive order will help the FAA much, considering that there's already a huge shortage of controllers. So that's about it, honestly.
All right. Thank you very much. Eshrio.
Well, I just think he's trying his best to get
Oh my God, thank you
accomplished
so
what
much
he
for the
promised
subs,
to
bro.
many of
Thank
his
you so much.
supporters. I feel like people forget that Obama also signed a lot of executive orders. So while I may not agree with every fucking thing he does, it does make sense why he, on his fucking first month, he's already getting shit done. Like you have to admit that's kind of impressive, at least.
I suppose he is technically doing a lot. Good or bad, it's a
I'm
lot.
glad, man. He's working. He's doing the thing, man. Look at him go.
He also can't read.
Shit, never mind.
Cosmopolitics.
Yeah, well, I mean, he is doing a lot that his supporters promised, but he did promise to lower the price of eggs and also cut the Pentagon, and also gas prices are supposed to be like $1.99 on day one, but that hasn't happened yet. But a lot of these executive orders and actions are just like proclamations to, change the Gulf of Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America or something like that. Like it's nothing like Elon Musk is mostly doing all the work, if I'm being quite honest here. Trump's just signing stuff, even things that he doesn't even know. Like, what's this gonna do? Oh, that's what that's gonna do. Okay, fine, I'll sign it anyway. But again, most of it's just, the people behind Project 2025 giving him all these orders and actions to, to do. So I don't really see it helping anyone besides people who are of a higher tax bracket, perhaps? And a higher income. So I don't see it helping someone like myself or my mother.
I'm sorry if this is not adjacent, but has Trump officially acknowledged that Project 2025 is associated with him yet? Because the last I checked,
This is
he was
fake
denying
news.
it.
Agenda 47 is what he went with. This is he's denied it categorically 3 times. That is a fake news. We also saw JD Vance categorically deny it. Do you have any evidence or any sources where they actually have him endorsing Project 2035 in the manner that way he endorsed Agenda 47 like he did on his website, or are you just spouting bullshit?
Dude,
I do.
Agenda 47 sounds like
Please,
Star Wars
just send it to me. I would love
He's
to
put-
engage in this in
he's
good
put
faith.
people in place who were part of Project 2025 in his administration, though,
Mm.
like certain roles.
Like who? Name somebody.
Vought.
Vought, yes. Homelander, as much as I don't, he's a great character. He is not officially in power, even in the show yet. So, go ahead.
Okay, but anyway, right after Trump won the election, Steve Bannon, one of Trump's closest allies, came out on his podcast and did state that Project 2025 was the plan all along.
And then didn't Steve Bannon also just come in and criticize a whole bunch of Trump hirings in support of his moves immediately after? It seems like if they're allies, they don't really have very much in common anymore, do they? Would there be any reason why? Could he be potentially wrong? Because he's not in the Trump admin?
Does he not have a number of people in his cabinet that openly supported 2025?
I'm asking. Nobody here has been able to name one yet. I'm curious.
Well, you're supposed to be the one with all the information.
Well, I mean, I gave you a few examples where they've categorically. I gave you several examples that categorically denied. I mean, y'all have to provide the affirmative side to this. So, go ahead.
I mean, you seem really well informed. I was just asking a question.
Well, yeah, the answer is no. There's nobody that I'm currently aware of that has ever stood out and actually endorsed Project 2035 as an official platform of the Trump administration. I could be wrong, but there's nobody, at least at the cabinet level, that's ever done this. And they've all said here, as far as I'm aware, advocated that Agenda 47, which was the official website on this official platform on his website going forward into the election. And now that he is president.
So like I said before, Russell Vought has been nominated to be the director of office management and budget, and which is a highly critical role, just by title alone. So I think that's a pretty good factor of evidence.
All right. Well, in the interest of time, Grumplestiltskin, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and then answer the question?
Oh, good evening. I'm a Grumplestiltskin. I'm a network engineer by trade these days. Your friendly local Marine comm guy. I'm a veteran. I do also stream on a whole bunch of platforms. Twitch.
What's your favorite one to stream on?
I'm not live right now. YouTube and then especially Rumble are a giant pain in the ass. Like everything changes every single time you stream. It's like Twitch and Kick are the easiest to stream to. Trovo has like bots that are very uplifting whenever you join. What was the I'm sorry, I missed it. What was the actual question?
Executive orders. Trump has been signing a lot of them. Do you think that the concerns about sort of a presidential dictatorship are founded?
Well,
Based
no,
on the
because
amount of executive orders.
okay, there have been a lot of executive orders in the past. Also, is my volume good? I've been messing with.
Yeah.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, you sound
Good.
fine.
Buttery smooth like always. Outstanding. Thank you. So there have been a lot of executive orders in the past. The thing is that executive orders, that their scope of what they can impact is strictly the executive branch. Executive orders can't do anything outside of the executive branch. A lot of people don't know this. It's a fun fact, like little trivia information. So like an executive order can impact military. Executive order can't impact what Oklahoma is doing in their, schools. That's not a thing that an executive order can impact. Now, they can try. A president can try, but then that's going to get slapped down by the Supreme Court, or it should anyway. And they in the past few administrations, they've tried, and then usually they got corrected. So I don't think a dictatorship is on the agenda.
Okay, so
I think a lot of things are
separation
getting
of
corrected.
powers.
Yeah, I think separation of powers is still in effect, except for what Congress has given up to agencies.
Gotcha. Nix?
No. I think executive orders are like imperative to getting anything done, especially day one. That should get signed all the time. The only like argument I think you could make for him doing like OD shit is him having control of the House and the Senate. Like he can actually get shit passed if he wanted to, but again, it's day one. That's the fastest way to get shit done. I think anyone crying about the price of eggs or gas is a fucking idiot. If you voted for him thinking that shit was going to change, like you're part of the problem. You're one of those deplorables. Yeah. There was someone else I had, but I forgot to say it. Oh, fuck all you niggas and your degrees. I don't care. Something else.
Thank you, Nick.
I'll skip.
Yeah,
though.
we can't stand education here. Fuck that.
Yeah, all my ops are intellectuals.
Fuck a book. Fuck a book.
All right, Peter Fanley, go ahead.
Shit. I mean, honestly, like, I like the concept of executive orders. I actually kind of love them. At least specifically coming from the political perspective that is not at all endorsed in the general political landscape of America. I feel like if a socialist were to become president, executive orders are probably the only way anything that they want to do will be able to get done. And however, with all of that, obviously, there's there are things put in place to be able to cancel out that power because it's so powerful. And usually it would only be a problem if everyone were on the same side of the person that is doing a bunch of unconstitutional things, which unfortunately seems to be the case that we're having right now. So in this case, it's not that good, but it's less about the actual rules themselves and more about the fact that there are fascists in control of our government. And that's really kind of the name to it. You should just have less fascists around. If you ask me, I'm just a simple guy, but I think that's kind of valid.
All right, Rudy.
Hit the wrong button. I love that only one person here technically answered the actual question, which is that, and it was Grumble Stiltskin basically, and a little bit from Admiral Gibbs, a tiny bit. The question is whether it's a dictatorship or a budding dictatorship, and if it is, it's the most boring and gay-ass dictatorship I've ever seen attempted. It's not a dictatorship at all. It's just executive orders, and they are par for the course. The only thing that is being achieved with them is the kind of push it to SCOTUS and see if SCOTUS will expand the executive branch, which they might. It's not a dictatorship. Like, you can, I wish more of y'all had answered the question a little bit more directly. It's a pretty simple question, yes or no.
To be fair, I had no idea what it was.
I do like that you went off about fascism, which is also not true. There are no fascists in the government.
I thought I answered it, Rudy.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really
Rudy, who did the best? Rudy, in your opinion, who answered the question the
dictator with
best?
the answers.
Yeah, but like the 10th guy, I don't even remember the question anymore.
To be fair,
it was like,
I was just
dictatorship, yay or nay?
Yeah, to be fair to Rudy, why I only answered slightly is because there's about 1 million orders that have come through, and some of them have been fantastic. I'm sure we'll get into which ones are good.
It has nothing. No, but that
Wait,
wasn't
wait. Before we
the
argue,
question was: is it a dictatorship
Absolutely
that's
not.
being fomented or developed?
That
And the
wasn't
answer
the
is
question
no.
that
Absolutely not.
Charlie
Thank
asked.
you.
Charlie, like,
Wait,
repeat
gamers.
the question that you started with. Please.
hold up. What did Charlie ask the question again from the top?
Yeah.
We need Love of Labor's answer. Let from the top, and then I want Love of Labor's answer. The first day of President Donald Trump's second term, he signed more executive orders than the previous 10 presidents combined at 29, beating Joe Biden's prior record of 9. Will/have the orders signed lead to increased American prosperity, and/or does the increase of executive orders correctly feed into the narrative of presidential dictatorship?
That's first day, though, right? It's just talking about first day.
I wrote that question ages ago. If we want to talk about the full scope,
The amount that we have now.
I'm just running with the fact that everyone
Please,
focused
please.
on. Okay, so
That's not
no
total, right?
widely
That's just
prosperity,
first day?
No, not a dictatorship. Simple.
Yeah.
All right.
Those numbers are just first day numbers.
All right.
Rudy,
Love
do you
of
want
Labor-
everyone to just answer yes or no, nigga? It's not going to be entertaining. All right, fuck you.
All right. Love of Labor.
All right. So I don't think the executive order sign will overall increase American prosperity. I think that it will increase prosperity for a select few. That is, he is getting rid of parts of the government that have to do with the social benefits to the poor. And if you are not a receiver of those social benefits and you are paying into those programs, you will economically prosper from them a little bit. Now, for the dictatorship part of the question, I'm not sure that you can call a man a dictator who got into office by the will of the people when you
Hitler
have
was elected.
campaigned on reforming the establishment. As to whether or not Hitler was elected, in the beginning, was he a dictator?
Okay.
Or was it after he went for election again and
So you're
gerrymandered?
saying
Y'all really want to get
Trump
into
isn't
Hitler?
a
It calls
dictator
into
yet.
question-
That's fine. He's not a dictator yet. We're all good. It's not. He's not there yet. That's fine.
It calls into question what really defines a dictator. I mean, is not a dictator somebody who is able to rule by fiat? It is more of defined in the absence of checks on their power. So to the extent that the process is not really working yet, we haven't really seen the judiciary. I mean, I guess we are starting to see the judiciary start to check some of these executive actions and rule on them, and now it has to get through appeals and such. The real test will be ultimately, does Congress attempt to claw back any of the power the executive is seemingly seizing, power of the purse most notably, and does the judiciary come in and say, yeah, you can do that, no, you don't, or do they just say, yeah, you can do whatever, in which case, is there an effective check on his power?
All right. On that note, I'm going to be putting the poll in chat now. Viewers, please vote on who you would like to kick. I have decided that no one is protected this time.
Yeah, no, this round I'm skipping out on that too.
All right, and then carry on. Sorry.
I was gonna suggest that for the sake of the debate, we define fiat as in. I can only remember my libertarian brother ranting about fiat currency to the point where it no longer had any meaning, and then of course there's the auto manufacturer.
It's something that's not backed by anything, like how the USD used to be backed by gold, and like coins used to be made out of silver. There's nothing backing the United States dollar. It's a U.S. Federal Reserve notes, we call them now. It's a fiat currency. It's based on trust of debt.
Basically, the idea is that if you do buy fiat, it's just I declare that this is the case. Much in the same way as he says, there's no gold backing the currency. The currency has value because we say it has value.
Okay, thank you.
I'm watching the poll with concerned interest. Are the people at the top the ones that are most likely to get kicked, or the ones
Yes,
at the bottom?
that is the one most
Are
likely
we
to get
cooked?
kicked.
I'm not looking.
Am I winning?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not looking.
I'm gonna be surprised if I'm the one who doesn't win this because we're walking into
So you drag your most
the
preferred to
opposite
the
enemy
top.
territory here.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Bro,
if
this
anybody
poll is
really
low
knows
key
what's going
bullshit,
on
bro.
there.
No, like let me explain why this poll is bullshit. Because this shit is alpha fucking medical, bro. Like
Yeah,
whoever
it's
has like the
Who
fucking.
should we? It's who should we kick?
But
No,
but
but
think
I'm
about
Charlie,
all the
there's
people
niggas
that
who
are just
don't-
gonna click. All the
There's
people that
niggas
are
that'll
gonna
just
fucking
drag
click,
one
bro.
person
Dude,
to the
there's
top.
not a million people in here. It's 400, and only 20 people voted. It's not like 20 people
Oh
went.
no!
Oh,
Each,
let me click the
each
first
thing is.
one.
I think I messed up. I thought I put max points you can have is 100.
Start the steal,
but
guys.
I think it
Start
meant
the steal.
that each vote is 100.
No,
So
the
now
poll is
it's all
set
messed
up.
up.
The only problem with it is
I
it's
have two
alphabetical, and
questions.
there's niggas that are only gonna drag one person to the top and just leave the rest. They're not gonna
You can
like
only
rank
vote
it.
for. Oh my god.
No, you can
Also-
vote for everyone. You can drag everyone.
Is
I don't
is
think
the
niggas
highest
realize
award-
that.
gonna get so many passes.
Is the
Oh, you
highest
re-
award
oh, you-
score the
you gotta
kick
reload
E?
this shit.
And then
Wait.
is this ranked choice voting right now?
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
we doing that?
Wait, Charlie, I actually don't
Really?
mind this poll.
I don't know that they realize
That's
that.
hilarious.
Nobody's
Can I
gonna
rename
realize it's
myself
ranked
to
choice voting.
Zestrio? Can I add a Z in front of my name?
Yeah, I want to be Zagel Rabbit, please. Thank you.
Zagel Rabbit.
Change
How
my
did I
name to
fuck
I
this
disagree
poll
with the
up so
trend.
badly that it is?
I don't
How
think the
is it
poll
in
is I
alphabetical
think you
order?
just should have told them that they need to drag all 10 people or whatever the fuck it is.
It's alphabetical ranked
Oh.
choice voting. It's not complicated, y'all. Just get with it. Just get with it.
I guess
Okay, now I
this
feel
is an
like we have to
IQ check
start
on
it
your
over
chat.
again. Oh
Yeah,
my
just
god.
start- yeah,
Just do
Okay.
just do the next question and then do the poll over because that gives you time to like cover your ass.
Just skip
Yeah.
it.
Skip this one.
I might have to give immunity out with this poll. I might
Charlie,
have
it
to
is
give
kind
some
of sus
immunity
how
out.
the list
The
is
special
straight
players here.
This is- They might have wanted to kick that nigga, but it looks alphabetical, so I don't
It
think
looks
they moved him around.
alphabetical to me too. I don't know what to.
Because it shows up alphabetical, you have to drag all 10 to each preferred position, but I don't think they did
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
This is
I'll
the
just
most
do.
complicated voting
Never mind.
ever.
Yeah, your chat's sorry, I can't say that word.
You can't say the word. You can't say the word.
You gotta kick
Oh
me
my god.
before you kick Admiral
Actually,
Gabe.
okay, Dramos, how about we kick someone?
All right, who do you have in mind? Who do you have in mind?
Actually, Dramos, let's mute.
What
Let's
the
deafen everyone. We're deafening everyone.
All right, yeah.
Okay, I'll start from the bottom. Server deafen everyone.
Okay, I'll start
Okay,
from the
I'll start from
top.
the bottom. Server deafen everyone.
Okay, I'll start from the top. Server deafen. Okay, they're just gonna watch your stream, dude.
I don't
They're
care.
just going to watch your stream.
That was an exciting.
All right.
Round,
Here we go.
I gotta say.
I would never watch a
I
Charlie
feel
show.
like I'm doing okay.
Do I gotta server mute them too? This is crazy.
I thought, oh
Not
my
there
god.
For, like,
I just hear them now. Hold on, I gotta server mute them too.
big politics.
This is
It's
crazy.
okay. We shouldn't. They.
For a good time.
All right, listen, man. I'm not
How
gonna
can I
lie.
still hear? No,
Yeah.
you server unmuted bagel. Okay, hold on. Listen, here's the thing.
Yeah,
It's not even about who.
I don't care about good answers.
I don't care about the
I
good.
don't-
It's who is
I want,
the most
I want
fun.
Gibbs. I want Gibbs to stay.
We need
I
Gibbs
think
to
he's gonna be
stay,
crazy.
and we need Grumpelstiltskin. Okay, Gibbs needs to stay. Grumpelstiltskin needs to stay. Rudy needs to stay. Frickin' Cosmopolitics needs to stay. Those were fun people. Nyx is fun.
Okay, we keep Nyx.
We keep
Who do we get
Nyx.
rid of, man?
I don't know who.
It's about-
Who was like the. Who do you recall the least? Fuck, this is hard. I gotta
was a
say,
blur, man.
either Dieselgoth or Cinetech, I think, were the ones that I remembered the least.
Yeah, it's.
I think
I was gonna
Dieselgoth.
say-
Dieselgoth.
I was gonna say Cinetech, but
No,
if
I
you
like
want
Cinetech's.
Dieselgoth,
I like Cinetech's answers.
so we'll do Dieselgoth. That's
Cinetech
okay,
seems.
Dieselgoth,
Cinetech
yeah.
seemed like they knew like a lot. So.
Okay, we'll do Dieselgoth.
Okay.
It will be nice too, and we'll be really nice. We'll go. Oh my God, you were so lovely, guys. Everybody go follow Dieselgoth.
They're
That's what we'll
watching
say.
the stream. They're gonna watch the stream. Oh
and
my
then we'll
god.
and then we'll go get the fuck out of here.
All right, this is terrible. This isn't a
All right,
bar, but
what?
more on the way. Thank you, Extrio, for the 200 bits. Okay. Okay.
This isn't a bribe, but more on the way if I pass this round.
Okay, I'll start from the bottom. Let's server
Watching.
unmute and deafen
It
everyone.
seems. Wait,
Hello,
they
it
Okay.
seems you were all
they can't hear
watching.
yet. Hello.
It seems.
Okay,
Wait,
okay.
there
I
we
do want to also say I'm not pro Hitler. Like I cut out there.
No.
My internet cut out, and I just want to say I'm not.
Oh,
not
oh, you're not pro Hitler after the break. Looks like someone learned a little history. Looks like someone did some Googling. Looks like someone did some Googling, y'all.
Wow.
Diesel Goth,
No.
I'm sorry to
I'm
say.
just
I'm sorry to say.
I'm just playing.
Diesel Goth, we adore you. We liked your answers, but
Diesel Goth.
to me, you didn't have the most fire. And we're
Shout
here
out to
for
Diesel
chaos.
Goth. Yeah.
We're here
I'm
for
not on fire.
destruction.
Shout out
thank
to
you.
Diesel Goth.
Diesel Goth, I hope
That
you
nigga's
I-
laughing.
I-
He was laughing the
I
whole time.
wanted to save you. I
He was
wanted to
laughing the
save
whole
you.
time.
To be honest,
That
I
nigga was
wanted you
laughing,
here.
bro.
I wanted
If I
you
was
here,
you, I'd
Diesel
crash
Goth.
out right now.
You should do it.
I love
Get on his
Diesel.
head.
So you got a cool name to me.
Yeah.
Well,
Diesel.
Diesel,
You kind of look like my dad, but younger. So
is there anything you want to
Thank
say,
you for-
Diesel, before you
Yeah,
go?
with-
Is there any last
stream?
remarks?
Fuck Trump.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Epic words.
All right. Thank you, Diesel Goth.
All right, Diesel. Ooh,
Oh.
I almost kicked him like from the server. Oh my
Oh,
god!
Well,
I right clicked his
I'm not
name
gonna
and
lie,
I
that's
said,
not a racist, Streamos. What are you doing?
"How was that racist?"
I don't know. Man,
What I do? I
Everything's
made a
racist.
I
You
made
just
a
gotta
mistake.
figure out how, right?
I made a mistake, man.
This
All
is
right.
current.
All
Moderna.
right. Next question. Politicians and civilians alike have critiqued Elon Musk's Doge, Department of Government Efficiency, having nearly unfettered access to federal documents and computers, citing concerns about Musk's status as an unelected third party. Do you support giving an unelected third party access to highly restricted, vulnerable information about the U.S. government and its citizens? So essentially, the question is, thoughts on Doge?
can I
Does
just
it-
say that Shiba Inu didn't deserve this?
I agree. I agree. I fucking agree. All right, Admiral Gibbs, you first.
So it's interesting that we suddenly are concerned about the government having access to our financial, social information whenever things like the Census Bureau exist, where they actually have at the high levels classified clearance, and they can actually go and look at all the same things that Doge is looking at. I don't know. This is actually a diversionary tactic being used by the left in this situation. That's actually a total nothing burger. Them having our info is not a big deal. As for Doge itself, big fan. You know, there's an age-old expression whenever they fight organized crime. It's the mob starts fighting the hardest whenever you find their money. Doge is over here clearing out all these little nasty nest eggs where we don't know where the money's going. And great, he started with USAID, and we're seeing the funding somehow that we send over to these other countries is either being corruption over there or somehow sent back over here in campaign finance donations. And I look forward to seeing what else they uncover. I mean, we've seen crazy things like $250K spent to study the dead language of butchers in Paris, France. That's $250K that could have gone to health care here in America. That's $250K that could have gone to our schools. That's $250K that could have gone to our industry.
You think that money's going there?
Well, it's definitely not going. It's definitely not going there now. I'm just saying. Don't. Hey, listen. It's not going there now. So at least don't just
One
clean this
moment.
out.
One
Go ahead.
moment, everyone. One moment, everyone. The question was about
Doge.
an unelected individual that hasn't been, like federally vetted the way
Well, he
other
already has
government
clearance, though.
employees are.
Yeah, he already has
Nobody's
clearance.
crying
And so,
about
like,
the audit.
so
They're
my
crying
point
about who's doing it.
Well, Mr. Troy, my point with that is that, hey, listen, the Census Bureau has the same power as this unelected bureaucrat, right, to look at all this information. And now he's using Doge to sit here and do what Doge says they're going to do, and that's clean out all these nasty little programs that are being wasteful to American taxpayers. I don't see why anybody would be upset about that.
He's not even cleaning out.
He
He's
also
just
was
cleaning out.
It's because of the nigga who's doing it.
Payments.
All right, Bagel.
Okay. Hi everybody. Hello. That was a lot to listen to, now wasn't it? Two things about Elon Musk. First of all, he wasn't elected. And second of all, he's a shitty little fascists. I hate him so much, and I want him to die. Here's a fun fact about
Wait,
Elon
in
Musk.
Minecraft, in
Minecraft. In
In
Minecraft.
Minecraft, especially.
You would beat him in a
Oh,
1v1 on Rust
bitches,
for real.
build terrible
And
buildings.
Pillars of
I just wanna go-
Eternity.
it wasn't the
and Path of
conservative that
Exile
wrote
2.
TOS first, for the record.
In
Just
Path of
surprise.
Exile 2. Here's Elon Musk was not elected by the people. Imagine for a second if like fucking Bill Gates, okay? Admiral Gibbs, imagine if Bill Gates just suddenly showed up at the Oval Office one day and kicked his legs up on the desk and demanded that people do whatever he wanted. And imagine that the president was too feeble and too old and infirm to like even really check him on that. The president is just sort of an old guy. And imagine that Bill Gates just did whatever the fuck he wanted every day of the year. Do you think that that would improve the country specifically?
I would love to respond.
I think
Answer
you should.
that.
I think you
would.
should
Can I
use
answer
George
that?
Soros instead of
No,
Bill
no, I'm
Gates.
not.
Okay.
I don't even
if
need
it
to
was
do that.
George Soros, sure.
No,
sure.
no, that's fine.
Say
Let
it
me
was Soros.
hold on. Let me just answer that to address you directly. Sure, it's
Can
called.
I go next, Charlie?
It's sure. The answer is that's the last 4 years under Biden for every conservative person in the United States, every Republican. We've sat here, we watched the media lie to us about Biden's cognitive decline to the point where it's undeniable. So who has really been running this country for a while? That's what's happened. We have no idea who's been running. So you're complaining about unelected bureaucrats. My complaint is we've had unelected bureaucrats running the country for the last 4 years because Biden hasn't been home.
So you want a Joe Biden of the right? Like that's
No,
that's
that's
what you're
not. I mean,
going
that's
for?
not what's happening now. I mean, you just asked me how I felt about that when I imagined it, and I didn't have to imagine it because it happened already.
Unelected officials have been running the country for a lot longer than 4 years. If you think otherwise, you're a fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, that's the conspiracy theory take, but yes.
I'm dead ass. What?
But it's like every statement you said is like, man, if you don't think this way, you're a fucking idiot.
Am I
That's like the
wrong?
last.
Am I wrong, nigga?
I'm not saying that, but you know, be a
All
little
right,
nicer.
Cititech.
What happened to Edward Snowden? What happened to Reality Winner? What happened to all these other people that who are quote unquote not authorized to access classified information? They suffered some consequences, as I recall, as a result of that having been happened. So, how is it that those people are all these dire consequences, life disrupting consequences, are imposed on those little people, and this guy can just come in and do whatever the fuck he wants with no consequences? Where is the check on his power? The check is, the president's going to say, oh, well, I don't like that.
You check his chin, dog. What do you mean?
Oh, clearly, yeah. I mean, if we're entertaining arguments like that, I may as well just back the fuck out, because, I mean, what are we doing here? I mistakenly thought we were going to be debating this like rational people, and this wasn't about entertainment, but that's my whole point. He's
Call me, call him B,
I'm
you know.
sorry. Welcome
Well,
to
it
Twitch.
is.
Content is content,
It is
nigga.
Twitch also.
I'm
but,
just a
like,
nigga with a rocket
debate,
launcher.
But also, like, you know.
Let him crash out. Let him crash out.
Why is he
Yeah,
preparing to lose though?
we want one person to learn today.
Like, at least one person, you know.
Nobody's learning shit.
I have a question
I
for the
agree.
entire panel, if I may. How many departments or agencies in the federal government do you think there are? If we could go around the room. If I may,
12.
Charlie. Nope.
I have no idea.
I'm not
Hundreds
answering.
of
I don't
thousands.
know.
Please just say the
See, this is an
answer.
IQ check. He wants you all to expose how dumb you are. This is an IQ check. I don't know, nigga. Tell me.
This isn't even an IQ thing. Like, who the fuck would know that, right? Like,
Yeah.
who is?
It's not
This
just
isn't
like
IQ.
random
It's just-
information.
Well, it's not random. It's pertinent to the conversation.
admit I Googled
It's
it.
between 430 and 450 departments and agencies, all of them unelected, just FYI. The only elected people that we have are Congress, the Senate, and the president and Veep, right? Everybody else, judges and secretaries are confirmed by the Senate. Those aren't directly elected either. Nobody in the federal government, as a rounding error, I can say literally, nobody in the federal government is elected.
Yep.
It's a rounding error.
How many of them are
Because
fucking
they want to be
billionaires,
so
though?
small
Musk is
We should
more
allow
compared to
those
everybody
companies
else.
one of those
to have
people
our information.
individually.
Deputy
Like-
directors have more power than the secretaries of their departments. You know that? Like they persist. And they're not elected.
Can I just play a devil's
Deputy director
advocate?
of the ATF.
What is
Yeah, at the same time, though, personnel is policy to an extent, and who appoints those deputy directors? I mean, there is a chain of command. At some point,
And their
yes, not
agencies.
everybody can immediately be dismissed under any circumstances, but when those vacancies do come up, they are filled from the leadership of that agency. So by and yes, it happens one administration versus another, depending upon what political side is in power at that point and who appointed the director at that point. But there is an opportunity for, there's accountability, there's a chain of command. Ultimately, it flows upward.
I also just want to say, like, how is Doge not just another department of government that's like unaccountable? You're talking about all these unaccountable departments, and congratulations, you've made a new one. And so far, it's been a really bad one.
Well, Doge isn't actually doing anything except doing audits. They're showing information and being pretty transparent about it. Like they're tweeting, "Hey, we're doing this shit right now." My friendos to everybody. They're not actually cutting anything. They're just showing stuff that's like,
We're
"Hey,
a
fraud,
month
waste, and abuse."
in.
Because fraud,
We're
waste,
a
and abuse
month
is
in. They're
rampant in
not
the
just
federal
Fraud is
government.
Social Security, though.
The fact that they have only done that so far doesn't mean shit. Like,
Well, you
they plan
realize
on
that.
doing
Hold on, you
more.
realize that, all right, they haven't cut anything, right? Like, it's exactly what Trump was saying. Like Trump has already gone against
You're
those
planning
or a
on
few
doing
decisions.
more.
You're
They are
assuming.
like Elon Musk has said that they are going to do more.
Yeah, they're going to
just
target Social Security for some
All right,
reason.
so in the
Wait,
effort
do you
of
have
time,
a problem with auditing the government
Do they
itself?
not have a
to do
website
more.
showing how much they plan to cut? What are you talking about?
I
They're
don't
only
know
showing
why
it. They
you're,
have a
like,
website
trying
publicly
to
listed
kiss
showing everyone
Elon
how
Musk's
much
ass
money
by
they're
saying that
planning
he's
to
more
cut.
ineffective than he actually is.
Do you have a
All
problem with
in
the
the effort
auditing
of
the
in the
government?
Wait a
effort of
second. All right,
time,
all right, all right,
in
all
the-
right.
in the like you know, for time purposes, cosmopolitics.
So, one thing that worries me about this dosing is the fraud in Social Security. The only time fraud is really committed in Social Security is when Ronald Reagan takes the money out of Social Security to fund his tax breaks. Now, with that being said, a lot of people like my mother depend on my father's Social Security benefits to just pay rent alone. Because my father died from cancer a few years ago, and we're finally getting Social Security money. Now, that alone is rent money. Okay? And then some. If I see a single penny less, if Elon Musk is considering going after those who receive benefits from their dead spouses, that's going to be a problem. That should not be the case. There's no fraud in Social Security. It's something that you pay into, money that you deserve when you retire.
Ponzi scheme.
Yeah,
Really?
it's a
That
Ponzi
is
scheme.
literally
If you're
essentially
relying
how
on
it
Social
works. But
Security,
it's you pay into
you
it.
planned
You
poorly.
pay into it so that the next generation can draw off it, just as the generation before
Well,
you
is that
paid
what's
for
going to
yours.
happen for us,
That's the
like
idea,
in
but
our
it doesn't
generation? Like because it looks like by the time that I don't know how old y'all are, but I'm assuming we're all similar age. By the time that we are able to take Social Security, we're going to be receiving up to like 40% less than what these other people are receiving because the Skilled Security Fund is not matching
After
any private fund gains. It would be better for everyone here to take the tax dollars that got put into Social Security and make it invested on their own.
Just
But
put in
nigga,
the
you're
S&P
gonna get that
500.
shit in like 5 years, bro.
Just that. Just put in the S&P 500. You'll get a lot more than you would out of Social Security.
Stocks is for pussies, dog.
Yeah, it's
I have no idea what that is.
That
All right,
isn't
next.
isn't that fucking contradictory?
All right,
though?
all right,
Like,
all right.
just
Next.
say that- Oh my fucking god!
Well,
let's just
My
put it
bad.
out
All
there.
right,
It's
all
fine,
right,
Ronnie.
all right,
That's
player. All
a
right.
real an investment.
All right, it's real. My bad, player. Go on.
It's like he hasn't spoken yet, so let's.
My
see.
bad, player. Go on. I'm mute.
No, but like I'm just gonna say, if we're talking about fucking dictators, don't you think Elon Musk coming in and just firing whoever the fuck he wants and cutting shit however he wants, like, isn't that completely fucking insane? Like, didn't they recently, like fucking 2 days ago, fire people from the fucking nuclear arsenal and they couldn't find them because they wiped the fucking log, so they were scrambling to get them back? Like, isn't that fucking insane? Like, he named this shit after a 2011 fucking top text bottom text meme, and we're acting like he's taking this shit seriously. Like, what the fuck is our deal? Why are we not
Remember
taking our
Grumpelstiltskin
government
when you were
seriously?
like, he's not doing anything. He's actually just like
He's
giving
memeing
us
his way
logs.
through.
He's just giving us logs. Just a
We'll
little
get.
log.
We'll
Here's
get.
one log.
Nix.
I think the argument that there's like unregulated people running the government is fucking stupid. Like I said, People who are not elected have been doing shit for a lot longer than 4 years. That's not the issue. The real issue is Elon running it and a bunch of fucking 20-year-olds. That's the real issue people don't want to talk. I don't know why we're not bringing that up. It's a bunch of like 20, 19-year-old, 24-year-old kids running that shit. And the problem is it's Elon. Like what?
With no
Maybe I
security
might be
clearance.
wrong here, but was that nigga not trying to audit NASA? Like he's got SpaceX contracts that he's like trying to take up himself. The issue is there's a billionaire. The issue is that there's a billionaire running that shit with a bunch of 20-year-olds. That's the real.
All right, Peter, go.
Okay. No, just this is kind of like a half devil's advocate, but and I guess kind of going right off of what Nick said, it's a really good segue. Well, not even segue, but it's really like it's less about the person not being elected. Not that I prefer if someone that we gave some qualification in some kind of way, whether that be a degree or some other thing or a vote, at least a good quality vote anyway. While that's a preference, because that's how we made this whole thing anyway, I don't mind if, at least if the person that's doing this, whatever it is at least doing something worthwhile. Like, I've always had this slight vision in my head, more of just like kind of a, like, imagine that where, just imagine if you have a president and they can't come up with a lick of shit on their own in terms of like what the people want, but they have like a daughter that's like the teenage / young adult age that's like incredibly based and is just like just tells them stuff at home just when they're just sitting at the dinner table. That's just good ideas.
Bro,
and
you're
then
not
they just
fucking
like present
MLK,
those
bro.
like,
No one cares about your fucking dream, bro. Like, can you
man, fuck your dreams too.
Okay. Anyway, Rudy.
Rudy.
Hold up, I forgot it.
I don't really think the issue is unvetted people having security clearances or access per se. The issue is, as kind of Nixon Eshero pointed out, that they are doing things like they recently, as an example, since everyone wants a concrete example of what they've done, they recently audited I think it was like a border kind of contract with some contractor, and it said $8 million, and then they changed it to $8 billion and fucked around with it. The issue is that you have a bunch of people fucking around with code and other things in the governmental infrastructure when they don't know what they're doing. With the Social Security fraud, it's because it's all coded in COBOL, which none of them apparently know, which means that it's backdated to the numerary system that COBOL is based on, not based on 1850. That said, yes, sure, I agree. Invest in the S&P 500. Everyone should fucking do that. Go nuts. But like, the issue is also really just that we're letting a bunch of fucking people who don't understand the systems they're working with fuck with the systems that they're dabbling in. I don't know. I
With potentially very dire consequences for a whole lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, we have
Let me point out,
Oh,
bro,
okay, go
COBOL
ahead.
was made in fucking 1959. There's not a single person that Elon hired that was alive when this fucking language was made.
Including Elon. Elon was not alive.
The last part I wanted to add was that nobody has an. I feel like can we all agree that nobody has an issue with government like audits? Like obviously there's a ton of fucking wasteful spending. We just don't want Elon doing it. Can we all agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. I don't care. I just don't. Let Spidey. I want to hear Spidey now. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Yeah, I'll take
Damn.
it. I have two issues with Doge. One being Elon Musk running it, which I know chat came out today or yesterday or whatever. Elon Musk isn't the one at the top, but let's assume he is because his Twitter points to that direction that he has some say in that department. So Elon Musk has blatant conflicts of interest in the advisory role of looking into these audits or whatever have you. The FTC, the FCC, the NLRB, and the DOJ have all blatant conflicts of interest, whether it be with SpaceX, whether it be with Twitter. DOJ, the NLRB, isn't he the one suing them? So that's one issue. It's the blatant conflict of interest. The second is the unconstitutionality of the executive branch to limit spending of government agencies that they did not create, that they do not have the ability to dictate how much money these agencies get. Let's talk about USAID real quick. Not about what it does, but about who created it, and that was Congress. Congress created USAID. The executive branch, after it was created, had somewhere between 15 to 60 days, depending on what things they were able to change. They had that amount of time to change it. That's the point I want to make. After that, it's hands off. It's up to Congress to dictate spending on USAID. If the executive branch comes along and they say they want to limit that spending, blatantly unconstitutional. We are absolutely in a constitutional crisis right now. If they are able to limit the spending without Congress passing any sort of law, we transition into being in an authoritarian dictatorship.
Nixon tried this shit, and the Supreme Court shot him down.
I'm putting the poll up. You have 5 minutes. Duke it out.
5 minutes. Poll, man. Let me get a drink.
Gonna be ranked?
That's a long
You gotta explain
poll,
to chat
dude.
if it's
That's
ranked.
a
Okay,
slow
3
one,
minutes.
because-
3 minutes.
Don't have to fucking roast me, man.
You got
It's
3
fine,
minutes.
it's like a crime
3 minutes
level,
of
so
playtime.
it's insufferable and long.
Is 2 minutes more really that crazy?
Explain to them how it's ranked,
Yes,
Charlie. They got to
fundamental
drag
enjoyer,
each
yes.
person like.
Yeah, it's not. It's multiple choice now. It's multiple
Oh.
choice now.
Ooh, multiple choice.
So you can vote for one
got a few-
person.
I got a few heavy hitter topic items here. Should we wait for after the vote?
No.
Wait,
This is
go
the
ahead.
time to
Keep on
argue.
talking.
This is the
Yeah,
time
go
to
ahead.
argue.
Okay,
Start bitching at each other.
No, just everybody is aware, right? NASA lost, quote unquote, lost the records and all of the information and all the math and all of everything on how we got to the moon multiple times.
That is a flat out lie. That is a flat out.
That's just probably on the Wayback Machine.
Aerospace engineering.
Are we really debating
You
the
have
moon landing?
activated my trap card.
Yes.
I have a degree in aerospace engineering. You are absolutely the fuck wrong.
Wait,
I'm
do
so
you really?
excited about. I'm
employed
so
in the military
excited
history
for this.
complex.
Oh my
It's okay.
god.
No, like
That's
it's okay.
great.
Yeah,
I
I
turned
know how
around.
to get
You
to the
really
These are the
moon.
headlines right now. I also just as a
Wait,
side
what?
note, Bagel Rabbit,
Oh.
I am disappointed that the
I
train
support
was
Greg
moving
Bagel.
I know
all
how
Rabbit
to
in
get to
charge
the
of
moon
NASA.
though.
That's all
You
I
just
say.
You know how
you
to
just
get to
got to
the
build
moon?
a big rocket and you got to go there. It's not that hard.
We can
Elon
colonize
Musk, by
Mars.
the way, says
Build
that
a
he is
big-
able to
hang
go
on,
to
you're
the
not
moon
actually
with his
repeating what I
rocket. He
said.
has
The
made
dick-shaped
plans
object
to
and you
go to the
shoot it
moon
up.
really soon with
But
his
you're
big
not
ass
refuting what I
rocket.
said at all.
So if they've all
You're
forgotten
not
and like
No,
Elon's
we're-
the only one
okay.
who still has it, doesn't that smack of the
But you're an
potential
aerospace engineer, but hang on, you're not
of a
refuting
little
what I said that
something,
hey,
a little
NASA
something,
lost
something.
it.
Charlie,
NASA
you gonna
lost the
protect anyone?
information, quote
No.
unquote, right?
All right.
I think no. Here's how you get to the moon. You build a big dick-shaped rocket and you just let it
Yes.
come into the sky.
Yes. Yes.
Alright.
Yes. Thank you.
But
What?
Grumple,
How-
I'm just
Science.
confused why it fucking matters though. Like, oh my god, they lost like fucking 80-year-old documents. Like, who fucking cares? I could
Not
build a
80
fucking
years
rocket to
old.
the
It was
moon
in
if
the
I wanted to.
60s, if I recall. But
Can I
wait,
just
actually,
say-
hang on.
Maybe you
NASA
fucking
wait a
Listen,
second.
listen,
honestly,
come here,
like-
come here.
I left my, sorry, I left my
NASA
ethics in my
has
truck.
a
That's what
rocket
I'm saying
called
is
the
like, hey,
Artemis
if they
rocket.
lost-
Wait. What are we talking about right now?
The Artemis
Answer my
rocket
question.
is
Dicks
going
to the
to
moon.
the moon.
Hang on,
That's
Bagel
They
Rabbit.
sent it to the
Ishiro
moon
asked me
once
a
a
question.
couple years
Ishiro.
ago.
1 minute.
They are sending it
Ishiro asked me
again
a question.
very
So the
soon.
important thing
They're
is
sending
that
it again
maybe
very
NASA
soon.
should
They
be
know how to
hiding
do this
certain
because
kind
they've
of
literally
important
done it a
stuff.
few
I've been
years
to
ago.
space.
If they've lost those old records,
Jeff
who the
Bezos.
fuck cares? They've been there
Ishiro, could you hear
recently.
me?
You are. Oh my god.
Jeff
Oh my
Bezos.
god.
Okay,
Oh my
Bagel
god.
Rabbit.
Oh
Okay,
my god.
so Ishiro, you asked me a question, and that's what I'm saying is that if we have apparently NASA has lost this information that's that important, it's like getting to the moon, right? Then maybe they should
you're
be
saying we
audited.
can't get to
Unlike
the
Rumble,
fucking
if you
moon
can't,
now?
if
Like,
you
doing
can't
your
pronounce
record
his
keeping
name,
at
you can
least.
call him Tiger Woods. He also goes by Tiger
Like,
Woods.
it just doesn't make sense that you're complaining
did
about
I say it
fucking
wrong? I'm
schematics
sorry.
from a
Did-
billion
It's
fucking
Estrio,
years
yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, wait,
Estrio.
Grumple, we also
hell?
don't have the original
Estrio?
fucking
No, I want to say it right.
Estrio,
You know how to
Estrio.
plane from
Estrio?
100 fucking years ago.
Yeah,
Does that
Estrio.
matter? Like, I
I
don't
just, no,
understand
just
why
give
it
me shit,
matters.
dude. I don't care.
That we don't
I
have
give a shit.
that
Just
we
give
don't
me
have
shit.
schematics from this fucking 60s, bro. Why does it matter?
No, the math on
Yeah.
how to get to the moon because it came up fairly recently at NASA, like 3-4 years
Wait,
ago, I think.
are you saying we don't know how to do the math to get to the moon?
GPT has has the math on
Yeah,
that.
that's what they're saying.
Why does it
It's
What?
fucking stupid.
Are you crazy?
Are you
don't think we would figure that out
How to
again?
get to the
Are you
moon? I can
crazy?
ask
We
ChatGPT
lost
right
the
now, bro.
path to the moon. All right, that was time.
All right.
That was time.
All right.
That was
I'm not gonna lie, you just
We're gonna mute
solo
everybody.
talk
Should we
about
mute
Whick
everybody?
All right, yeah,
Minnie.
I'll start from the bottom. You start from the mute him. Mute him.
Server. Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay. Just be quiet, man.
So
Shut the
it
fuck
looks
up.
like, based on the poll, Grumpelstiltskin, you have been kicked. But I would like to say thank you for your fire. Thank you for your energy.
Yeah.
And thank
Thank
you
you for
for
your
bringing
thoughts.
conflict. Can you shout
Yeah.
yourself out, please?
Yeah, you can check me out on Grumpelstiltskin with 2 eyes at the end on Twitch. Everywhere else, it has 1 eye at the end on Kick, YouTube, Rumble, Trovo sometimes, and on X Tweeter is a different, like, it's all spelled all just jacked up. If you want to hear, I talk about like prepper stuff and common sense and like dad advice generally. I don't even, I've
Like
been in the
Apocalypse
Twitch.
Prepper?
Yeah, essentially
Oh.
that. I've been in the Twitch debatosphere since before 2020. I don't remember when I
What's
really
your-
got into it.
What's the
How's
topic?
this one been going? How's
Yeah,
this
how's
one
this
been?
one?
Has it been? Have I been mishandling it?
Be nice.
No, you're doing all right. Maybe a little bit more hands on with the moderation, but you're doing great, Charlie. You're good. I think actually I encountered
Thank you.
you via Carl DeLinden, if you remember him. Forrest.
I love Carl.
Yeah, he's a buddy.
Great. Yeah, I adore Carl. All right. Well,
But it's
thank you very much.
it's
for
been
coming.
great, and I appreciate it. Sorry, boys, I'm trying to prevent the dog pile, but you're on your own now. Y'all have a great night. Oh, wait,
Thank
hang on,
you.
Charlie. One thing you can do is you can monetize this. If you're on YouTube, it makes it really easier to kick somebody and bring somebody back. Like $50 to kick somebody, $50 to bring somebody back. Just, I'm not trying to right now. Just that's a thing that you can do for the future if you're interested in doing that to monetize this better.
Actually, you know what? Let's do that right now. What should the price be? How many bits to kick or bring someone back?
How many bits to bring back Grumpelstiltskin, man?
Either $10 or $50. I mean, depending on how big you are, is kind of how where you can price that, or how big your audience is, I should say.
Wait,
But
wait.
I'll,
Who can't hear Charlie? Who can't hear Charlie?
What?
Someone said they can't hear you.
I'll
I hear
leave
you.
out and just listen. But thank you for letting me on, and especially since I don't think we've talked before, Charlie. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you
Y'all
for
have a great
coming.
night.
All right. Goodbye. Okay. Well, how about I'll do like, because I don't necessarily want people brought back or kicked off too much. Actually, maybe we should. $50 is probably that's a good price. That's
I
a
mean,
good
yeah,
price.
$50 is another round basically. Because
I
every
know.
person you bring back is another round.
By the way, there is a
Yeah,
prize for the winner. There is a prize for the winner.
Oh, can I win?
There's a prize. No. Bitch.
What the hell, man?
Charlie,
Bitch, you're Dramos. You already won.
You should
All
do the
right, I
rank
guess
based
I am
shit, but
Dramos.
just make it obvious to them.
What the fuck was I gonna say?
I said you should do the ranked voting, but just let them know they have to drag everyone. I mean, it might be easier when there's less people. After you kick
Maybe.
them.
Maybe when there's like
If there were
4.
like 5 people, we could do ranked voting or like.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Messing that up made
I
me
don't know.
so sweaty. I don't know if you saw
Yeah,
me.
rank-
I was sweating so hard. Did you see
I
my
don't
sweat?
see you. So I would not. By the way, I would not
I was
feel
like,
too
oh my
bad.
god, what did I do?
Listen,
how
don't
did
feel-
how did I fumble this?
I was gonna say, don't feel bad about the rank voting. They don't get that right in politics all the time either. So, like, it's a complicated thing for
I'm
everybody.
not gonna lie, it's kind of crazy to think that people don't think we can get to the moon again.
Yeah,
That was a crazy take.
absolutely fucking
Very
insane.
interesting. That is so
We
interesting.
lost the math, man.
Does he
we
know
don't
the
how to do
math changes every time? Like, it's gonna be, the moon's is gonna be.
I would look. He want to hear him out, but he's gone now.
I feel
And
like
it's
we
chat's
kinda
fault.
feel that-
But someone can pay $50 to bring him back.
Someone can $50. Bring his ass back. He can talk about the moon.
And
Go
then
anyways. Go ahead.
I enjoy needling him.
Have we talked about Doge too much, or do we feel we're done with Doge, or
I
should
think
we
we're-
keep on it?
Please be done with those.
We're done with
Yeah.
Doge. Oh fuck! I had a lot of Doge questions.
Let's get
I'm
into
done
the-
with Doge in fucking
Um,
2017.
I mean, are they funny?
James in there with his
Lord have
stories back.
mercy.
Let's get into the culture wars, man. Let's talk about
Let's get
Or
into the
immigration.
culture. Okay, do you have a question of mine?
Immigration?
Draymond?
no. I was gonna talk about
You want
like
to talk about Sexy Red?
Taylor Swift or something
Wait,
in the
what?
Super Bowl.
No.
Nah, I'm playing, man. I'm fucking around.
You got Swifties in here, Charlie?
God, I
Probably.
hope not.
They're
Let's.
everywhere.
Sorry.
What about immigration? That's another one we can
How
mention.
about? Oh, I don't know about that. I have one about billionaire tax cuts. You know, a lot of
What billionaire tax
concerns
cuts?
that Trump that this was God. What fucking year did you do this? It was first term.
2017.
2017. This was the question that I didn't get to. I had the other ones. I was gonna type it out sneaky style while you guys argued. But then we talked about Doge so much. Trump coming into his second term expressed a lot of concern about the national debt and inflation. I do think he is planning to reinstate those billionaire tax cuts. Do you think that how does that work? If you give the richest people in America tax cuts, how does that help us with paying off the national debt? How does that help us economically?
Have you ever heard of
Is there any
Reaganomics, dude?
benefit?
Dude, we're so locked in. We're so
Dude,
good.
we're trickling down. We're getting peed on. All right, let's start from the bottom. Love of labor.
Well, okay,
Golden showers.
This is a loaded question because it's been proven time and time again throughout history and throughout economics. This trickle down economics, Reaganomics, whatever you call it, it doesn't work. I'm sorry, this feels like a yes or no question. I'm not really a fan of this question, so that's going to be my answer.
The Lafleur curve was straight up made up.
I have
Do we
no
have like
idea what that is.
any billionaires on the call who can answer this question? or something?
I mean, there's a lot of ways to answer this, but I'll wait. I mean, I feel like I've gone first or second last couple times.
Rudy.
They're going
Rudy.
My view on billionaires receiving tax cuts amounts to a certain Italian man who is currently imprisoned, and that is all I'll say. With a 3D printer, you can change the world.
All right, it's Peter Family.
I don't. First of all, are they even getting taxed? But also, yeah, what would they need tax cuts for? Can't you literally like afford like everything? Can you not quite literally afford the world? I don't know. I feel like I don't know
I'm
how
not
you
getting
can have a
taxed
different take than this. To be completely honest with you,
Yeah,
I mean,
that was my
I'm
struggle
kind of a
too.
dumbass, but
I know how.
still.
Think of the poor yacht builders and solid gold toilet makers. I mean, somebody.
You're right, though.
Somebody needs to keep them employed.
Here's actually
job creation.
Charlie, can I change my answer? I support tax cuts for billionaires, but only DEI tax cuts, so that all the black billionaires get a tax cut.
Yo, Jordan.
Mayor McAdams.
Jordan. Think about Jordan could have more money.
But
Are you assuming they need them, Rudy?
question.
Are you assuming they need
Is-
them just because they're black? They don't know how to exploit the system already? Is that what you're saying?
Sure, we'll go with that.
All right.
Are there any like negative effects of tax cuts for billionaires though? Like I mean like eventually won't the money actually come back into the economy because they're the people who invest in projects and they're the people who fucking who inject that money back into the fucking economy.
If they inject, I think
isn't this what like
I think if they injected it, I think if they injected it properly, they wouldn't be billionaires. Is like the
That is
quite literally.
It's like the thing. Not to
Yeah,
like
my-
not to be a nigga that argues. That's not my job.
Yeah, my
Not my
sister
job
was-
today.
Where did
My
Sade
sister-
go?
The thing that keeps an economy growing is the churn of money. The problem with having it all concentrated in the hands of a few people is that ultimately they're not going to consume enough to keep our consumption economy going. They're going to park it in maybe some luxury goods, but largely they're going to be putting it into more capital. Building capacity to produce more stuff when people don't have money to buy the stuff shrinks the economy ultimately. You cannot solely supply without also having demand.
Yeah, and there's another point to Trump's tax cuts is that there are working class and middle class people who end up paying more in taxes. My sister's a school teacher. She's like, I'm paying like about $3,000 more taxes every year since Trump's tax cuts, and I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, it's ridiculous. So a lot of, people who think, oh, the tax cuts are going to work for like, the middle and working class, not necessarily. It does not. So one thing people think about, it's like all the billionaires, it's going to trickle down, it's going to trickle down. We've, as everyone on this panel has said, time and time again, we've learned that trickle down economics does not work. It ends up hurting the working class people and the middle class, and they end up paying the price in the end when these billionaire tax cuts are implemented.
But like, would you be in favor of it if it was more across the board and it did hit them like fucking middle lower class? Like, or are you just there to scorn fucking billionaires? Like, I feel like, yeah, we're saving billionaires a bunch of money, but don't they fucking have a billion different fucking ways that they can get around these tax laws already? Like when we tax them a lot.
Why are you simping so hard for billionaires?
It's not that.
They don't need
Devil's
it.
advocate.
Devil's advocate.
Yeah, but
Okay,
the
sure,
argument isn't about
advocate,
if they
devil.
need it or not. It's just if it helps them, then there could be someone who's maybe not a billionaire who it also helps, because when we tax them more, do we see that money coming back to us? Like, has that ever been the case?
In some cases, yeah.
Yeah,
In terms of
may I-
public services, in terms of provision of things like Medicare, Medicaid, all of these government programs that benefit a lot of people, supplemental nutrition program, education, roads, bridges,
Luigi
these are
TV
public
in
goods
prison.
funded by taxes.
Yeah, but are we seeing that
My
when we
man.
tax billionaires more, we're directly seeing the effects of that of those services improving? Because
Yes. Can I just
our
jump
education
in really
is
quickly?
shit, you know?
By the way,
I
I'm
think-
just
I
at this
think it's my
point, I'm
turn.
just letting everyone
Okay.
jump in.
I would like to
feel
go
like
after you as
this is
well. If,
small enough.
So
Bagel first though. She said first.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say that like the great years between 1944 and 1963, which I admit are great for some people and less great for others, but the top tax bracket did pay like a huge amount. They paid like 90%. And that is traditionally considered one of the like greatest economic times in American history.
That was the
is
40s,
immediately
60s.
post-war.
Yeah.
So yeah, taxing billionaires more does result in like better condition. I mean, it's very.
You're talking about like 80 years ago, though.
I mean,
And
what
the
has
40s, we
changed
also
the
guess what
larger
also happened
economy as a
after the
whole in the
40s
last
was
80 years?
post World War II, where we
What has
saw some of
changed in
the
the economy
fucking
in the last
greatest
80
amount
years?
of in the past 80 years. What has changed in the economy? Is that a
Yeah.
like genuine question? You realize what happened right in the 40s, right? It came right after World War II, where we had one of the strongest economies in the world. We were manufacturing most of our shit.
I mean,
Which
after
we
World
had
War,
partially
after
because
World
of the
Wars,
investments we made
yes,
that were paid
yes.
for with taxes. In education, the GI
Yes.
Bill created a bunch of highly educated workers who were able to go out and be incredibly productive.
Right.
My
You mean
grandfather
a
only
DEI
got a
bill?
college education because of the GI Bill, and then he
Yes.
became an engineer. He would have
Then
just
is
been
the
working
issue
a
not
labor job.
taxing billionaires more? It's investing more in the lower classes, and we're not seeing.
You can't
taxing
invest
billionaires
without
more
the
doing
money,
that.
which is going all the way to the
But my
billionaires. Come
question
on,
is,
dude.
when we tax billionaires more, are we seeing that money?
I would like to jump in.
We should be.
Yes, we should be.
Oh,
We should be doesn't mean we
But
are.
if we're
is my
taxing
point.
them less, they're not investing.
Can I just jump in to clear a couple things?
Admiral Gibbs, go ahead.
But
Yeah,
if
so-
they have less
so
taxes
real-
than
real
that-
quick-
Wait. Admiral's going.
Yeah, real quick. So I don't know if y'all understand this, but the United States has what we call a progressive tax system, right? We have 7 distinct brackets, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 7 distinct brackets, with the top percentage being if you make as a single person $609,000 a year, then marry jointly $730,000 a year. They pay 37% of the taxes generally just right off the gate. Now, this is not factoring in the United States, 40% of Americans actually basically don't pay taxes because they're basically going to be break even, get a refund, and then they're going to get some kind of social assistance. So that's not even factoring that in, right? So between what it looks like here, according to last stats, it says basically the top 1% pays for 22% total of the taxes earned. That's 1% paying 22% of the total taxes earned right off the bat for everybody. Then if you expand that top 10%, they pay over 40% of taxes for the entire United States. And this is the biggest issue with this is the 2017 tax cut specifically gave people in the highest tax bracket basically 50K off, when people in the lowest tax bracket $500K off. If we actually look at the proportionate amount of that, the person that was only making about 50K or less, which is most Americans, I think, make about 50K. That portion of their income is much, much higher than the 60%, which is barely a portion of the or the 50K, percentage that they got for the top 1%. So this is really just a fear tactic that y'all are using to argue the 2017 tax cut. But we really should be talking about capital gains is the major issue.
Exactly.
That affects billionaires and millionaires.
I think it's convenient that you're talking percentages and not numbers, though. Like,
Well,
these
I'm
people
talking facts is what I'm talking.
exploits and tax codes and whatever, not that they're exploiting the system and not paying as much as they should be. Like that.
I agree. We need to redo capital gains
was.
tax laws, not income tax laws, which is what the 2017 one specifically was attached to. We want to talk about this issue and actually solve the problem. No, you're absolutely correct. It doesn't cover everything. But if we absolutely want to actually solve the problem, we need to talk about capital gains, which affects millionaires and food production. Y'all like food? Ranchers are some of the biggest people that are affected by capital gains, and most of them are only making small portions, like small margins, even though they have a lot of land that they own.
Can I jump in with a more serious 2 points beyond my standing for certain Italian men?
Fantastic name, by the way.
Luigi.
You're welcome.
Oh, man.
So 2 points here are: one, I agree in seriousness that the issue is not that you're taxing billionaires. If you're taxing billionaires and you're not taking that money and then investing it into infrastructure for society, it's a kind of a moot point. It doesn't mean shit. However, the larger point is after 1973, or since 1973, with the advent of black schools merchants and the end of Bretton Woods, we live in an economy that is not based on anything actually material. Everything is leveraged. Everything is based around credit and debt. So at the end of the day, none of these billionaires that you refer to typically are actually liquid billionaires. There are very few of those in the world. They're all net worth billionaires, and they do it through leveraging credit and debt. So you can fix the system. You can tax the shit out of them. They're not getting taxed anyways because they avoid it. But you're still going to not solve it because they can still access credit and debt and leverage the shit out of that endlessly. You can tax them to the fucking cows come home, and they still have access to all the same credit, to all the same debt, and you do not. So the system is a larger problem. It's more complicated. But again, at the end of the day, as kind of Eshrio was saying, you can tax Elon Musk to fucking nothing. And then if you don't,
Oh.
Hmm.
Well, what the fuck do we
Was I
do?
the only one that lagged out there?
Oh,
I think we all did.
Yeah, we all did.
What, Rudy? What was the end?
Oh no, hold on.
Damn you, Discord!
Okay,
Someone
I think
needs to
everyone's
boost the
slowly-
server.
The deep state got him. It was the deep state.
Are you good, Rudy?
I don't know
It
what
was
the bit
the
rate
deep
is at.
state.
Rich Bunny is
I'm gonna put the poll up. 5 minute poll, and we can keep talking.
I agree with Rudy.
Metal
The main issue is a lot of these corporations owning land and homes, and a lot to get specific on the housing crisis and all that shit. It's majority corporations and stuff like BlackRock owning a lot of that shit, and I think they need to be taxed to shit. Like I said earlier, a lot of these billionaires, they aren't paying taxes to begin with. They have all these systems and whatnot they use to get out of it. So I don't think. I mean, I agree they should be taxed more, and we should get rid of some of those rules that they exploit and laws, whatnot. But
I think it's interesting. Nobody's mentioned also the problem about having the tremendous wealth concentration that we do, that tremendous wealth equals tremendous political power, which then allows you to further influence the system in ways that benefit you to the detriment of other people. That
Such
is
as
my
finding a
number
way to
one
space.
problem with the inequality we have. I wouldn't give a shit if people were billionaires if they then didn't use that money to influence and buy off government to make sure that they stay billionaires.
Really quick, Charlie, put your mouse, I guess, over the names.
Yeah,
okay,
can you spam the link?
Yeah, I'll spam the link.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, everybody go vote, guys. Vote. Voting matters here.
Keep talking.
So to
Voting
further that
matters
point,
here.
There was a study done by Martin and Benjamin Page, and they studied 1,799 policy issues in detail, and they found that only 1% of the time, if even, the general population's opinion was taken into policy account versus the oligarchy. So just to further the point of everyone, what we're saying in the call, it's never been more apparent that the rich are so rich because the poor are so poor, and the poor are so poor because they have zero power in politics. I also think that the rich should pay more in taxes. Currently, the top 1% only pay 74% of what they owe each given year. So why are we giving them cuts when they can't even pay their fair share to begin with. Especially when the average for everyone else is about 90%. So if we by the way, if we make them pay those taxes, then we can fund the Department of Defense 3 times over what we currently do. So everyone wants to talk about cutting the Department of Defense to save money for social services, but if we instead just tax billionaires, we can do so much good with that money. Thank you. That was my piece.
But hey, we got to defund the IRS so they can't go and audit anybody and collect any of that.
I support tax cuts for the hose and subsidies for Taco Bell.
Thank you.
Nice.
All right.
No, we should invest
Nothing
in
but facts.
smaller taco places like Taqueria Guadalajara. You know, it's much better, much more authentic, much better Taco Bell.
Oh, I live down
Yeah.
from like a taco truck.
See?
So
But
good.
like, unironically,
See,
that is a good
We're
point
deporting
They know,
taco
they know.
truck people. I'm sorry.
yeah, everyone can be like tax the fucking rich, tax the billionaires. You don't need to be a fucking billionaire, but everyone like tomorrow morning is gonna go to fucking Starbucks and give them their fucking $10. Like these people, these companies are the ones who are funding shit to make us unhealthy and to make our quality of
I
life
just support
worse.
Starbucks because I support Israel.
Fuck you, Rudy.
This guy really trying to drop the bombs
Rudy,
here.
you should be supporting like tax cuts for enemas, not Taco Bell. What are you talking about?
You say
Okay,
enemas?
by the
That's
way,
against your
by the way,
interest.
by the way,
Care about Taco
we are
Bell
not
for,
going
nigga.
to discuss Israel or Palestine due
Thank
to
God.
Thank God. I was
that
making a joke. I'm sorry.
subject is. I know you're joking.
I would.
That
Yeah.
subject is monitored on Twitch. Anyway, that was time. Bagel got
You guys see Kanye West apologize?
Can we give
light of
Bagel
my
immunity? I
my
like Bagel.
life. Bagel,
Yeah.
this is unacceptable, frankly. But
Okay.
Kill me instead, please. I'll take the bullet.
I mean, if y'all want to keep me around, I can stay around.
Peter's a
If
true
not,
trans
I'll be
ally.
honest. I'd be fine with heading out. I'm like a sleepy baby. I am a sleepy baby.
that is so fair. Bagel, thank you so much for coming.
Sleepy
it was
baby time.
Lucky you.
Goo goo baby time.
Goo goo
Thank
baby
you, Bagel. Would you
time.
like to shout yourself out?
Yeah, sure. I'm Bagel. I'm a hell of a lot better at playing violin than I am at talking politics. I'll say that much.
You did great.
I did okay. I did enough. I am very grateful for the opportunity, and maybe if I go on here again, I will brush up on my political knowledge a little bit more and get a little bit further potentially.
Can you teach us how to go to space next time? I do need to know.
You'll get a kick out of this.
Absolutely teach you how to go to space. That is another one of my
Yes,
I know that shit. That is shit that I know.
I had no idea
So-
you had a freaking aerospace
Yeah.
engineering degree. That's insane. But also,
Yeah.
I'll start earlier next time so that people aren't like
East
super duper
Coast.
sleepy.
No, you won't. No, you
Yeah.
won't. Don't kid yourself.
If I have many people depending on me to
Honestly,
start
this-
earlier, I will.
This is
I'll
like a
have
great time
anxiety.
slot, at least in the debate world. Like, there's like nobody that's streaming at this time for debate stuff. Like that time, that start time is like perfect time. Like, at least in my world.
Well, shit.
All the
Cool,
debate
okay.
permits have already gone to bed.
Yeah, it's
They're all
because like
sleepy.
there's like
Maybe
the like
I'll
the
start at like
times.
7 next time. That's not so bad. But thank you very much, Bagel. Thank you for coming.
Wow, bagel, bagel,
Bagel,
bagel,
bagel.
bagel.
Oh, she's so good at violin. She's so fucking cool.
Who's the world's tiniest violin?
Oh, very very cool. No,
Still
she plays
think
like
Bagel
fucking
can
like
play that.
electric violin, and she'll do it by
Motherfucker,
ear.
rock.
If you go to her
Yeah.
stream, you can just put a
She's
song in and she'll
talented,
play
man.
it.
Cool.
All right. Shit. You know what sucks is because so many of my questions were based around things that we just ended up discussing.
Ooh,
Actually, you know
Jibs.
what? Let's talk immigration. But let's talk
Oh.
immigration from specifically an economic standpoint because I okay, I haven't written this one down, so just try to follow. A good chunk of our laborers in the U.S., working people who work, specifically a lot in like agriculture and trade, are undocumented. Donald Trump currently wants to deport a lot of people. That's the plan. That is the plan. Mass deportations to camps in which they will be concentrated. What is this? How do we feel that this is going to impact the specifically the economy in the United States?
Well, obviously, it's gonna lower the egg prices because we ain't caring for them dang immigrants and giving them their sex changes and all that or something.
Right, right.
Well,
I think Trump's a fucking idiot if he thinks that's going to lower egg prices. A lot of those people hired by farms and whatnot are illegals and whatnot. That's going to raise egg prices. So all the fucking idiots that voted for that shit are going to realize that's just not going down anytime soon.
Yeah,
Right.
I feel like all undocumented workers should go on a mass strike and see how it tanks the economy for one day. Because the state of New Jersey did that because most of the workers are undocumented and they want to strike for one day. And my sister was like, everything was closed, everything. You need undocumented workers. It's not like someone like me is willing to do the jobs that they're doing. I don't want to be like a busboy or a cook or just doing the jobs that we don't want to do. Plus also a lot of these bosses are hiring these people because they know they could pay them under like under the table, cheap wages. So we need these people more than anything. And I feel like if all the undocumented workers in this country just went on like a 1-day strike, it would just cause complete utter chaos. Because it will make people realize that we do depend on these people more than we realize.
Playing devil's advocate here just a little bit, part of the issue is that with undocumented and the amount of pressure that's being put on them right now, the fact that they are undocumented allows employers to exploit them, effectively paying them sub-market rate wages
Absolutely,
for
that's
the work
correct.
they are doing, which is effectively subsidizing the lifestyles that we all enjoy. We're able to buy food for less money than it actually would cost to produce if you had to pay people a living wage. Our Starbucks costs less than it would if you had to pay the baristas a living wage. In a way, the prosperity of much of our society is built on the backs of people who are underpaid for the work they do.
Are you?
So I would like to piggyback off that. So I don't know who here actually owns a ranch, but I do own a ranch, and that's part of the reason why I brought up capital gains in the last topic, right, in the last round. And what's interesting is that it's crazy. This is crazy. If y'all remember the Emancipation Proclamation, that was the executive order that Abraham Lincoln, a Republican, gave to clear out slaves. Right now, modern Democrats.
You think all the slaves were actually freed off that?
Well, that he was the guy who did it, but hold on, follow my logic here. The modern Democrats are now, who after they claimed that their party did this great switch in the 60s, the modern Democrats now are advocating for a pro-slavery position where you have underpaid illegal aliens being forced to work in dangerous conditions where they don't have OSHA watching them, and we're going to do this because it's cheaper economically for food, instead of having, OSHA requirements or having people sit here and try to basically pay them a fair wage or even care about them at all. They're basically advocating for slavery. I, for one, am not a fan of slavery, and I would much like a more predominant economic-based immigration system where if people want to come here and work, we can get them a work visa. Let's not use the asylum system, which needs to be redone as a whole, as a way to get people in here for the economics. Will there be an initial bump because in prices because we change over from this illegal slave labor caste system? Yeah, absolutely. Prices will go up a little bit, but hopefully so will wages for Americans that move in to take these jobs, or the legal immigrants that we can bring in to come work these jobs at fair market value with safety standards.
Since you wanted to bring up the Emancipation Proclamation, I just wanted to point out to you that there's a reason why we have the Juneteenth holiday. The niggas were not actually freed.
Well, I mean, I'm very... that's fair, but I'm a very big immigrant. My father is an illegal alien from Mexico. I'm a big fan of immigration. Like, I like illegal immigration. But what it has to do with is the modern Democrats are basically advocating for slavery, much like the Civil Democrats did in the Civil War.
There's a fundamental difference between underpaid illegal immigrants who
with no
are
safety standards,
working undocumented. Look, let me finish. And slavery. And the essential difference is fairly fucking certain enslaved people in America were never paid.
But you're absolutely correct. We're talking about modern sweatshop style slavery.
We can also talk about sharecropping if you want to get into that.
Listen, what we're talking about right now is modern slavery with sweatshops.
Dude, Dude, your analogies don't work.
Well, they do work because that's modern slavery.
The irony here is I generally agree. I think it would be great if we could have OSHA standards and safety standards for people who work these important gigs on farms, especially, etc. However, there is a fundamental difference because they make money and they are welcome to also stop working at that farm at any point, and there is no threat to their life at the hand of the farmer. Slavery, you didn't have that. There's a fundamental difference in how enslaved life
Chattel
was
slavery.
in America, and chattel slavery versus underpaid, illegal, undocumented workers. Like, just a huge difference, and the analogy just fucking fails.
It does not fail. I mean, it's a very basic one-to-one analogy, but
If you want to talk
no,
about
it's not
legalized
one-to-one
slavery, we
analogy.
should also bring up the prison systems and how corporations run that shit. That is legalized slavery right there.
Yep.
And I wonder what percentage of nonviolent crimes of a certain race are in there, but
That is
Italians,
a
primarily
very good
Italians.
point. I do think that, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to phrase this so poorly, I'm going to sound like a moron. That was the exception when we did make slavery illegal, right? Prison labor?
Correct.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
Is that not the
The
That's
Fifth
absolutely
Amendment was
correct.
like, yeah, if
That's
you're
a,
not,
that's a whole different
amendment.
debate about like that you go to a lot of different ways than what we got going here.
I think, no, here's what I think. Trump signed an executive order to allow immigration from South Africa, and we should make all the Afrikaners work on the farms and pick strawberries.
You know that there's a genocide being committed against the Afrikaners right now,
Rudy,
right? Like
damn.
that's
He said
ethnic. You just
Afrikaner
advocate for
hard
ethnic
R. That was
cleansing.
nuts.
You understand that, right? You literally just advocate for ethnic cleansing. You understand that, right?
Yeah,
Well, let's okay.
I just saying.
Let us be. Excuse me.
Relax, guys.
Regardless of how we feel about anything or how I feel about things, we need to be very careful with our language here. In the sense that
and Clancy's watching.
immutable characteristics, and any of them, white, black, gay, straight, etc. Sweeping generalizations can get us in big trouble. So just
I will say
speak
Afrikaner
carefully.
is the official term for white.
Yeah, that's not the
know.
part that's bad.
Yeah.
Or what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, chill with the fucking R's.
Yeah, he said Afrikaner hard R, man.
For the uneducated, Afrikaners are the white settlers in South Africa. That's not.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah, well,
exactly. Fuck them. Just do it.
I'm playing.
All right, so I'm gonna put the poll up.
We actually have an African American billionaire in, Elon Musk.
And running Doge, true, a South
Right.
African American billionaire. I'm gonna create the poll, but
Charlie.
y'all
Look at my
keep talking.
African American over there. Isn't he the greatest?
Yeah. I'm gonna create the poll. Poll is created. But keep talking. I will
think
give
we
it
should deport
3
Elon.
minutes.
Send his ass back to Africa.
Yes.
I mean, honestly, we're deporting illegal immigrants. I'm pretty sure he's an illegal immigrant.
Nah, he's a citizen now, but he was illegal.
He was?
I think he overstayed his visa.
Yeah.
His brother said that, I believe.
Yeah.
His father's a piece of work too.
Oh, his father's an absolute piece of shit. It's no wonder he turned out the way he did.
So actually, out of curiosity,
Right, he did it
is
with a
our-
small loan of an emerald mine. Come on.
Right. I'll save this question because now I have
With
the
the
second
wonderful
question.
hands of child labor, their little hands can get into the emerald mines very effectively.
Bro, Charlie, why am I on the
children yearn
fucking
for the
poll
mines.
twice?
What? Oh fuck!
I'm on the poll twice, man.
Yo, get rid of him. Get rid of Estrio.
Did I miss someone?
That's a good thing for you though, if you think about it.
I'm
'Cause
not
they're
an
not gonna know
Afrikaner,
which.
bro. Yeah.
That's a good thing if you think about it, because they're not gonna know which one to
Yeah,
get
you
rid
should have
of.
just not said that
Next
at all. They would have
time,
split the vote for you.
I need to have someone volunteer to like make the polls because
I could have
evidently I suck. Did I miss anyone on it though? Are we all good? And I also realized that the names everyone is using.
Who is
are
trans
different.
X-Slut? The fuck?
That's Rudy. Rudy's had a new name every poll.
That's got to be homophobic, no?
Yeah, that's a no good name. I
I
don't think.
didn't choose that. Rudy chose that
We
name.
didn't make that name.
I'm waving it. I'm waving it over.
Oh, I'm cooked.
But like,
I
bro,
think
real
I'm
talk,
homophobic.
like,
All my friends are gay.
I used to be against the like illegal immigrants and shit, bro. But then I went to like an Italian restaurant and I looked in the fucking like kitchen, bro. It's nothing but Mexican niggas, bro. Who's gonna cook, bro? Who has the recipes? Like it's these immigrants, bro. Who the fuck is gonna cook?
Not only can we not go to the moon, but we wouldn't have any recipes either. This country's, you know what I mean?
I'm so serious.
I went to NASA on a field trip. I went to NASA on a field trip. It was just Mexicans on them computers. I swear to God, it was crazy. It was crazy. They were like, yes, nueve. Oh, and it was blast off, dude. It was crazy. It was so cool. What a good field trip,
bro. You go to fucking Panda Express, you see some niggas abuela in there, bro, fucking making your wontons and shit, bro. Like that's why we have
Diversity
to
is our
support the
strength.
Mexicans, bro. I believe in black and brown unity. Like I didn't believe in that before, but now I do.
Ashria, do you support deporting Italians?
100%. I feel like we
Anti-Italian discrimination.
They're very violent. They're very violent.
go
I
to-
don't know,
go to Italy,
they
bro.
cause so much violent
Nashville is
crime.
in twice again. Yo, Charlie, what are we doing?
It was no. This was. I didn't make a new one.
Charlie's
You pinned the one with both of them.
What?
You pinned the one
No,
that
I
hit him
didn't
twice.
make a new one. It's the same one. It doesn't matter. I mean,
All right. We'll just count it. We'll just count it. It's not a big deal. We'll just count it.
And look, does it look like everyone is voting as you?
Yeah, everyone's voting Nix right now. You keep calling
I know,
everybody a
what the
fucking
fuck?
idiot, Nix. Come on,
I
man.
know. Oh, Nix.
I wanted you here longer.
You were supposed to protect me.
Nix.
What the fuck? How? I told you to stop calling people an idiot. I said that. That was the first thing I said. You kept calling people, man, if you think this, you're a fucking idiot. I'm like, come on, man, don't do that.
Nick,
All right, Draymond, did I
Charlie's
say
chat
anything
is
crazy
very,
though?
like,
Like when I
Nah,
said that,
you
did I
didn't,
say
you
anything
didn't.
crazy?
No, not really.
Nix, thank you very much for coming. I don't think you don't straight. Do you have
Nah,
anything
but he's-
to shout out?
But he's tall, though. Stand up.
Yeah, stand up, Nix.
Stand up. He's tall. Nix is stand. He's tall, man. Come on, man. Dribble.
boy.
Oh.
Dribble.
What you say, boy?
Between the legs. Dribble. Shoot.
My I just wanted to my least favorite race is probably the Daytona 500.
Oh, okay. I thought that was gonna go
Luigi.
somewhere else.
I'm not
I was
gonna
gonna go
lie, my
somewhere
heart
else.
just froze. Nix, my heart just froze.
Yeah, this is the
I was
wrong
gonna go
way out.
somewhere
bro.
else. He said, my least favorite race. My ears perked up. Like, is he gonna say something? But no.
Thank you, Nix, for coming.
Take care,
it was-
man.
Yeah. All right. All right. God, I need so many more questions than what I have. Except, you know what? Spidey / Love of Labor did post a bunch of questions, but I feel, oh my God. Okay,
Some of them
so
are really
let's say I do agree fully in my heart, and I think everyone can agree no matter where you are politically. Without some sort of what is not a chattel slavery class, but I would say a class that is extremely underpaid, abused, overworked, whether they are undocumented or prison labor. That's the main ones that we use. I believe that. Do you guys think that our lifestyle as Americans is sustainable without that? And if not, well, what is the solution? If it's, either deportation or,
Honestly, I've been saying this to myself, and I know for a fact no one's going to agree with me, but I'm very much willing to lower our known living standard in America in order to accommodate for letting people not have to go through that. And not even in huge ways. We don't have to go back to the fucking Stone Age, but we don't need, 100% access to internet and phones. We don't need everything to be completely not automated production, but automated random things like a fucking coffee maker and other little things like that. Just basic things that, not basic things, more complex things that kind of just, you know what I mean? I don't know the words. I don't have the words, but
That we do every day.
yeah, just little shit that we do every day that we could be not as lazy on, or I don't know, just things of that nature. But we don't. I consider a lot, low-key, I consider a lot of what we end up doing, specifically in America, as kind of bourgeois decadence, especially compared to the rest of the world. And I think we could do better for everyone by kind of, in the same way that we tax the billionaires in order to bring money down to the bottom, we try to improve the living standards of other places. And then at the same
Wait, just a quick interruption. Ashrio, do you know who Dragoon Wow is? Is that a friend of yours?
I have no fucking clue.
Okay, he's banned then. That was really racist. Jesus Christ.
I was not reading chat, but
Oh boy.
Yeah, sorry about that. That guy's a moron anyway.
Bro, I don't know what the
He
fuck you
hates
talking
humans.
about. Like, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Like,
All right, thank you. Anyway, sorry, Pete family. Go ahead.
Honestly, I'm just accidentally talk myself in a circle. That's the most I can articulate my thought right now.
I
Who's won
100%
decades?
agree. I think that sort
That
of
was what
the
he said.
standard of a single family home in the suburbs with 1.5 to 2 cars is not sustainable in the long run. And the fact that we have created this sort of standard of living in the US that everyone's gotten so used to and sort of uses as a yardstick to assess how well they're doing, measured on a global basis, is not sustainable. Americans have a huge carbon footprint compared to everybody else. We can't keep doing this. So absolutely, I think we need to accept a certain degree of reduction in our standards of living or our consumption in order to raise everybody up, which is why communism has always been an international movement. It's about raising everybody up.
Yeah, that was basically what I was trying to say.
Oh wow.
I just have a question for the abstract because I'm pretty sure I'll be faced with this in my future. How can you justify to the majority of Americans to lower their standard of living when the wealthy live lifestyles that are so incredibly luxurious?
And we
We
kind
have
of
to
want
learn
it.
to stop giving a fuck about what they are doing, honestly. Like, who gives a fuck if fucking DJ Khaled is riding a random jet ski in some random private island, fucking shooting water guns and fucking dollar bills into the fucking open sea. Like, we should just acknowledge that these motherfuckers are literally living in a different world. They literally don't see us as people. They are they're operating through life like it's a video game, and they have cheat codes, and they actually kind of do with how everything gets applied. So it's like,
So are you okay with them living their current lifestyle to the fullest and no strings attached on them? Let's take all the middle class Americans and the poor Americans and lower their standard. Because I'm
Damn,
willing
bro,
to.
no, it's not about that. It's, I mean, like, honestly, we would like their standard of living would be lowered if we took their money away either via taxation or some other crazy means.
Wait, let's get Gibbs. Gibbs, go
I
ahead.
didn't mean to misrepresent. I just didn't
Wait, actually,
understand
I
your
think
position.
Christina was gonna jump in first.
Yeah,
I don't
go-
know,
Oh,
Gibbs,
okay.
was it you or Christina first?
I don't matter. I don't mind waiting.
So my thing is I've noticed something that I've observed a lot is when we do look up to the lifestyles of the rich and famous, how we want to emulate them, how we want to be like them. I've noticed when, working class folks, splurge on like a Gucci purse or something, they notice that people treat them better when they have something luxurious or nice, which to me is kind of sad when you think about it, because it really shows that we're trying to all, you know, just pretend to be wealthy, pretend to be something that we're not. And I do think, we are, we're over consuming a lot, we're buying a lot, we're trying to, put a lot into the economy. But also too at what cost? Because in the end, the rich are gonna get richer and the poor are gonna get poorer if they still try to emulate this lifestyle.
We need to abolish the Puritan concept of predestination that material wealth on earth is a sign of God's divine favor, and that those who have managed to make a lot of money or have a lot of money must be because they are somehow better than the rest of us and deserve to rule over all of us.
Well, I would like to go back to reframe it a little bit just to talk about the actual question, Charlie, you asked in the beginning, because we've kind of gone down a little bit of a tangent here. But the original question you talked about was, how are we going to maybe worry about the economy if this chattel class disappears in some manner, whether it be the prison one or illegal labor? Is that correct? That was your original question, right? Yes. Okay. So the answer to that, and my libertarian friends would like to come in and say this, but the actual answer to this is the free market. The free market will determine the answer for this, right? And that may sound like a cop out, but let me explain what I mean. Say in ranching, right, and farming, you'll see a giant loss of labor. And initially we'll have to hire people to come in and perform at this task. But what's going to happen is we're going to have automation. They're going to have higher wages where they pay for more efficient people. It's going to force development in these industries, which will build supplemental industries. That's how the free market works. It finds an answer. And if there's not a need for this actual thing, then it won't go into that market because there won't be anything for this. That's how we're going to solve that problem. As for and then guess what? Check this out. We won't even need to suffer a lowering of overall well-being for the rest of the nation. We'll be able to maintain our standard of living at that standard that we are now, as opposed to even having to give anything up like we've gone off on this tangent. The free market is the answer in this case.
So hold on real quick. In the book Limitarianism, it discusses this concept in the form of carbon emissions taxes. And so I just want to ask you this question real quick.
Sure.
So the richest among us contributes roughly about 106,000 tons. No, 106 tons of carbon emissions per year on average. And
Taylor Swift's jet.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Something along those, yeah. And the average American emits somewhere around 6.8 tons per year. So in enacting a tax on carbon to increase the cost of flights, for example, like Taylor Swift, how is that not just punishing the middle and lower classes for a problem that they don't largely contribute to anywhere on the scale of the 1%, that the 1% will just see this as something they can easily get around because they hold all the wealth in this country? How is this not unfair to the majority?
What, a carbon tax that you to?
How would it? How
We
would
don't currently
relying
have a
on
carbon
free
tax.
market- No, I realize. Yes, I'm
Okay.
aware of that. This is one of the when economists say they want free market solutions to climate change, they often point to a carbon emissions tax, which would disproportionately affect the poor and middle
Sure,
class.
I would answer this. Listen, is the free market perfect? Is it a perfect entity? No, it's not. It's going to evolve over time. Do I agree? I'm not a libertarian, right? So there are things I think we should get taxed for. I will fall more in like a traditional Texas neocon kind of range. But whenever we talk about this, I'll give you an example. What about the Great Pacific Garbage Patch? Has there been any funding to go out there and take care of that? No, but you know what the free market's doing? They have gone out there, they've developed automated drones, and they go out there and they grab a lot of this trash, and they come back and make it into plastic bricks and other objects to be reused here in America. That is the free market taking care of something climate change wise that the federal government has failed to do. Same thing with your carbon tax. Do I think it's fair? But no, I mean, but if there was a real need for this, then the free market will step in and do it. Do I think maybe the government should implement a carbon tax? I'd be open to it. I'm open to tax things that are negative overall, but I don't think that's been a proposal by Trump or Biden recently. The carbon, I could be wrong. I don't have that information in front of me.
So with the free market solutions like these, I really struggle with them because, let's look at the Pacific Garbage Patch. Let's look at COVID. What's the cost of having the free market come in to take care of these issues?
Well, it did come in, didn't it, under Project Warp Speed?
Eventually.
Oh,
and
well.
But that's not free market, though. It's not free market to get shit from the government.
I agree, it's not.
It's not free market at all. Yeah, but you use it.
But well, it is because the government didn't make the vaccine by itself. The companies did individually. The market that was already established previously with the vaccine market, those companies took up the load and made it. So the free market by default was what led the charge there. Project Warp Speed just enabled
and the only cost was what? What was the cost of having the free market come in to fix the COVID situation?
The solution. I mean, the cost. What is the cost?
No,
what do you think?
What was the cost? What was the cost? Hundreds of thousands of lives.
That's as opposed to what is the so if the free market hadn't done it, what do you propose instead?
Declare an emergency, dedicate resources towards this obvious epidemic, and negate a lot of the effects preemptively.
Careful.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta be careful on this issue specifically. But I'm not a vaccine denier or anything like that. I mean, I think that the market did as good a job as it could have been. No, I didn't think you made that. I was just saying for TOS purposes. I just think that.
I think maybe Rudy has a final point before we.
Yeah, I apologize. The market is the answer.
No, it's fine.
I kind of want to go back to the original question as well, and I think the U.S. is not unique in the world in using underpaid labor. Every major country and economy does this. Every nation in the world does this. China does this. Europe does it. Every European nation does this. The difference in the solution here is that you can still have an investment in infrastructure and quality of life such that you can have an underpaid class that could still live a relatively, comparatively decent life in a city where they have access to public transit, to healthcare, to education. I remember anecdotally, so you don't have a tipping culture in Europe, but I remember I was at an American brew pub in Europe, and I met a guy from Compton who worked there and married a Slovenian woman. And it was interesting talking to him because he moved there partly because of her citizenship, but he pointed out between the two of them, they made no more than $35,000 a year. But they lived in a very large apartment. They didn't have any issues because they didn't need a car because they lived in a city with actual infrastructure that allowed them to get everywhere. They had access to healthcare affordably, and they could get their daughter into every level of education. His wife could go on 6 months of maternity leave, and he could do 4 months of paternity leave. I think that's the difference. I think if you have investment in these societal goods, you can still thrive with a quote unquote lower quality of life, so to speak, even though I don't think that's true. And then on the prison side of things, the difference there in the European system is a lot of European nations, especially in Western Europe, will allow prisoners to work. They are allowed to build things. They are allowed to contribute and learn skills. I am a firm defender in the US. I live in California. Everyone was shitting on the FIRE program we have here for prisoners. It's one of the best programs in the country, objectively, because it gives these prisoners skills. They have to volunteer for it. It actually takes time off of their sentences so they can get out. The law was changed a couple years ago to allow them to have their sentences commuted after a certain time, so they are no longer listed as felons. And if they work these fire crews, they do not go back to the prison. They live in the forest with the Forestry Service and dormitories. They get real meals, real food. It's not perfect. I'm not claiming that either, but it is one of the better examples of providing skills and options for people who are in a bad situation for whatever reason and giving them a way to move upwards out into the world. However, that doesn't apply to the whole U.S. prison system. The U.S. prison system as a whole is fucked, largely. But my point is, you can invest in infrastructure and societal goods and still give people this.
There's
3
a
minutes,
difference.
by the way. 3 minutes. Poll is up. 3 minutes.
Guys, poll.
But like I think it's we're focusing so much on policy, and it's not so much a policy issue as it's an issue in culture. Like ask anyone who's my age, which is like early 20s or anything like that. Everyone wants to be a fucking streamer. Everyone wants to be an influencer. No one wants anything that's substantive. Like people aren't happy with what we have in our lives, and we don't find joy in everyday things. Like fucking it's Emily Charlie's fucking fault that the world is so bad because everyone wants to look at what other people have instead of appreciating
Everyone
what we
wants to
have.
live
They are jealous
That's
of
true,
your
man. I
past.
fucking
Wow,
hate Charlie. I hate Charlie. It's her fault.
Dude, I dug a fucking hole
Also,
yesterday and I was happy with myself,
Rumpelstiltskin
bro.
is
Like,
coming back. Anyway,
you
go
know?
ahead.
Hey, let's go.
He about to explain the moon.
Fuck yeah, moon landing.
That should be the next topic when he comes in.
It's going to be the moon.
Moon landing. Were we on it?
All right, keep going though. Keep going though, Escher. Your
No,
point.
but
Why is
Escher,
it my
you're
fault
right.
again?
Like,
because it's people like you who make it so I want to just sit down and ask, oh, chat, is this a W poll or is this an L poll instead of like, I don't know, like working or something.
Yo, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie though. Wow. But I'm not gonna lie, I feel like it's okay for people to like dream big, fail, and then go on and do something else. That's chill.
But the issue is people dream big and then they be like fucking in their 40s and like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna make my streaming career. I'm totally gonna make it big soon. Like people aren't moving on to bigger and better things and what works for them. Everyone wants to be
streaming and starting streaming at 4.
Yeah, how many 40-year-olds do you know?
I'm not
that are like,
40.
yeah.
Isn't Asmongold like 36 or something?
That nigga's a millionaire, bro. He needs to be streaming. He has no other skills.
Streamers. But look at the average age of streamers. Statistically, it's in the 30s. Statistically, the average age of streamers is mid-30s.
Because it started at like 2010, dude.
And they're still going, bro. Like, why are they still like? Why aren't they like starting a family?
LeBron has been playing basketball for 20 years. So what should he do? Something else?
Those fucking people are actually successful. The ones that you're thinking of, who are in their 30s, who start streaming for a good decade now, usually have pretty good careers and good lifestyles at this point because they've worked their ass off.
Look at all their lifestyles. Asmongold is a dirty ass nigga, bro. He's not.
Yeah, but he's a billionaire. He chooses to be dirty, though. He chooses to be dirty. They choose to be dirty, but they're rich.
He likes it. He likes it.
Exactly.
Yeah, look at the cute mansion. Everyone wants to live in the cute mansion, and it's
true. It's true. I want to live in the cute mansion.
The hearse.
Dramos and I are going to expropriate the cute mansion.
We're going to be in the cute
Who are you
mansion.
kicking out? Who are you kicking out in the cute mansion?
Cute butt.
Yes.
It's gonna be our mansion, actually.
Dramos spot. You'll be Dramos spot.
It's gonna be
All
our
right,
mansion.
that was the poll. Let's see. And it looks like it's a close tie between Peter Fanley and Admiral Gibbs, but Peter Fanley, thank you very much for coming. You streamed
Thank you.
right? You started streaming.
I've been streaming since like 2021, but yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, I just don't talk about it.
That's very kind of you.
Thanks.
People usually talk about it.
I mean,
Oh, yourself
like,
out.
I mean,
I
we're-
just shouted you out.
oh my god, no! Don't follow. Nah. I mean, I don't do nothing super interesting. I haven't had anything consistent going in a while, but I got a green screen, dude. I just bought this like a couple weeks ago, so that means we're gonna do interesting stuff. I promise. I just didn't get everything set up for this, but honestly, I'm not surprised I got limited. I think my best case scenario was getting to like the top 5 by like everyone forgetting I'm there, and then just like, oh yeah, right, I forgot about that guy. Yeah, no, kick him the fuck out. But yeah, it about hit that time. But either way,
Did you have fun?
I had a lot of fun. I was just about to say, no, this was a great time. All of you guys did an amazing job. And I wish you all whatever the fuck this fucking prize is. It's gonna suck. I already know whatever it is. But it's I mean, come on, look at you. You're broke as hell. You don't got nothing good for us. It's probably not even gonna be like a $25 Steam card, dude. Like,
hey, I just
It's a $50 Amazon card. Thank you very much. Okay.
Can I win?
Well, I'm
Can I
not
win?
gonna
Buy a $50 Steam card.
Give him
Thanks.
that Bezos money, man. Like he
Yeah, I'm gonna use that for my fucking Prime subs or something.
Can I get a Trader Joe's gift card instead?
I agree. Yeah, or a Tractor Supply Co. or something. I don't know.
I mean, I guess you could pick one if you want, but thank you, Peter Fanley. Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you. Yes, farewell, everyone.
Bye.
Take care, man, for handouts.
All right, Grumple Stiltskin. Now, should I, Grumple Stiltskin, if you want to hop into the lobby again? Question. Next round, should I eliminate 2 people because someone got revived, or is that?
You should.
Yes, for the love
I
of God,
should?
yes.
Because
okay.
every time someone gets revived, it's just a free round. If you
It'll
only do
be
one.
yeah. Let me tell Grumple Stiltskin. What the
I'll
fuck
pull
was
him-
he
I'll pull
saying
him in
about the
now.
moon? Let's talk about the moon. What was up with that? What was that?
All right,
let's bring this nigga Gru back in.
What about we lost the paperwork?
How about I
Someone
give you
pay
guys
$50 to
five?
wake up
How
Bagel
about I
Rabbit
give
and
you
bring
guys
Bagel
like 7? Okay, second place does not get a
Rabid
Steam
viewer.
Deck.
Yeah, you guys get a Steam Deck OLED, guys.
Welcome
Second
back.
place.
All right. How about I give you guys just because we're not really going round robin anymore. What would be like a good amount of time, I think, for this conversation? Because Grumple still.
I mean, if we're talking about the motherfucking moon,
what the moon shit was, maybe like 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes.
2 hours tops.
Yeah, 15 minute max. Anything else
Okay.
is
I'm
too
gonna go in
much.
10 minutes. You gotta
Let's
convince me the
go
moon
8
landing was fake
minutes.
here.
Let's go 8. No, not the
I
moon
never
landing.
said
Grumple
that.
Stiltskin.
Oh, okay, my
Grumple
bad
Stiltskin,
player. My bad player.
I want you to explain the
Why it
what did you
matters.
say about the moon? And then we're just gonna
I
let
didn't
that
say
rock
anything about
for
the
eight
moon.
for 8 minutes.
Well, then we just
Hey,
pushed.
8
Then we
minutes
just.
of
Then
whatever.
we fucked you up. What were you saying about
This
space?
Mandela effect?
Yeah, it's Mandela effect, 100%. Somebody else said the moon landing was fake. That wasn't me.
That was probably me. I was just
but
like,
you
oh,
said
I heard of
NASA
space, and I
lost-
say, what? Go ahead.
I said NASA lost all the data that was all of the records that we have about how we got to the moon. That's all. It was a record keeping comment. And somebody turned that into I'm a moon denier and hoaxing and all. I don't know what happened.
I think that she said that
moon is
it
real,
became a
y'all.
joke about we can't go to the moon anymore.
Yeah, that
something like
was
that.
funny to me because and then it turned into like elongated muskrat. That's his formal name, by the way. It's shortened usually. He can I would imagine he can get the moon. Like there's a lot of ways to get the moon.
You know what?
However,
Hold on.
all the records were
Wait.
lost.
Wait. Okay, I have a better question. Let's talk about soft power. This was something I wrote down. USAID.
That's such a hard transition.
I know. I'm sorry. Well, I just thought about it. So, you said, is that how people say it aloud? That's how I say it aloud.
USAID. I don't know.
USAID.
Yeah, I say okay.
USAID.
That makes more sense than you said.
USAID.
USAID.
I hear USAID.
Yeah, it's USAID.
It's either or at this point.
So, USAID does a lot around the world. And I think we're all intelligent enough to understand that it's that, USA doesn't do that out of the goodness of the hearts of Americans, but it's a power thing. It's to maintain our soft power. Yay or nay? Do we all agree on that point?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, it's
So, like,
soft
Blue Chew or
power.
some
That's
shit?
that's
Like,
my
power.
It's like the regime changes and all that stuff, which
Right,
a lot
right.
of people end up supporting instead of all the other crap that they do.
All right, so I guess my question, in essence, is if we do these things, I think, one, do we feel like our soft power will disappear? And two, if it does, what happens then? Okay,
Well,
I'll give it 7 minutes and 30 seconds. How does that sound?
It depends on what they're gonna get rid of, though, because I mean, all the ridiculous spending that USAID has been doing, a lot of people forget that, oh, they do a lot of, CIA stuff, regime changes and stuff like that. So I feel like they wouldn't necessarily get rid of like that so we can keep our power in other countries, but they would probably most likely cut like, oh, they're transgendering the rats for some reason or something like that. Like the most ridiculous examples that I've heard, and I'm like, I'm not sure if any of that's true, but okay. But I just feel like they're not going to get rid of the part that keeps our soft power in other countries.
I mean, you have seen what these people are level they think on, right?
Yeah.
I feel like you're giving them a lot of confidence here.
I have some hopium. Or is it copium? I don't know.
That's probably copium.
Yeah.
Well, so for geopolitical purposes, I do think it is a bad thing if soft power for the U.S. disappears in the world, just in general. I'm not necessarily pro U.S. going to war with everybody, but I am pretty much the only thing that I agreed with from Trump's first term was his foreign policy, including what he did to Soleimani, for example. But you can only get away with that when the other parts of the world also thinks you're helping. You don't get away with just bombing foreign leaders in their cars if you're not also doing like the carrot as well. You have to have a little bit of a carrot and a little bit of a stick. I don't know why Dramos has a fucking pharaoh rolling its eyes. I miss Sade.
Don't worry, it's not. It's not important. Keep going, Rudy. Keep going.
Yeah. So I
Okay.
tend to think that like you don't need to like U.S. imperialism if you want to call that, but I do think unfortunately if you don't have the soft power side of things, you just don't have any legitimacy to do the hard shit and get away with it as easily. You can still do it. It's just hard to get away with.
Step 1, displace people to create orphans. Step 2, feed the orphans so you look like a good guy. Step 3, use the goodwill from having fed the orphans to give you international cover to go and assassinate a president and start the cycle over again.
Step 4, put a Costco in the Riviera of the Middle East.
Think of the orphans.
This guy gets it.
Why do you hate orphans?
No, he was saying this, create orphans. That's the problem.
And
it
then
was the
why do you hate
creating.
orphans?
Well, because we created them. Like, why do we hate parents? Is the question. We hated the parents when
orphans because we lost the space codes.
So, along with the orphans thing, can I just be 100% on board with the trainses are eating all the eggs? Let's stop that.
Hey, don't hate me. I'm an egg slut.
Dude.
I mean,
will I get kicked if I argue why we should hate orphans? Or
yeah, go ahead. Give it. Yeah, go ahead. You've been giggling. We've been seeing that.
Oh,
okay. You guys have been talking about our power.
Motherfuckers
girlfriends in chat. His girlfriends
yeah.
in chat.
Oh, his girlfriends in chat.
I'm mad at this shit, bro.
You blushing too. You blushing too.
But like, I honestly think, fucking, there is a problem with us creating all these orphans who grow up to fucking hate and despise America. If you look at us in any global scale, people do not like America. So I do think U.S. aid is being used for very nefarious things, and it's not helping the American people. If you go to fucking, I don't know, like fucking Iraq, do you think they're very friendly with Americans? Do you think they appreciate
USAID
what
isn't who
America's
caused
done?
the USAID didn't create the orphans. The fucking Department of Defense created the orphans.
Yeah, and they're the ones
All
using
those
U.S.
unelected
aid to
guys.
destabilize these countries.
No, I
You know?
agree that they're destabilizing, but my point is that if you can only get away with that. So, for example, the CIA is notorious that it will not hire people from the Peace Corps precisely because they want the Peace Corps to continue to exist in the world as a force for good, and they can't. And they know that if they hire from the Peace Corps, they can't do their shit in other countries because it delegitimizes the good nonprofit shit.
But my point is, since when did the United States become the arbiter of what is peace and what is war? Like objectively,
Since we won both world wars.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Since we have
regardless
the
of if
most
you're saying
nukes.
we're supporting them or we're fucking destabilizing them, either way we're dipping our hand in their bowl and we're kind of fucking around with what they're doing.
No, I agree. I
And
think it's fucked,
we're
but
meddling
I don't.
in foreign
I agree,
politics that
yeah.
we shouldn't
No,
be.
I agree. Meddling is fucked, but if you're gonna meddle, you got to have both hands in the pot. You can't just do hard power without soft power. That's my point.
I want to bring up, I want to just bring up one thing, which is that China. So I'm a neocon, right? I absolutely believe in individualism. I think that USAID is a tool of U.S. individualism, right? So this would be something hypothetically I would be against Trump on, even though I'm a Republican, right? Now I say that hypothetically because we see what China has done with the Belt and Road Initiative. They've gone to these countries and they've used soft power to actually better these countries, right? In Africa, they're building train tracks all over the country. They're building power lines. They're building cell phone towers. They're building docks and bridges. And what we're seeing with USAID, now that we're looking at it, is that some of it was used clandestinely, but a lot of it was just wasted. And that affects Democrats, Republicans across the board. It was just money sent there. And like one of them was building $2 million was spent in the last 20 years on building fishing villages in the area in Nigeria that was then captured by Boko Haram and totally destroyed. Guess what? That's an abject failure. We wasted that money. Like when we see this repeatedly happening, I think it's time
hold
something's
on. But we couldn't have predicted like
No,
something
but we did predict that because we played both sides.
destroyed.
Yeah, we played
Charlie,
both
how
sides.
the fuck do you understand this nigga, bro?
Yeah.
Like, is it just me or is this nigga talking so fucking fast, bro?
I
Like,
apologize,
maybe I'm
talking
an
at,
idiot,
like,
but
you're
can you like
talking at,
slow
like,
down a
Ben
little?
Shapiro
He has
speed.
doctorates, you see.
I mean, I just know I do sales, every day. I talk fast.
Ben Shapiro.
You
Well,
do
first of all,
sales
I'm
like
Hispanic. I'm Hispanic. First of
You
all,
could you could sell me a car.
Hey,
I could
hell yeah. I appreciate your
Gibbs is my
confidence.
friend. He is my redheaded Hispanic friend. I'm the more normal looking Hispanic.
I'm like the
And we're
Canelo of
technically
debate.
I'm redheaded
weird, right?
Hispanic. I met one once. I went to
Grumble
college with a
Stiltskin,
redheaded
were you
Hispanic guy.
you said you're a veteran. Were you a Marine?
Yes, sir.
Well, you never not a Marine.
I was gonna make a joke about crayon eaters and intelligence, but
Yeah,
I
what's your favorite color?
The red one's. I mean, the red is the only answer. Come on.
Correct.
That's the only correct answer. I actually like a buddy that is also a content creator. It was a Harrier pilot, a Marine Harrier pilot. He did cast missions like all the time. You know, like a F slur does. He says purple.
Wait, excuse me, what?
It's a term of, I'm sorry, and I mean Charlie. It's a term of like I have to really regulate when you get into like veteran talk. I have to really regulate my speech because we use a lot of really coarse language as terms of affection, like for each other.
Well, were you
There's
kissing
no
each
hate or
other?
anything.
I hope y'all were kissing.
I mean,
You gotta say yeah. It's the only way you'll get out of this.
Marine, bro. What do you
Only way you'll get out of this. You gotta say yeah.
Advanced Marine thing.
Did
of
you
couch
see
fucking.
or can
Were
I
you running trains
like,
or fucking couches?
plausible deniability? Oh no, he was in an aircraft.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He was in a Harrier. It's like,
was he using his hard or soft power on you?
Sloppy toppy while flying a plane is very.
It wasn't flaccid
It was all
power,
over
let me
that
get you.
joystick.
It was kind of.
I hope y'all were
I
kissing.
don't even know where we're talking about right now. I
Yeah,
lost track.
I just
the
think-
red crayons are the best ones. Where do we go from here?
Just to finish what I was saying, USA could be better.
Oh, USA is gay.
We need to like gut it and put something better in place.
That's probably.
We need to save USAID from the gay woke agenda.
There's a lot of homosexuals
USAID.
here.
Hello.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a slur. I mean,
You said F slur.
Oh no, I said the term.
Don't do that next time. It was almost so funny that I'm gonna let it slide for now because
He was a Marine. He was a former
That
Marine.
really-
They basically are all.
and that are
those
pretty
words.
gay. There's a lot of the military.
I can't.
there's a
Listen,
lot of-
I'm starting to get. I'm
uh,
starting to get mad.
LBG agenda stuff. It's gay. Like
You
is
didn't.
this
You
a-
dropped.
not a
You
spoiler,
dropped. Why didn't you
Marine
say? Why didn't
Corps-
you say T? Why didn't you say T at the end?
Oh,
Did you
no,
drop that?
wait, no, I can't. I
Oh,
can't.
this
I
is
don't
a
know
different
if I can-
topic.
I can't get into this discourse,
Sodomy
please.
is what makes the
Okay,
Navy.
my bad. My bad, player. But he dropped it. I noticed that. I noticed that.
know, we noticed
Charlie,
that
can we-
too.
It's like the
Can
White
we
House
just don't
website.
ask, don't tell this nigga, bro. Like, come on. Let's
All
just
right,
move
all
on.
right. Don't ask, don't tell. But you don't do that again, okay?
Yeah, we got to pull up.
Mea culpa. Mea culpa.
Is the poll whether Grumpelstiltskin could say the F slur?
We are going to eliminate 2 people. Yeah, can he say it? Can Marines?
I mean,
no, we're not.
come on.
Cool.
I was
We're not.
active duty Marine. I feel like I have.
Marines are basically the modern day sodomites of the military.
Grumple,
that
when
was
you
the
were in
name.
the
Always been
barracks, did
No,
they
that's-
use
that's
their
the
hard
ultimate
power or their soft
sodomites.
power on you? Answer that question.
I mean, I was an NCO by the time I got out, so it would be me using the either girthy and hard power or soft and flaccid power.
All right,
maybe
two-
you want to
2
adjust your
minutes.
question.
Not too hard, not
Look,
too soft.
Grumpelstiltskin supports the governance, as my name says, of the chastity cage. You put nations in a chastity cage and you keep their little cocks.
I don't know about all that.
Thank you, Rudy. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you think?
I can't even vote in this. How bad is it?
Let me
Oh
see this
man.
shit. Oh damn! You guys,
No,
Oh.
you have to go out again, man. Come on,
Wait,
man.
can we talk about the moon? We completely forgot about that.
He was just here.
Wait, Grumple, you can save this. Start talking about the moon, bro. We got you. We got you.
I
Well,
never
minute and
denied the
20
moon
seconds.
exists. I just
Yes,
said NASA
start.
lost
Start
records.
now.
That's all.
Start denying the moon landing.
You said we lost the moon and couldn't find it.
But I mean, you know, have you ever seen the moon really up close?
No.
Up close, no.
It makes faces at me.
How close are we talking?
Well, I mean, how do you know it exists? The Google Maps used to have a moon.googlemaps.whatever, and it was if you zoomed in all the way, it was cheese. It was a picture of cheese. This was the very
Isn't that
first
like an
iteration of.
old
Did we lose the recipe to cheese too, or
We did lose that shit. We don't even know how to get milk anymore.
We lost the recipe because the French took it in an act of seppuku when they lost the First World War.
Oh, blame the French for everything bad in the world.
Are we allowed to talk bad about
the only
French?
good thing the French have ever done is have the French Foreign Legion. It's the only.
Well,
good
also,
thing
also what
accent.
threesomes,
French are terrible.
existentialism and cheese. I think and maybe wine. I'm not sure if wine.
Evil
or cheese.
motherfucker. You know how they say the number 80?
Their
They
method
say
of kissing is pretty
24.
great.
Stupid. Stop.
They say
the
24
French
times.
did
That's like
that?
multiplying
Yeah,
scores.
They did that.
Look, threesomes are really hard if you're not good at numbers, and I'm really bad at numbers.
I feel that. I feel that. All right, that is time, and it looks like Spidey and Grumpelstiltskin, you have been voted off the island. Can you shout yourselves out? Spidey, do you stream?
No.
Okay. Do you have anything else to shout out? I was planning on a union question next, so I'm gonna save it till you're back next time because that would have been fucking insane. That would have been great, actually. I want to hear you and Admiral Gibbs talk about that kind of.
Low key, this shit is rigged though, cause like this nigga Spidey, he was working on some questions. It's like if I added
I
a
would love
question
to do
about
that.
fucking
No,
what do you think about Will Smith?
The thing that was supposed to happen
What do
is
we
that
think of
Spidey
Will
was
Smith?
Spidey was supposed to help me moderate, but because I was busy yesterday and he was busy today, we didn't have time to like meet to talk about it. So that's kind of why Spidey helped with a lot of the questions. So next time.
Can I help with a single question? Can we
Yeah, go ahead.
can we do a
You
question
know what?
about
You
like
could-
Kendrick
you could-
Lamar?
You could present one, but
We need a
yes,
question. The Super Bowl, Kendrick Lamar's halftime show.
Okay,
I like that. That's a good question.
That's a great question.
Was
That's a
America
great
ready
question.
for it?
Thank you, Grumpelstiltskin, and thank you, Spidey. Thank you very much.
Great show.
Just two things.
Okay.
Admiral, I really like you, and I apologize for coming on hot earlier. Disrespectful, and
Not
you
good.
deserve better. I loved your arguments.
Thank you for the follows.
Yeah, I would love to do that. If she did host that show, I would definitely be down to come discuss labor stuff with you, and it'd be great stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, that'd be amazing. Secondly,
both.
in the
Oh,
future,
go
I
ahead.
did have trouble interjecting myself. In the future, I would like to return to a more structured form of debate because I hate jumping in other people.
This nigga Spidey's like the smartest person in here, bro. I'm so lucky.
I haven't talked in the last 2 rounds because of that issue.
We'll go over formats next time because this was kind of messy.
Honestly, have you been raising your hand? I don't know if you've done that.
A couple times, yes.
I feel like an asshole. I think it's because Gibbs is right next to me, so I see his hand, and I'm just looking at myself. I'm like, man, I look stupid right now. But whatever.
All right.
And if you didn't see my hand, I'd be like,
it's not too big of an issue. I just
Maybe just that background you got. That's an interesting background.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Take care, man. It was nice seeing you.
Bye.
Have a good
All
one.
right. I think this is. Oh, how do I just remove them from this? Okay,
Get the
disconnect.
fuck out of here.
Just disconnect from the call. Yeah.
Wait,
And
I'm
then-
so
and then me.
stupid. There we
You
go.
gone now.
All right. What was this Kendrick Lamar question? You said what was the inspiration here? Let's talk about something a bit more calm, huh?
Let's
do
have a bunch
do
of white
5
people
minutes.
talk about Kendrick.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'll digest it. I
You
hear
want to
this
jump
out.
in, Dramos? You want to?
I don't want to fucking. I just want to hear what the fuck he's gonna say.
What was the question?
I don't know. Something.
It was just like, what do
was
do
your
we
question?
think? Yeah, what is your question, Esrio?
My question is to all you pasty friends of mine, what did y'all think about the halftime show? Like, I know there was a lot of people who didn't like that shit. There's a lot of people who felt like Kendrick Lamar made it about himself, and there was also the fact that Donald Trump was there, and they felt as though it was in protest of Donald Trump. Do you think that the halftime show should be about entertainment, or do you think artists should push some sort of agenda or push art to be political?
Share your thoughts first.
What?
Actually, I guess we can just go round robin again. Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, I was a massive fan of it. It was a fantastic show, one of the best shows in recent memory. The levels of work that he put into it. Well, first of all, they don't pay the performers, so yeah, he had to pay for this out of his own pocket. Second of all, the levels of a performance. One, like with Drake calling him an uncle, or with the uncle joke, and then he uses Sam to come in, Samuel Jackson to play Uncle Sam, while referencing the Uncle Tommy. Levels on levels. I love the crip walking by. I can't think of the girl. Thank you. I don't know why I blanked on that. Wonderful. That was hilarious. Big fan. And Serena is Bay. So anyway, that's why the real reason I'm embarrassed about not reading the name. Big fan overall of the performance. Kendrick's awesome. Also, I gotta say, as far as rap beefs go and beefs in general, you've accomplished a W if you can go onto national television on the Super Bowl and then call someone a special word and get the entire crowd to chant with you. That's a dub of epic proportions, and I love petty people and petty people winning with Kendrick. So big fan here.
All right, Cinetech.
I think it was great that there was some truth being spoken to power. I think irrespective of whether art is intended to be political, all art is inherently political because it is made by people, unless it's AI. I think that it was definitely appropriate for the time in which we are, and I think I definitely supported everything he did. And I likewise appreciated the fact that there were multiple layers to everything that was going on. I thought it was a great performance.
All right, Rudy.
Well, I've been trying to get Charlie to go to South Central LA with me to crip walk everywhere, and they won't do it. And I'm very sad. And I was inspired to learn to crip walk, and now I really want to go do it in South Central LA because of the halftime show.
Rudy wants to get us killed.
Get you initiated. Get you doing something with your life.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sell drugs.
I want to be something bigger than a streamer.
No, so fair. All right, Estrio.
I'ma keep it a buck, bro. That shit was low key ass, bro. Like I get it. Like I enjoy Kendrick, bro. I get it. I get the fucking artistry and all that shit. But like, what the fuck? I could barely hear that shit for having it. Like how can we not like just kind of agree that okay, as a halftime show, it didn't bang. Like I wasn't dancing on that shit, bro.
Show.
Yeah, exact. Prince killed that shit, bro.
Creed.
Prince
Creed.
killed
What
it.
about Creed? They gotta be up there.
Well, take
I don't know
me
who the fuck
higher.
Creed is.
Yeah, this guy knows. They got an angel coming in floating. Come on,
No,
face.
Creed did not do Super Bowl. They did Thanksgiving.
Well, then we need to make that happen. NFL, listen.
Kendrick didn't perform a single one of his hits that wasn't in like the fucking GNX era. In his like, no one knows his fucking new songs. Like, except
You're a
his
liar.
super fan.
I'm fact checking
Like,
you. He played DNA and Element. He played DNA.
okay, DNA and
Humble.
or humble.
Yeah.
But like, those are two songs out of his whole fucking repertoire of good shit. You know. Yeah, and I just genuinely think if you're gonna say, oh, he was sending a message and he was being political, did how strong was his message, right? Like,
his message was just to be petty.
Hey guys, I'm
That was his whole thing.
Yeah.
It was an opportunity to continue the beef and be petty, which I respect, but it
And-
was not that interesting politically, and it was a bad.
And I
halftime
think
show.
you can't mask. Oh, I'm being so deep and I'm being, you know, like these layers and shit. You can't like just throw that shit on top of you just wanting to call a nigga a pedophile, bro. Like, you can't be like, yeah, this is bigger than the music, you know, like fucking 40 acres and a mule. Like, you can't just be referencing all this deep shit and talk about the black struggle and use that to like platform you just not liking this light skinned nigga, right? Like, that was my main issue. Like,
I'm not gonna lie,
he
man.
just wasn't strong enough.
That shit is fire. Go ahead, Christina.
I absolutely loved it. That's the one thing I look forward to every year during the Super Bowl. That and the fact that
Number one
I was
time
able
bid,
to
bro.
catch up with the fact that the Eagles won. But my sister's more of the sports gal, not me.
Oh, go
But,
Birds.
Yeah, bleed green. So you know, people. I mean, not as many people. Like, I felt like a lot of people were kind of like mixed when it comes to his performance. You had white people going, "Yeah, America," and then other white folks were like, "Oh my God, he's being racist" or something. And as you know, art is always going to be political. I mean, the first performance of a pop artist for the Super Bowl was Michael Jackson, and he closed with "Heal the World." I mean, most Super Bowl halftime shows do have some type of subtle or not so subtle political messaging. You have to, be, entertaining and try to be like pro like America, like Lady Gaga's performance at the halftime show. She started singing "God Bless America" and "This Land Is Your Land" because she's Lady Gaga. People are afraid of her satanic panic, nonsense. But I do think that it was a really good halftime show. Very simple in a way, wasn't too chaotic, was not too crazy. They kept it. I just love Kendrick as an artist, and I think it was a really good halftime show for a lot of people to enjoy.
2 minutes. The poll begins.
As a halftime show, objectively, the top three that have happened in my lifetime that I can remember: Prince, Springsteen, Beyonce. Those top.
Yeah, not for me though. You know which one I like the most. You feel me?
Rolling Stones.
Justin Timberlake. You feel me? Janet Jackson.
But that would
You feel me?
like, you know what's crazy is that wouldn't even be shocking that day if that happened again. Like, it would be like not shocking at all, just because so much crazy shit happens all the time.
And her
We
career got
support
ruined in
boomer
that hit.
streamers.
Can we see some more titties at the Super Bowl?
I mean, they got the cheerleaders with their bazoinkas out.
Them cheerleaders are flat as fuck, bro. I
Well, yeah,
don't
because
know
they're
about
fit
that.
as fuck, dude. Do you think they're gonna be doing a sport where you jump around with gigantic boobs? That would
I got
hurt.
gigantic
You know what that
boobs.
feels like? No, you don't.
Preferably.
I
That
care
hurts.
about the fan experience, maybe.
I got
What?
gigantic boobs, but like I can't be a cheerleader.
Yeah, because it hurts. You jump up
It
and down, and it's
does.
I
like
can't be a cheerleader because that's for
Exactly.
girls.
that's not
Hey,
true.
not necessarily.
Our friend
And
Jay was
I'm
a
a
cheerleader.
who?
Jay was a cheerleader.
Yeah,
But I'm a
And he's great and getting married.
I don't care about none of
So
that.
when, Charlie, so when are you and I?
Yeah,
gonna
who is he
get
marrying?
initiated
Who is he marrying?
as
A woman.
Crips? Charlie, when are we going to go get initiated as Crips in South Central?
It's not gonna. It's not.
I'd love
gonna
to see you
happen.
guys on the news getting beat for 5 minutes by
Look, I'm in. Fuck it. I'm down.
my fellas.
I'm
My
not.
fellas.
We're not.
I'm down.
No.
I'm down.
No. Oh Lord, have
We're,
mercy.
we're bringing DEI to the gangs of South Central LA.
Finally.
Christ.
Finally.
You know, we'll talk about DEI next. Let's just. I didn't have a question.
We'll start with Enstrio because he is the DEI of this debate.
Esther would perhaps disagree with that.
I'm just
Yeah,
playing
man,
because
I'm
I'm
looking
here.
at fucking Rachel Maddow down there, bro. Like, you realize
Damn!
like, white women are the like main people who
Okay,
get
wait, that's
DEI.
not an insult because Rachel Maddow is
that though.
beautiful.
I'm aware of that. I make that argument all the damn time. I'm like, we benefit the most.
Okay, wait, hold on. I didn't even see who fucking voted.
I just want to do DEI where we can just like pull.
Oh, they got it's a tie. It's a tie.
Oh no, Christina just got one more vote.
Oh well.
Should we? No, they're still almost neck and neck. They're neck and neck. Holy fuck! What do we do?
What the hell?
Reynolds.
Let's just do another vote with just two of them. Just do
All right.
one more vote with two of them.
All right, one more poll.
And let's just let them talk. Let's just let them argue at each other and scream.
Bro, this is a literal DEI fucking debate, bro.
This is a DEI off. This is awesome,
What are
man.
we gonna do,
Congratulations.
man? Like, I'm not even against it. I
A
mean,
die off, if you will.
We're seeing in real time how
let's
DEI works.
here's the thing.
eliminate anyone this round, but next round we do 2 people, and then it'll be the final. How does that sound?
Sure.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
Sure.
Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, is a DEI hire. He wants to get rid of all DEI. He's gonna have to learn how to walk, man. He can't use a wheelchair. He can't use lifts. He can't use ramps. He can't use elevators. DEI also applies to people who are disabled and their needs, not hiring someone because of their skin color. He's gonna have to learn how to walk.
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
question. Okay, let's start, and we'll do round robin. We'll have 5 minutes of round robin. Was DEI an issue? Was that an issue? Was that something that needed to be solved? Thoughts? I don't know how to formulate this question.
Do you guys see DEI as something that like came up in your everyday lives that really like affected the way you went about things?
No, not at
Like,
all.
did you go to Chili's? They fucked up the order, and then you found out, oh man, look at the manager. You know what I mean?
No. Like they discover a new word like every election cycle. Woke, CRT, DEI, and it's because it's the new modern slur. They don't want to say, the N word or the F slur.
Do you guys feel like it's like a? Do you guys feel like it's like a scapegoat? Like it's just kind of like it's a real non-issue that is kind of being dragged
It's an
into the
absolute
stage.
dog whistle, though, because affirmative action already existed for how many years in
It's like
America?
60 years, right? Am I crazy?
Since like
Is
the
that a-
60s or 70s, fucking affirmative action has existed. I think
And
the
white
whole
women benefited from it,
DEI,
too.
DEI, that whole thing is just an insane dog whistle to shit
Well,
on
no, it's
black
more than
people.
I mean,
shit
to
on
be fair,
minorities.
these guys do want to take us back at least 60 years, if not further. So it's in keeping with the rest of their agenda.
Just to be clear, DEI was a dog whistle, but it's even more than that because DEI is actually it's a market-making tactic for white women in HR to talk to other white people in businesses and universities and government about being nice to their non-white friends. Affirmative action was a net good in general. DEI was just a way to make white liberal women feel really good about themselves that they're helping and doing the performative, we're going to kneel in Congress in honor of George Floyd.
We're gonna wear the. Never mind.
Or land acknowledgments. Those really help.
Yeah.
Really help the experience of Native people and
Charlie is
improve their
currently
material conditions.
colonizing indigenous land.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't start out with a land acknowledgement, guys. Apologies.
But if you look on the list of people who benefited from DEI, I think out of 7 groups, including the LGBTQ, veterans, disabled people, white women, black people were all the way at the bottom. Yet when you hear, oh, they're just a DEI, who are they usually talking about? They're talking about some fucking fat black chick or some shit, bro. Like I think it did nothing but muddy the waters and give people an excuse to talk shit about minorities.
Yeah.
That's why I'm heavily against DEI, not in its concept of equal hiring processes. I'm against DEI in the fact that it's done nothing but make the conversation around that more negative.
Well, it makes it. I think it also makes it harder, honestly, to bounce off what Escher has said. I think it's trickier to have honest, humorous conversations with people. Like, I distinctly remember, like, if you're walking on eggshells around people about every little identity thing that you're going to say something offensive, you don't ever actually get to build an honest form of communication with people and treat them like adults. Obviously, don't go around endorsing saying F slurs like our former cran eater said, but like, have a fucking joke. Like, say a joke, Don't do this performative liberalism of like, oh my god, everyone's going to be patronized and offended if I say something. Like, just grow up. Like, don't be a dick. Simple. Yeah. And this is
Admiral
why
Gibbs?
to fight DEI,
Oh,
this
wait,
is
go
why we
ahead.
need to crip walk.
Okay.
What is
Take a shot
like,
every time he said
what
that.
do you okay? So when it comes to DI, I've once again I've criticized Trump on some things, yet I voted for him. Like, this is probably one of them that I would criticized for it. Someone asked earlier, does it affect their day-to-day lives? No, I think it's a pretty dumb thing, in my opinion, to go after the DEI, especially in agencies like, what was the one, the flight controllers? We already have a shortage of, FFA.
Yeah.
We already had a shortage of controllers. Even now, say they did have DEI controllers. I don't know all the info. I'm not an expert. But say they did have DEI hires, and he cut them. Listen, any hire at that point, it would be better than no hire, because we need just eyes on like radar. I definitely am critical of the choice to make this a big thing going forward. I think it was done as like a win for some of his a little more fringe supporters. I mean, I personally don't like the idea of DEI as a Hispanic. The idea that someone could use that as an insult, like, oh, you only have your credentials, you only have your degrees because you're Hispanic, and you use that to your advantage, is a little offensive to me, because I think I'm pretty fucking intelligent. So, go fuck you for using that as an argument. So I do like the idea that's taken away from them, that they can't use that anymore. But overall, yeah, I think it's a pretty stupid thing for him to open up with. But, overall, not that impactful in everybody's day-to-day life. Maybe it is if you fly in a plane, though. So I don't know.
I guess like the weird thing is, like, how do you even know someone is a DEI hire?
One more white pilots, please.
Listen, I just want to be an honest conservative. If there's something wrong, like with Trump, I will call him on it. Like in this case, I think this was the wrong fight to pick initially. Like personally,
You're not like my uncle. He would he. I'm not gonna say it. It'll be too much. It'll be too graphic to picture what I would say. But my uncle is like ride or die. Like he would suck that dick if you could, man. Like or lick that asshole. Like regardless, like he's ride or die for Trump, and it's just so crazy. He cannot critique
That's
him.
a lot of that's everybody. Everyone's ride or die for someone. I feel
Yeah.
like I'm ride or die for Charlie.
Aww.
This guy hates me.
I hate Charlie.
He FaceTimes me and he calls me the N-word, hard R. And then he calls me ugly. And he calls me ugly. Just get online. What are you doing?
It's just Marine talk, bro.
Yeah, it's just Marine talk.
All right. Okay,
You
that's
wouldn't
time.
understand.
I just want to get
But
it.
it's crazy because Charlie be saying it back. So Charlie, like I don't.
Oh my god.
Charlie uses slurs with me too.
No. One time Dramos, when I was high in 2017, tried to convince me that I said the N-word. And I almost cried.
Oh, you tried to
You remember
convince
that?
me? Oh yeah,
No,
yeah.
you tried
You
to
said it.
convince me that I said the
You
N-word.
said it. You were rapping songs. You loved hip hop back then.
We were watching fucking Final Destination.
Good movie.
Oh.
Anyway, I'll just leave this up for 2 minutes. This is a good end group, I feel like.
The fact I've made it this far is baffling to me because I'm an idiot.
You're not an idiot. This was, I feel like everyone, like, pretty much, I don't know, made decent points, you know?
It's two people.
Yeah, 2 people, the top 2.
I feel like I'm not nearly entertaining enough to have made it this far.
Same.
You make.
I'm like, I mean, is everyone
That's okay,
voting?
that's-
not
that's
voting for me
strategy.
because I got the Nosferatu's cut out. Like, what's happening? Here?
Oh shit,
Oh,
I saw that.
I like the Nosferatu cutout. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Awful movie.
Yeah. Charlie, you gotta get on my movie podcast. We gotta get you on.
I would love to. I think that I would.
Yeah, we
Very
just
much
got done
like that.
covering Wicked and then Honora, and we're doing Conclave and then Sing Sing.
Oh.
I've not seen any of those.
Honora is a fucking great movie.
Oh my
Honora
god,
is
it's
so
so
But I like it.
good.
It was my favorite movie last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Is it because there's a lot of ass in it? Is that why it was your favorite, Tramos?
Nah, I honestly no. It's white girl ass, anyways.
I like the scene where she's like fighting where they're chasing, looking for Vanya, like they're looking all over the place, and they go.
Yo,
to
Sonic 3.
I was there Monday night.
Sonic 3 was fire though. I'm not gonna lie. Sonic 3 was really good. I did watch that shit.
People crying.
People, literally, they were going. That's the only reason I liked it. The people in the audience were like going crazy. They were like, "Yeah!" They're like, "Oh my god!" They were like going crazy. I'm like, "Who the fuck is that?" Like, I had no idea. It was crazy.
Also,
You
the
know?
substance. I love the substance, but that's
I
because
haven't
I'm
seen that.
Mark.
I need to watch that. God, I'm behind on my
I
movies.
could not finish The Substance. I got 45 minutes in and I was enraged at the whole movie. So
Why? Because she didn't respect the balance. Because she didn't respect the balance.
no, I thought it was just stealing from better movies and shots and frames.
I mean, it's a body. I mean, when we went over it, it was inspired a lot by like The Fly for sure. I mean, that's
Well,
definitely.
and it also, but like the first sequence is just from The Shining. The whole first shot is from the fucking Shining. And
Stop! Wait a minute. The best artist steal, man.
I did love that director Corley Farjeet's first film, Revenge, is great. Like,
I didn't like The Substance because they kept hammering the concept to you like I was a dumbass. I was like, they were
I feel like
this.
you kind of have to do that for movies.
Maybe,
Now.
maybe.
With not a whole lot of dialogue. That movie did not have too much dialogue, so there was a lot of show, don't tell, in that film.
Which is the essence of cinema.
Hey, you should come on too.
All right.
Yeah, seriously, my favorite film is Spider-Man when he gets bit. I'm like, oh, I think something's gonna happen. Go ahead.
My favorite film is Spider-Man 3 when he goes goth.
Nice.
I
Go ahead.
All right, Christina and Rudy. That is you two. I know, Rudy. It's long past your bedtime. Are you exhausted?
No, I just
thank
didn't.
you.
I don't know why the fuck you all kept me here.
That's
because you're great. You were both great. You did well. I'm gonna shout you out. Do you want to shout out? I'll shout out your Twitch, but do you want to shout out your YouTube where the podcast is?
Yes, our podcast is called Movie Night Extravaganza. We're on YouTube, youtube.com/@movie-night-extravaganza. We're doing a lot of Oscar movies. We are going to live stream ourselves covering the Oscars too on March 2nd or 7th, one of those Sundays. We're not going to show it though because we can't, because they hear one little second of sound and they're like, oh, end stream,
Muted.
end stream, end stream.
Muted.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and then we're going to be doing, I think, in March, we're going to do Justice Night Extravaganza, where we do, like, courtroom. So, if anyone loves my cousin Vinny, let me know, because we need someone for that one.
All right. Rudy, do you have anything you'd like to shout out? Anyone? Anything?
I think everyone should mass unfollow Charlie and all go follow Dramos instead.
Dude, that'd be wow.
Yes.
There you have it. And then I'll be the one doing the debate shows.
I need to redistribute my followers.
You should also all give your money to Dramos.
Oh my God, what the hell?
To Charlie.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Also, just defund Charlie's Twitch stream, and we need to defund Charlie's room.
Defund enemy Charlie.
Defund Charlie is crazy. I did not pay this guy to say this. I don't know why he's saying this.
All right. Thank you, Rudy, and thank you, Christina.
Thank you,
It was
Rudy.
lovely to have you both. Thank you. All right. All right. Let me shout out Dramos, actually. This is my best friend.
Oh my
Also
God.
stream.
Oh my God.
Mass unfollow. Oh, it's 34 seconds. All right. I don't have a fucking final question.
You don't?
No, but you know what, Dribbles, what would, because this last round is special. So I have one vote, Dramos has one vote, and chat has one vote.
Right.
So what you know, Dribbles, like what would convince you to vote for one of these gentlemen?
I don't know, man. It's tough because I feel like you guys also have some pretty decent things, but then you also, except Cinetech. Cinetech, I think when he didn't know something, he kind of just didn't say anything, which I think is kind of cool.
It's smart. That was a smart move.
That's cowardly, bro. I think that's cowardly.
It's wise, actually.
There should be no barrier to opening your mouth.
Yeah, what did Plato say? A wise man knows that he knows nothing. You know, sometimes it's best to say nothing.
Yeah. Well, no. My whole thing is like, okay, listen. Like if there was like a question that would help you make a decision about who should win. Who should win this?
Jeez, that's got to be political too. Oh my
No, it doesn't have
God.
to be political. You know what? We could do last
Okay.
one. We could just like. Chat has any suggestions?
Do you have any questions that you can think of? Is there one that you thought would be spicy?
Smash or pass? Kamala Harris.
Smash next.
No, we're not.
Smash.
We're.
She was
All right.
bad.
I
She was
like the
bad.
Patty edits of Kamala Harris, but that's not. You got nothing, Dribbles?
Politically, no. I feel like I know these
No, it
scumbags.
doesn't even have to be political. It doesn't have
Oh,
to be
okay,
political.
all right.
You just give a fun one. It's a royale. It doesn't need to be super serious.
A fun one. Okay, let me think. All right, what's the worst date you've been on? And what did you do?
Okay, worst date. Admiral Gibbs.
So this happened recently. I'm divorced, and let me tell you, this is how bad this date was. Every day, Well, no, that was a great date. No, even though as bad as like the divorce was and everything, let me tell you, this date was worse than that. So I met this girl like once out while we were out, and then I asked her on a date. So we go to this bar, that I'd never heard of before here in San Antonio where I live. And it's called The Moon's Daughter. You might have heard of it. Shaft, Moon's Daughter, great company. I highly recommend going there because of what happened. She goes, I want 2 King Louis VIII shots, and lays her wallet on the table and walks in the back. And the bartender goes, sir, do you know that those are $300 shots each? I said, wow. No, I didn't. He goes, well, would you like them? He's like, well, I need a card, and I have hers already because she was here before you. I was like, oh, well, thank you for letting me know that. I will take those shots, though. And so we took the shots, and then I left. Because we ain't going to let no woman use me that way, because she was just being right off the jump from meeting her. She was basically trying to, like...
That's crazy. What the fuck is a $300 shot going to do for you?
So she had to take it, and then she tried to complain on there, on, like, the review. And then I commented on her review what happened and gave them a big shout out. So they're a great company. They were like good for looking out for them not getting taken advantage of. Big fan.
All right, Cinetech.
This goes all the way back to my college days. There was a girl in my art history class that I fancied that I worked up the courage to ask out. So I went to the local coffee bar, and I found out when we got there, one of my other friends and her boyfriend at the time were mysteriously also there, and they were also, mutuals of this person. And I was like, oh, so what are you guys doing here? I found out after the fact that she had called them there because she thought I was vaguely creepy and felt like she needed some backup in case I tried something. So it went fine, I thought, but apparently I'm creepy.
Shit, man.
That sucks. I would cry. All right, Eshrio. Eshrio's at a bit of a disadvantage here. He's much younger, I think, than.
No,
than
actually,
all of us.
I go on plenty of dates with women. The last date I was on, it was actually an older woman, and she was just recently.
My fellow women daters.
Yeah, no, she was recently divorced or something. Like her fucking divorced husband or whatever. He wore like a bunch of Hawaiian shirts and he had like a degree and he talked really fast in political debates. And then she was on this other date with a guy who like she thought was really creepy, and she like called his friends or something. She was a wonderful woman. So I think that debate that date was really cool or whatever. But
bro, well, thanks for showing her a good time. I appreciate showing her a good time.
Argue for.
Wait, so
I don't like.
No, listen. People are bitching at me in the chat. Can the Democrats turn it around? If so, how? Okay, what a stupid ass question. Here we go. Go on, guys. Can the Democrats turn it around? Let's turn it around. Like, oh my God. Go ahead, please. Can they turn it around? Whatever the fuck that means. Can they turn it around?
Here's what they gotta do: stop being weak sauce, get their asses out there, and actually show some fucking leadership. I mean, they're all like, "Oh man, we're the minority party in Congress. We can't do anything." No, fuck you. Do something. Do anything. Even if it's just getting out there and rallying the troops and convincing people that they're not powerless. That's what we need to be doing right now. If that's all you can do statutorily, do that. And don't put Chuck Schumer out there anymore.
I absolutely think the Democrats can turn it around. They there's a really easy plan, I think, for them to turn it around. One, I think they need to abandon some of their more fringe elements. There's some things they decided to go a little bit too far on, and I think that's made them a little extreme in certain circumstances. And they made it hard for like maybe the middle American to vote for. The other thing is, it seems like they vilified a large group of middle Americans who are like maybe they have a lot of similar views to Republicans, Democrats, I mean, but they have a couple of views that are maybe like on abortion. They want a secure border, or they have whatever, and they've come out very hard against these individuals. They've done purity testing, to where it's like, if you don't agree with everything I say, you're a fascist or something along those. I think that maybe the less purity testing, I think that would be something they could easily do that would help their branding. I think another thing is, when we look at issues, the two biggest groups of voters that moved to Republicans in this election were the Bernie bros, who are basically socialist and populist. Why would they vote for Trump? And the 90s Dems, who kind of fit that category of people I was talking about. They'd be like white Rust Belt guys who are like, why does the Democratic Party hate me now? I voted for everything they wanted the entire time, but I'm a middle American labor union guy. And then the Bernie bros, why did the Bernie bros vote for Trump? Well, they voted for Trump because they see a continuation of the status quo, and because the Democrats have been captured by fringe elements. And I think a return to economic principles would help them quite a bit. Maybe less vilification and less purity testing.
Start sticking up for the working class again.
All right, Esther, what do you think? How can the Democrats turn it around? How can the demon craps? How can the demo craps turn around?
Okay, well, first off, I'm just gonna say Charlie clearly forgot how to stream. Jocelyn forgets passwords for the 5 gifted subs. We
I
love
said
you. Thank you
that.
so
I
much.
muted and I said something.
No. You have to
No,
you have to tell all of us, man. Like that's so fucked up. Jocelyn deserves so much more. And I think
I like how Jocelyn is Rudy, right? Like that's Rudy.
Yeah.
That's fucking Rudy. He was just here.
And the
Sure,
issue
I feel like that
is
we need to defund Charlie.
Yeah, that's what they were arguing.
Charlie's technically part of the issue. I feel like for some reason Charlie's part of all these issues, but I think the issue is just culturally. The Democrats lost the cultural war. They're just these are lame ass niggas, bro. Like I can't think of a single Democrat besides like maybe AOC who's like not old and weird and ugly and shit.
You
Democrat
think I'm
needs some
old and weird and ugly?
You're not AOC,
no
man.
comment.
Thank you so much for the
all I'm saying is like we
Brian,
need to get some
sub, Eric.
fine ass women. Democrats, we need to get some cool
Wait, but
niggas,
why
like,
women if
people-
Trump is a dude and he's old and orange?
Because the women we got are just like kind of, like kind of weird, like weird and old, like cat lady energy, bro. We need. There's some beautiful, smart, intelligent young women who can lead the Democrats to prosperity.
Okay, I feel
truly
you.
believe that.
You just want
Like,
some bad
think of-
bitches in the office.
Think of all the like younger Democrats though. All the younger Democrats are like these weird, soy little like goofy ass niggas who never get no pussy in their life. Like you can't like fucking
So like
You
less
can't-
evil hags such as myself.
like okay,
Listen,
evil
we-
hags deserve love, but they don't deserve to be on our TV screens, bro. Like we just need
Do you
more
feel like
people who-
Democrats have failed men or something, man?
I gotta be honest. Pelosi is
They-
terrifying. She's as terrifying as Turtle Man McConnell. They both gotta go. Terrifying.
What
Look
what
at.
I'm gonna
They
say
don't
is
have
I
bad
think
bitches on the Republican side either. You guys seen the memes about the Republican makeup?
Bro, listen,
there's a
DeSantis
certain
actually.
girl in
I
the chat,
actually
so I'm not
listen.
gonna comment on that, but
I've never believed in lizard people till I saw DeSantis. Like the guy, like is clearly a lizard. That's why he's got those stilts, and then he's got this pulled back face and crazy smile. Like I believe he's a lizard. Like it's scary, bro.
yeah. Okay, and I'm kind of like being like joyful when I'm talking about like bad bitches, but in reality I just mean we need people who can connect to the average person. I feel like 100% Democrats have gone too far where the shit they're saying, like the average person, especially young people, just can't connect with it. I think especially younger men have been kind of moving far right because they feel attacked and they feel unheard. And I will say, like a lot of younger men my age, low key are like incel weird ass niggas, and we gotta stop that from happening. We need democratic people who can speak to young men, who can say things that sway them and can.
But it can't be bad bitches though, Estrio. It can't be no bad bitches though.
It can be bad bitches, bro. Because
It can't be bad bitches fixing men,
It
bro.
has
They gotta
to
fix
be. I
themselves.
think Hasanabi is essentially the only hope for the left and young men.
What the fuck? I'm right here.
Hasanabi.
I'm
just
right
saying,
here.
He's the only. Okay.
I'm
He's
so
the
handsome and
only-
tall.
he's the
No,
only
Hassan's an
leftist
issue,
man
bro.
With reach that young men enjoy on the left. That's
No,
like
nigga.
that young men enjoy.
We
A
young men
spoonful of
hate
bad
Hassan
bitches
because
helps the
he's
medicine
this
go
tall
down.
nigga. All the women are chatting in his chat. He's still on
No,
the
guys
hoes.
like him too. The guys like him too.
I fuck
The
with. I
guys
fuck
that
with him.
like him are a little like like
What the
little,
fuck? I'm right here, man. Hello. He's all right. I mean,
Like,
I
I
you know what I'm
just
saying?
think we need people who speak to the common person. Like the internet, everything has become so like everything's ironic and layered in this level of fucking sarcasm, and everything's like, oh, I want to be based and on the libs. Like we gotta kind of like switch that narrative into not just being these cringe debate lords and shit. Like everyone thinks the left is these weird, like little fucking puny people who can't lift up 20 fucking pounds. They're like 120
I'm
pounds.
not gonna lie, man.
We need to change the narrative.
We need to get our revolutionary fervor back.
What's up? What'd you say?
Ramos is always telling me you need to learn self-defense and get a gun.
I'm dead ass. I agree.
I
think everybody should like know some martial law or learn how to fucking lift weights or learn how to do anything, man. It's
Also,
I'm not saying because you're gonna go fight and kill people, but like, what the fuck? Why are we being so pussy?
It's
That's
a
right.
blatant lie that the left is anti-gun, but that's how people feel.
Well,
a lot of people on the left believe in gun control and believe in being smart and intelligent with your firearms and not just like fucking keeping that shit fucking walking around ready to shoot a nigga if you see him, right? That's the basis of what people on the left believe in. It gets twisted into, oh, they're anti-gun, they want to take away our Second Amendment. That's some fucked up shit. But you're dealing with people who are willing to go to that level. You can't fight fucking fair and square. You kind of gotta fight dirty too. Be like, okay, why are these niggas shooting up every school and all that shit, bro? Why are you supporting that shit? We gotta be louder when we talk about things like that. We can't just be so passive, bro. Democrats are way too passive.
Democrats are a bit too assiduous about making sure that their arguments are always well thought out and, not relying on rhetoric. The Democrats are out rhetoriced by the right, left and right.
Yeah.
They cannot message as consistently.
Yeah,
I agree. All right. Well, that is voting. So chat has voted for Eshrio.
Is the
remember,
winner?
this is 2 out of 3. Eshrio is the winner, but Dramos, you and I also both have votes. It's got to be a 2 out of 3.
That's true.
Now, I'm gonna go Admiral Gibbs. I'm gonna pick Admiral Gibbs, and I'm gonna pick Admiral Gibbs because
You
I felt like
bitch.
his last answer was really good.
Mhm.
And also, I appreciate that you stuck it out this long, despite being in a Discord call with people that are very left leaning.
Yeah, that takes a lot.
Oh no,
It's really irritating.
I'm just glad to be here. I appreciate
Gotta be
you
really
talking with
irritating
me.
for you.
I like having conversations with people, especially with people who disagree with me, because the bedrock of democracy is conversation, and if we can't talk to each other,
Sure, man.
then how
For
are we going
sure.
to solve a problem? So yeah,
Right.
thanks for having me.
My
And
vote.
thanks for
Now,
your
I like Cinetech throughout. Like I said before, I'm not voting for him. Don't get excited. My bad, player. But I felt like I thought he did really good throughout. But I do like Escher's answer only because I feel like he said so much of the shit that I tell people literally all the time. Like the bad bitches thing is kind of crazy. I don't think it's gonna be bad bitches that fix like puny men. But I probably vote for Escher just because he did repeat a lot of the things I agree with. Things like dudes having to kind of like take accountability. You know, kind of look at each other and improve each other, shit like that. I'm always about that kind of messaging. So I it'd probably be Esrio at the end for me.
All right. Well, that's it. Eshrio is the winner of the first ever Enemy Charlie Master.
Your little happy black ass with them Cuban links, smiling and shit.
All right, Admiral Gibbs and Cinetech and Eshrio and everyone. But thank you all for coming. Thank you for sticking it out. I hope everyone had fun. Yes, was this
Yeah,
good?
man.
Great.
Lots of fun.
Enjoyed
All
it.
right, I'm so glad. Okay, Admiral Gibbs, shout yourself out.
Yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. I host debate shows. I do a league called the Debate Championship League. I host a panel on Thursdays called the Give Me a Break. So we talk politics. I lean right, obviously, but I like to have as many people as I can come discuss stuff. I'm always looking for more people to talk about stuff in Discord, and I try to encourage an environment where lefties are here, righties are here. My chat's a little meaner where they will all yell at each other, but I have the lefties calling the righties more on and stuff. It's great, but thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I love being part of panels, and I would love to come back if you ever do any more.
Hey man,
right.
thank you for
Thank you
having
very
us.
much.
Thank you for
Thank you.
dropping by, and thank you for wanting to do this.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Cinetech.
I thought this was great. I learned some things, and I think.
All right, thanks so much, guys, for having me. That was I guess we're going here. Make sure we're out of their call. Cool. Yes. All right. So let me go over here on my thing. Let me just go to my live scene. Thank you so much for having me, guys. That was fantastic. That is Emily Chargy. If I got a mod in chat, go ahead and post it. Out in the me, Charlie. All right. Yeah, so that's Enemy Charlie. She is a part of the Cute House. Big fan of the cute people. Am I not in my? What's going on here? I can't get my video game up. Okay, well, we'll just do it this way. All right, guys. New plan. Full video. I don't know why it's making me do it this way. She's part of the Cute House. Go check her out. Big fans here. We like all the people in the Cute House. They're all very nice. It was great. All my new people, if you all are still here, feel free to join the Discord, and then y'all can y'all welcome to join the Discord. We can discuss all the wonderful politics stuff going forward, and we're always looking for more people on panels. Because I actually voted for the other one. Yes, nice, Mr. Bill. I appreciate it. It was good. I'm very tired and I'm losing my voice. So what we're gonna do is we're going to raid somebody. Who should we raid? Let's raid a friend of the channel, the homie, Skyana. So y'all go ahead and say hi to Skyana. She was gonna be an alternate judge. Big fan here. Oh yeah, raid Charlie. Is she going longer? Yeah, let's do that.
I honestly feel like a DEI hire, man. Like I don't know what to tell you.
But you made it to the top, baby. You know, man.
I did, man. I feel like Prime Obama right now. Like I don't know
you feel me?
myself.
All right, thank you, Ashley.
Yeah, we're gonna raise Skyana. She's about to end, I think.
2008 Obama. Congratulations.
Send me your email for the prize. But thank you very much for coming. I really
All
appreciate
right.
that you showed up.
Hold on. Let's see if she's gonna continue.
10 minutes. I looked at the clock. I'm like, oh shit, I got this shit to go.
Whatever. We're just gonna go Sky.
I was
Fuck it.
playing fucking Minecraft.
Woo! She's in the cute community too, so we're trying to share the love.
What the hell? You know, you're gonna spend it on Robux or something, man. This guy's crazy.
Nah, bro. What's the prize? I didn't even know I was getting.